thought you were supposed to be working.
No, he got
all this
out.
rain.
He called me yesterday. He's like, he's like, I start working.
I got to start working. Then I stopped at my buddy's. He had a big shed on a table like this. And then there went my addiction right down, So last night I was like, man.
You relapsed.
Johnny got to sniff it.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Deer Grow.
Heck yeah, man. Dude, we put a lot of food in the ground every year, seemingly more and more, and we have a ton of fun with it during the off season. There's some struggles that come with it too, though, right? Obviously, the back of my truck is evidence, right now. It's a couple weeks after I jackknifed, a 4,800-pound material spreader, as I was coming down, and it was too much weight for my truck there. But, all those struggles aside, Deer Grow really has been a staple for our food plotting process for several years now. Yes, we like to put lime and fertilizer on the plots, if we can, but there are some that it's just we're not able to get to them, or it's not feasible for us to get out of state with that stuff. And so Deer Grow is kind of the quick and easy, but still super effective option for us to be able to get the most out of those food plots that we can every year.
Yeah, and we're guilty of overanalyzing things just like everyone else, but that's the best part about Deer Grow is that it's going to create healthier soils, which in turn makes better food plots. And the fact is we can simply spray plot start or plot till when we put the seed in the ground, and then when that plant starts to grow, we hit it with boost. And we know that we walk away, when we come back, it's going to be a great looking food plot. For anybody that's looking to try Deer Grow, if you use the code HUNTR15, that's HUNTR15 at checkout for deergrow.com, you're going to save 15% on any of your Deer Grow products. It's a great way to get started on this and just see what the results are for yourself.
Better food plots, bigger deer.
And we're back.
Heyo.
HUNTR Podcast, episode 177, Nick. Keeping us in line.
Here we go, man. Dude,
Studio's coming together,
like,
little by little.
Can
people see the Hoyt sign? Is this first time with the sign up? Little Hoyt glow over there.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're in our full form here. So I left you one wall right there. So that was the only one I was decided. I was like, if Lynn has any decor input.
Paraphernalia.
Honestly, I thought about that picture you got there yesterday. Might be a...
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty tied to it. I think it's going to end up in Ohio's camp because
Cool.
I don't have anything down there, really.
What's the company that makes those?
God, I don't know. I brought it up to Emily a while ago, and
I've
that's
seen
how
it
she
a
did
few
it.
times,
It's cool. They did. They took white whale I killed in Kansas, and they made like a digital painting from him, like alive, using his antler. And it's 2T, spot on, like little baby drop tine and everything.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. It's like that size of our picture.
Yep.
So,
on a canvas print like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, really nice.
So anyways, you got some space there if you want to work with. If not, I'll throw a foam wall up there. And
Well, we thought about doing glowy H, potentially.
Yeah, maybe we do that.
We'll see.
So
Possibly you.
Since you're giving me the eyes
Possibly
here.
you, right?
So, hey, wherever you guys are listening, YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, we appreciate you guys being here. We got an in-studio guest today, and we're going to kick it off.
Yeah. So we got Bill Thompson, Spartan Forge. Bill,
Hey, guys.
thanks for coming up, man.
Welcome, Bill.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Jared was
We're
like...
already half a beer in. We've been hanging out waiting for Jeremy.
Jared
so.
was like, yeah, Bill's coming in studio. I was like, what? We're not used to having in-studio guests. We've done a little bit better this year, but...
Yeah.
Well, I saw the Bone Johnny one.
Yeah.
And I was,
Yeah.
I'm
Johnny just drops in whenever he's
can't be
around.
that far. I'm going to go see him for dinner after this.
Are you? Very
Yeah,
cool.
so-
You know where you're going to go?
No clue. I'll leave it up
Taking
to
you out?
the wild man. I'll leave it
Yep.
up to him.
I had
Sure,
Mexican
he knows some
last
places.
What's that?
I had Mexican last night.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
I had Permanis on Monday. Saw the new Ghostbusters movie, too.
Whoa.
Was it good?
New one.
It was. I had a lot of anticipation built up, right? So I just turned 40 yesterday.
Oh,
Happy birthday.
So-
Happy birthday, Flynn.
so-
Dude, I was telling Nick, good thing he said something because it would have been today, like right there's where I would have found out for the first time. Because I don't go on Facebook or anything.
Some kind of co-host here, right?
Yeah.
So the first movie came out in '84 when I was born. So it's like that was like my go-to thing, right? So the last one that they released was really good. Good expectation, brought the old guys back. This one they were in a lot of it, like Dan
There's one
Aykroyd,
in
Bill
between.
Murray.
They did the one with all the girls.
Yeah, that didn't count.
It was pretty funny.
It didn't count.
Okay.
It's not real. Not a real Ghostbusters movie. This one had like Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, like they're in it. It was good. It just
They were in the female one for the record. Just saying.
briefly.
I think they killed Bill Murray in the female one.
Yeah,
Did they?
yeah, they did.
Yeah.
He
He was like the bad guy, huh?
yeah, he got like
Threw him out a
ghost
window or
yeah,
something.
that's exactly it.
Okay.
So yeah, it was a little bit slow build up.
So they remade it again with those guys, Bill Murray and
So this
Dan
was
Aykroyd?
like the second edition of the newest one with Bill. So they did a last one. I can't remember what it was called.
Afterlife. I think.
Afterlife, yes. Ghostbusters Afterlife. They kind of came in at the end. Are you familiar with Ghostbusters enough here?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Vaguely.
Egon Spengler, who was one of the Ghostbusters.
Yeah, you lost me.
Yeah. Okay. Trick question. He died in real life.
Okay.
Right. So they did this cool virtual Egon through the movie, which was really neat. But then they
Like
brought
Tupac.
Yeah, exactly.
They did that in this movie.
No, the last
Oh
one.
yeah, the last one they saw him off or something.
Yep. And then,
Yeah.
but they brought Dan Aykroyd and Bill Murray and those guys back at the end of that movie to the finale part of it.
Yeah.
Well, now they're more involved in the throughout the movie, and it was still really good. It just I expected a little bit that last one was kind of it's been so long since we've had these guys in a movie. When they came out, it was oh my god, this is amazing.
That's kind of like the thing. It's just that they're in a movie together.
It made the movie. This one was you expected something like that to happen, and it never really happened because they were just in it.
It was in theaters.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's cool.
Yeah, we weren't down
They
in
didn't do a
Morgantown.
ton of marketing for it.
I honestly,
I
I didn't even
see-
hear about it.
No.
Usually you'll see stuff or on your phone or there's an advertisement or something, and my daughter told me that it was out, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't
And
a
I
whole
looked it up,
lot
and
around
sure
it.
enough.
Yeah, it just like I said, it was still good. It was a good movie. It just you had all the build up, and it just kind of didn't.
What's another
didn't
horror
hit.
movie that's out right now with Caitlin Sweeney?
I'm not a big horror fan. I don't know.
I am.
I know.
I don't. You know what I'm talking about?
No, but I mean I like a good horror movie.
You know who Caitlin Sweeney is? It's the.
No, I don't.
She's a looker.
Yeah.
What's she in? She's in. You know who I'm talking.
I just
about.
learned about another
Sydney Sweeney?
Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah. What did I call her?
Caitlin.
Okay. I think
Whatever.
I know her.
Caitlyn
from-
Jenner?
She
What?
was on that Saturday Night Live with
Yeah.
Shane Gillis.
Oh yeah.
That's
Was
the
she?
only reason I know who she is.
she's popular right now. She was in Euphoria. That's the show.
Yeah,
I know
I haven't
from her.
seen that. She was in. There was a really popular with the chick with all the plastic surgery. It's like they're at a resort. It's a series. It was real big.
Nope.
You guys never saw that?
I don't know.
Anyways, she's in a horror movie that's in theaters too. So
Nice.
It's been a long time. I think
She's
since
not difficult to look at.
no, not at all. Yeah, she's good.
No,
looking.
no. The theaters have evolved a lot, right? I was kind of reminiscing as I'm in that theater, and I mean, dude, you were sitting in you were jammed in like sardines back in the day, and
Oh, they're all
whatever
luxury theaters.
cloth seats.
now.
Yeah, heated seats. I'm reclined. I'm
Which
sitting
one?
there. It was like an AMC in Morgantown.
Oh, Morgantown.
Yep.
Very cool.
Yep.
I just went to my wife and I just moved to Stafford, Virginia.
Jump right on that mic, Bill.
Oh, Stafford, Virginia, and we just moved there, and we went to I don't know the name of the theaters. Maybe it's Regal,
Yep.
but they've got box seats,
Yeah,
with
crazy.
big recliners, and we had a waitress who was constantly
that's amazing.
checking on
Kinda
us,
nuts.
and good food and beers.
Oh,
Wow.
I won't ever be able to see a movie
yeah.
any
Wow.
other way.
It wasn't that expensive either. Considering where everything else is in today's society, there's way more room, so there's fewer people in the theater, and it's not that much more expensive.
it's got to be so cheap to run a movie theater. I mean, you have the overhead costs of building it out in the first place, but you're just playing movies.
Well, they look desolate too. That movie's fairly new, right? It came out a Friday ago or something, and there were I don't know, 15 people in the whole theater.
Did you see Friday Night at Freddy's?
No.
I saw that.
Yeah,
Yeah. It was,
not bad, right?
It was okay.
That's
don't know
the
if
dude
that's-
from Scooby Doo. It was Shaggy from Scooby Doo.
Matthew Lillard.
Oh yeah, Matthew Lillard.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Shaggy from Scooby Doo. Yeah, he's like well, I won't, spoiler alert, he's the bad guy, but
Yeah.
you kind of see it coming, you know.
Yeah,
It's pretty good. It's kind of like it's a Scooby Doo type movie.
Yeah.
Well, this theater that I went to, when you go there, there's a bowling alley, there's a full arcade, there's a full restaurant with bar,
Whoa.
and then the bar looks like it's straight out of the 50s.
Nice.
Damn.
So
Where
it's
is
really
this?
awesome. It's south of Stafford, Virginia. It's right off if you look at a map, like a Google map of Stafford,
I think those
it's
are
right off of
Regal
95. I think it's a
Regals.
Regal because I think what's his face, the Shark Tank guy,
Kevin
Cuban.
Cuban.
I think he bought all of those, and that's what he did with them. Was he made them into these kind of destination places? But it's awesome because she'll be coming from work. She works at Quantico,
Yep.
so I'll be like, hey, let's just meet for a movie. I'll go there. I can have a couple beers. I can play some pool or something. She shows up. We go upstairs. We have dinner, and then the movie's at 9.
Right in a movie
We
theater.
go and
Yeah,
watch.
that's
and then
freaking awesome.
We watch the movie, and then we go have beers afterwards and talk about the movie. And then it's 11:45 or 12. We get an Uber back to the house.
Damn.
It's cool.
What a
Perfect.
night.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I mean, considering
That sounds like that happens multiple times a week for me, but I'm the waiter and it's at our house.
Yeah, it's at your house. Well, that's what I was gonna say. Like, if you think about
I bring the food home and then
some of these movies, like it seems like within 3 or 4 weeks, they're like, boom, you can get them streaming on your device at home. Like, you don't even have to be.
That's why I never make it. It's like
I think that's why COVID. I think it's one of the few positives of that whole time period.
Yep.
Was theaters realized
Yeah.
they were not this institution that they thought they were.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that's happening all together with pop culture.
Yes.
I think pop culture writ large is realizing they're not as important as they thought they were. Like the Emmys, the Tonys, nobody watches
Nobody
that
cares.
crap anymore. Movies, 30% of people now go to movies that went to them before.
Yeah, it just
Movies
comes
come
at
out
home.
straight to,
Well, that was like the social like hub. You know what I mean? It's like throughout the years, there's been like roller rinks,
Malls.
bowling, malls, movie theaters. Like, yeah, whether you agree or like you're fully on for like the activity itself, like that was like, I think it was just a resemblance of like society. That's what we did. Like people used to get together and like just be in a place doing something. Yeah, we don't do that at all anymore.
No.
Right? I mean, that's what would you relate to like a mall environment or like a movie?
The like Sky Zone trampoline parks. You ever been to one of those?
Yeah.
Shit's packed.
Adults don't go to those by themselves though.
Some of them do.
Those are for like kids parties. You're talking
I know.
like sea-based vibes and like
like I'm
Chuck E.
telling you, you go to
Cheese.
one of there are adults in there just jumping away.
Maybe
There's
that's part of it too. We're adults now. We don't,
There's like whole what's the
Unfortunately.
what's the like walking jumping around parquet or whatever? Is that what it's called?
What's that French for park? Parkour.
Parkour, yeah.
Parquet.
Parquet. Yeah, I don't know. They're in there like doing all that stuff in there, and
It's a
that's
French park.
and then they get the whistle blown at them, and they're like, screw you.
Yeah.
I don't care.
It's hard to not get carried away, like in the trampoline.
That's because
stuff.
you're gonna like
I get fired
drop
up.
kick a 5-year-old.
Yep.
Dodgeball tournaments.
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a butthead, so I'm just going to ask the question. Are you 22 or 40?
31.
31.
Yeah. So great guess.
Because he knew
I'm
none of
directly
the,
in between.
He knew none of the pop culture references, but he still sounds like he knows some
You
of
had
them.
to figure out where his.
I'm trying to,
I just turned 31. I was born in 93, so I'm like 9 years behind Jeremy.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm 42. Well, 41.
Yeah.
I'll be 42 in December.
Yeah,
I'm
So
the
Bill and I are
oldest.
vibing on the same level.
Yeah,
We know
that's fine.
exactly
I'll
where
keep
we're at.
up.
We'll keep up.
Yeah.
Egon Spank.
Drink enough beers, I'll bring you down to my level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very true.
1993.
That's very true.
Dude, if you like that old
Well,
school
I'll be
vibe,
16 in about an hour.
if you like that old school vibe, you'll dig our ice cream shop down there. It's,
Yeah. Well, my daughter is obsessed.
1951 was when it was started, and so
Oh,
like
that's awesome.
it still has a lot of the original stuff. So it's stainless steel and neon vibes.
Yeah,
and-
I mean, that type of stuff I love. And my kids, my youngest is 7. She loves ice cream.
Yep.
Any time we go anywhere, even for dinner, there's got to be ice cream afterwards. We used to go up to Pittsburgh all the time when I lived in Bridgeport.
Oh, really?
Well, like straight south. If you draw a line, straight south. Where you were in Morgantown today?
Well, dude, I drive through Clarksburg to go to my Ohio farm all
Clarksburg
the
is
time.
Bridgeport.
Yeah,
it's
one and
the same thing. They're the same
Was
town.
that 50?
Yeah,
that runs
50 separates it. And I lived in the Bridgeport side.
there? Yep.
But we'd come up to Pittsburgh all the time. Meet Johnny for dinner. My daughter did Irish.
Well, you've probably driven past it. I mean, you know where the South Side's at?
Yep.
If you come in from like West Mifflin side,
Yeah.
Okay.
right, you're coming down like 885. It's the first building right there on the left under the railroad trestle.
Yeah, my daughter.
Been there since 51, so if you've driven past it.
Trying to remember the name of the place. But my daughters did Irish dance.
Okay.
It's called Shovlin. Shovlin, but it's in South Pittsburgh, and I'd always meet Johnny for dinner afterwards.
Cool.
So probably right there. Anyway,
Yeah.
we'll be in there in the next month.
Part of me thought Johnny might just pop in today. I told him,
It's very
I told him you're
possible.
going to be
The
here.
The dude will just text us and be like, yeah, I'm here.
I mean, text him and tell him
I think he's
just
only
to show
15,
up.
20 minutes from here.
I mean, if he will liven the podcast up instantly.
He always does.
He's not on a machine today. It's a little sloppy out, probably.
Oh, yeah.
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 He
I've
could
been
be
working with him on
selling
some real estate stuff.
I'm gonna
Looking at
text
some
him.
properties. Mm-hmm.
And tell
text
him
him.
to just come.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like I said, we're going for dinner afterwards.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, it's April 4th. Crazy that it's
April Fools.
April Fool's. April
We
4th.
missed it.
I got my wife and told her the president was dead.
Oh,
a good-
wow.
We woke up early that morning, and I was like, it said Fox News says Biden's in the hospital. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah. And then her mom and her were on the couch.
She was surprised to hear that?
She works at Quantico. Isn't she like tied into this stuff?
Yeah, well, you'd think so. She turned her work phone off when we were in Florida, and she was on the couch with her mom, and they're like, Fox News is reporting the president's dead. And her mom's like a hardcore, like old school
As if
Catholic.
anybody would be surprised
Yeah,
by
and
that.
she's like, oh, bless his heart, and blah, blah. She hates the guy. She's like, oh, bless
Yeah.
his heart, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, April Fools, I guess.
Yeah, April Fool's.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I told Jeremy last week, last year, I called my father-in-law and told him that our place had been robbed. This ice cream shop that I'm talking about. And I'm not thinking he'd had a stroke like not long before.
Oh man!
But all I had in my mind was like he's like pretty,
he's a jokester.
He's kind of disturbed like when it comes to these April. He's gotten me pretty good before, like and I'm not like I'm not a prankster. Like I'm you catch me in the mood, I'm taking it pretty seriously. So I felt like I got him back pretty good with that one. But
he's still alive.
He lived.
We should lay that.
He
out
lived.
there.
He lived.
He made it. He
So.
survived.
Well, you want to dig a little bit into, so, I mean, I don't know if you said before, but Bill's with Spartan Forge. Bill, are you the creator, the owner? Like,
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
Yep,
from
all
scratch.
that.
So you built this thing from scratch.
Yeah, it was me for the first few years all alone.
Okay.
And then I brought on some other guys once we started generating some revenue and launched the mobile app 2.5 years ago.
Okay.
And what's what's the main background? I mean, obviously, this came and generated somewhere in your brain. So, mix of, I would say, passions or interests, right?
Yeah, so I spent almost 22 years in the military. Joined when I was 17. And
Which branch?
It's from North
Army?
Dakota originally,
Oh.
like right near the Canada border.
Bo told me that.
Just south
when
of
we
Manitoba.
were talking about hunting in North Dakota. He's like, yeah, Bill's from there.
Yep.
Yeah, northeast part of North Dakota.
Yep.
So, this could be its own podcast, but essentially, did a lot of the similar work to like building. The easiest way to say it is enabling targeting. Like military commanders, deer hunters, turkey hunters.
Yep.
They all target. What are the variables that surround that target that we can isolate to understand the target better and then to plan for it? That's the easiest way to describe it. All of that. So in the military, I did that through a realm, different intelligence disciplines. I was first trained in signals intelligence, and then I was trained in doing cyber computer. Breaking computers is the best way to think about it, like ethical hacking. And then from there, human intelligence. And then from there, I was in a job for about 10 years where I used all three. And human intelligence is just, a non-sexy version of like James Bond.
Sure.
It's not really James Bond at all. James Bond is like,
it's not like
quite a
actual
crappy spy.
Yeah.
But like, recruiting sources, that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I did all of those things for my military career. While I was doing them, and actually the first time I had the idea, I was in northern Iraq doing a collection mission, and it occurred to me that there were a lot of the things that are building for military commanders. One of them was called Blue Force Tracker. I had advised on, and we actually have a capability in the app called Blue Force Tracker. So for military people, it was born out of, and only because I'm on a podcast under pressure right now, I'm not remembering his name, but he played for the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, Tillman.
Pat Tillman. Sorry, I should know that.
I
You
got
can
it.
have Nick
I got
Nickel
you.
stuff. If
Thank
you.
you.
Need.
I
By the
got
way,
Which was friendly fire, right?
he was killed by friendly fire, and it was because we hadn't deconflicted the battle space, so we didn't know what unit was where. There was a Ranger chalk here. I think there were British SAS or British soldiers somewhere. There were Canadians, and I'm not even sure. I think there were Taliban, but they were killed pretty quick, or something along those lines. Don't quote me. But essentially, the military realized, hey, the technology is present today for us to track people on the battlefield and deconflict battle space so that we can avoid these types of things. And they made what was called Blue Force Tracker. Blue Force in the military just being friendly forces.
Gotcha.
I advised on some of the earlier instantiations of that, the earlier versions of that. And that's in the app today. So on Blue Force Tracker, if you guys share a hunting property, you can draw a polygon around it. You add your emails to it.
And everybody's
And
got
then
visibility.
You can see all of the pins. You can say like, hey, we're going to make a plot here. We're going to clear this away. And then in the subsequent update this summer, you'll be able to track live location.
Oh,
So
wow.
somebody's in there hunting, and you'll be able to chat about the property. Each Blue Force instance will have its own chat. So
Very
it kind of
cool.
centralizes
Yeah.
deconflicting the battle space for hunters.
Yeah.
Same thing. So Spartan Forge was kind of born out of all of that. The targeting narrative, solving the targeting narrative. I was building a lot of these things in the military and thought to myself,
Sure.
as a hunter, I could use the same thing.
And so you grew up hunting, right? I mean, that passion
Well,
had been
culturally, it was there.
there? Yeah, culturally, okay.
I would say, like, what I mean by cultural hunting was, the town shut down during the deer opener.
Yep.
It was one of the few times you could get out of football practice if we still had football
Yeah.
season.
Yep.
So I participated in that way,
Mm-hmm.
but I was not serious. I didn't do anything. Like, I maybe went a handful of times.
Yeah.
And then when I got older, my brother-in-law started shooting a bow with him for fun.
Yep.
And then I think I was 23 or 25 or something. And then I got addicted to it. Like the first time I loosed an arrow on an animal. And then I got serious.
Which was?
And a whitetail.
At a whitetail?
Yeah.
In North Dakota?
In North Dakota. Yeah. It was actually on my mother's property. And it's funny because, not knowing anything, 23 or 25, I can't remember which it was. I just thrown down like a ton of screenings from like a grain elevator, like a pile of screenings, like in the middle of the woods with a truck, and then put a deer stand up. And a week later came back. They're like $7 coming in at one time. I'm like, well, this is easy.
Yeah.
Well, like, what is
a screening?
So when you're going to like a grain elevator, you know what a grain elevator is?
Yeah.
Everything that falls off that doesn't go into that. Right, they collect
mainly
that.
like corn, shrapnel from harvest and stuff.
Yeah, small stuff.
Okay,
gets collected and it's called screening, and people buy it and use it for other stuff or whatever. It didn't go on the train to go to wherever it was supposed to go. So anyway, I just, loosed my first arrow, missed the buck totally, had a huge adrenaline drop right afterwards, and I was,
hooked.
Then I didn't see a buck for 2 years.
Yeah,
because I remember saying afterwards, like, "Oh, this is easy. I don't know what the big deal is here." And then couldn't get on deer after that, and then that started the learning curve for me, and it happened while I was in the military. So I had, whole deployments that I missed the whitetail season altogether. I'd be in Iraq or Afghanistan or Africa or wherever. But whenever I was home or I could be home, I was hunting. And the first thought I had, I was doing a collection mission, just me and 3 other guys on the side of a mountain in northern Iraq. And I thought, a lot of the target profiles, the things I was building out, the variables that were being isolated, the thoughts I was having, this would help a hunter if I did the same thing. So,
you're saying while you were in Iraq, you were thinking about hunting?
Oh yeah, for sure. And when I got,
would be too probably.
Yeah, exactly. It's all the only thing that happens in between missions, is working out, watching movies, getting ready for the next mission, and you have a lot of time.
Are
you like actively participating in? I mean, you weren't seeing combat, right? You were more from a strategic standpoint, like you were getting information.
Well, so no, at that time I was doing it's really I was going to say esoteric. It's really not well known by people, but there's tactical signals intelligence, which sounds like an oxymoron, but there might be I'll just use not real terms. The military never gave me like hey, here's what you can talk about and not talk about briefing. Yeah. I think they might have given me a little one, but it doesn't matter.
Are you out now?
I'm out. I've been out for a few years.
You'll know if you wake up dead one day.
Right, exactly. Wake up dead. But we're essentially, think about it this way. We're collecting on like a walkie-talkie network.
Gotcha.
Up in like northern Iraq.
So you could have ran into shit.
So there were times like where you're getting fired on. But our thing was always, break contact.
Right.
And get away.
Yeah, it wasn't your job to be in active conflict.
Right. Or we were in a convoy in a vehicle, hit an IED, or there's fire or whatever. But never like, no qualms about it. And I don't mind saying it. When when I did participate in like a combat mission, we talked about Tim Kennedy earlier.
Yeah.
It'd be a bunch of dudes like him. And it'd be me with my glasses, with tape around them, sitting in the back of a Humvee saying, the bad guys in that
He's
building.
over that way.
Yeah. And then
go get them.
I would follow them over there, and then they would go into the building and kill everyone.
Yeah.
And then I'd go in after and be like, I need to collect the computers. Does that guy have a cell phone on him? So
you give him a flash drive. You're like, can you plug this in while you're in there?
So I'd go in and grab all that crap and did some of the first, like what we called sensitive site exploitation, which was like the analysis on computers and stuff that terrorists were using. And like I said, that's a whole nother podcast. But anyway, from there, during the last 10 years, I started to do a lot of work in artificial intelligence. I was still doing operational support, intelligence collection, and that type of stuff. And all of it just pointed at hunting for me. And while I was getting out, I was actually super worried. I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. The military, especially when you're doing like support to combat operations, it's like our goal while we're here is to kill bad guy X.
Right.
While you're out there, you're doing all of the intelligence collection, you're pointing dangerous people like, ODA guys or whoever to go out and kill bad guys. They go out and kill bad guys, and it's like mission accomplished. Like you feel good.
Yep.
You've done what you wanted to do. And I really enjoyed that. And I was really worried about getting out and being part of like a corporation or something. Or
sure.
I really didn't want to do government contracting.
I would imagine there's application for that, like in just in the States, right? Like they would do that for, I mean, there's
Well,
bad
that's what
guys
I
here,
was
right?
gonna
Like
ask
internal
is, like,
terrorism and stuff. And
you know, if we think about, this is coming from a citizen standpoint, right? If we think about the military, like my mind instantly is like, well, you know, their technology and everything is so far advanced from what we know from the actual citizen level. Is that true? Like, I mean, even with the big tech companies on the citizen side, I mean, is military that far ahead in technology?
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're super far. I wouldn't say they're necessarily ahead from a technology perspective. What I would say is everything that I was doing in Iraq or Afghanistan would violate almost every
There you go.
part of the Bill of Rights.
sure.
Yeah.
They're terrorists. Yeah, they don't have rights in Afghanistan.
Right, exactly. And so we could be a lot more aggressive in that regard. For me, the bigger deterrent was I love the military. I love my time in the military. I loved the people that I served with. I loved all of that. What I didn't love was the bureaucracy.
Sure.
And the politician. When I left, I was a senior warrant officer. There's basically 5 ranks of warrant officer. Warrant officers are the nerds of your military units. They're responsible for training, what equipment we're going to have, becoming experts on the pieces of equipment that we're going to deploy with, whether that's a rifle, weapon system, intelligence collection system, communications gear, whatever it is. The warrant officer usually is the guy who or gal who selects that gear, becomes an expert on that gear, trains NCOs on it, and the NCOs, the non-commissioned officers, train the soldiers. So that was my thing. As I got promoted, I left the military as a W-4. I was 1 rank from the highest I could go. And I started to do a lot for the last 3 years, working with general officers and going to the Pentagon. And I was an advisor to the 2-star general at that time. His name was Volmek, who was responsible for all of the offensive cyber capability of the United States Army. So if somebody wanted to break a computer network or do electronic attack, electronic warfare, cyber effects on the battlefield, he was the guy who was responsible for the funding and building and training of that equipment. And I was the guy responsible to him to say, good idea, bad idea, or that's the way I would do it, or these are the actual needs that we have on the battlefield versus what you're being told by Khaki or Raytheon. So operating at that level for the past 3 years, I got a really bad taste in my mouth for government.
So you were more in that like admin political circle than you were in the field agent.
Yeah, for the last 2-3 years,
Yeah.
I was in an office more responsible for that type of stuff, which is the natural evolution of a career in the
Sure.
military.
You just keep going up
Yeah.
until eventually you're out of the field and into the
Yeah, I got
admin.
a really bad taste in my mouth for government and for bureaucracy and for politicians. And you realize the biggest, I'll put it this way for people and then we can move on from it. The biggest thing I watched my boss, who I had a lot of respect for, or people that worked under him, or when we go to the Pentagon, the question was never, did you build kit like computer systems, communication systems that were effective in the field, and did they help the warfighter? That was never the question. The question was, you asked for $3.2 billion last year. Did you spend all $3.2 billion? And if they didn't, their head would get lopped off.
Jeez.
And then the next general officer would come in. And as crazy as that sounds, that was the biggest no-no, was if you got money from Congress and from the Pentagon, you had better execute every dollar.
Completely against the normal human grain, which is be efficient, be cost effective, save money, and get the same result. It was like, no, you have to spend everything.
And these are the requirements that were validated by the validation authority of the military. Here's how much money the general said that he needed to build all of these things. If he was like, actually, we were much more cost effective and we saved the taxpayer like $3.2 million on this one product line, you're gone.
You're out.
Next guy.
Classic.
I mean, it was just, and that for me was an awakening. And then watching that.
And why is that? I mean, what's that rooted in?
Somebody smarter than me could probably tell you. If I sat here and thought about it, I might be able to remember. But it was basically efficiency. Is there somebody? It was an efficiency
in the
thing.
branch of the military? It's like, hey, if you ask for it, use it. Otherwise, it's going to seem like we're just asking to ask.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're really getting into the inner workings of the military, which is fine. But there was this office that we would work with in the Pentagon called, I think they were called they were called G357, and they were ran by these 3 civilians. And it was like operations training and equipping. And they were essentially like 3 or 4 star general equivalents. And they just didn't, basically to those people, it looked like you didn't know what you were doing
if you
asked, if you didn't spend the money, if you didn't execute it correctly.
Yep.
It's like the end of the fiscal year would come, and we were throwing money at whatever we could.
Just to burn it.
Just so we could go and say we were efficient.
I'm sure there's some political from the legislature side of things, because a lot of those guys are going to bat for these defensive, asks from the money side. And so if they go in and ask for $3 billion and you only spend 2.5, like they're like, immediately a target for everybody from the other side of the aisle.
I mean, don't you think like we could use that money? Like we're in like a lot of trillions of debt. Like,
we're in $33 trillion of
it seems
immediate
like we're hurting for money.
debt, and we're at like $150 trillion of unfunded liability, which means we owe people like $150 trillion. We're never going to pay this debt off.
Well, I would assume that a lot of the money that you're spending there is going back into the U.S. economy.
It does.
To other contractors, manufacturers, etc.
But again, it's all. Again, I don't want to bore people who are here to listen to hunting, but it's all about
nobody.
it's all about who you know.
Yeah.
There, like you will get the contracts if you know the right people and you can say the right things. And more importantly, you can provide them the right metrics. It's not even that you're building the right equipment. So I got I'm a scientifically minded person.
Yeah.
I'm an engineer at my core. And to me, it's about efficiency. Like, is the voltage right? Does this do what it's supposed to do? Are the effects that it's achieving the intended effects? Did I architect this solution correctly? Or have I built like a Rube Goldberg machine?
Mm-hmm.
They're all about the Rube Goldberg machine. Like, way too complex,
not
efficient, a ton of money, not efficient.
Yeah.
It's got a huge logistical tail. We might not ever use it.
But the metrics at the end of the day.
But it briefs well and it's on paper. And
is that like a gag term, or is that a real machine, like something that actually exists?
It's just in the engineering community. It's just essentially it's a machine that's way too complex.
A Rube Goldberg's machine?
Rube Goldberg. Yeah, that's a whole nother podcast too. I'm going to say that probably 500
you can come
times.
back.
And I apologize.
It's all right.
For people, I have no short answers. It's just the way that I work. But essentially, I knew I was not going to become a contractor.
Sure.
I knew I could not work in government. I would have been fired.
There's a lot of those high-ranking military, when they actually exit military, they go into contracting.
It's about 95%.
Yeah. It's because all you know, right?
Whether it's military guys, and I have nothing but love for my brethrens, people I serve with, military brethren. 95% of them, especially where I was from in the intel, you have a clearance, a top secret clearance. You've got special access. That's expensive for the military to go and get for someone else, whereas the government's already done it for us. We're reliable. We know the target space. We can tell people what you should be building or what the key terms are you need to say to get this general to fund your program.
Yep.
So I would say 95% of people go straight in there.
The contracts.
And it's just when you get up there and you really realize, I had this experience throughout the military. When I was a private, I started as like a true blue E1 private, as low as you can be in the military, like nothing. I was not like, my first job was pulling clumps of grass out of the motor pool parking lot for like 3 months. And I had to do it in a perfect uniform that I polished the boots of every morning and pressed the uniform. It's me and this other guy named Mac. We'd show up every morning for this hard as woodpecker lips NCO named Serge Chinoco. And he'd say, get out there in that parking lot and pull the grass. We'd get out there and pull grass. I started like at the very bottom. And every time I was going to become a rank or move into a job that I'd oriented towards, or like, I wanted to go do this, I want to go to a special missions unit, I want to go to work for SOCOM, I want to deploy with Navy SEALs. Every time I got promoted, like, oh, I'm an E5 now, I'm a sergeant, so this is where the real business starts. And then you get in there and be like, no, we're all stupid too. And then you'd be like, well, I'm going to be a senior NCO now. This is where people are serious and, we're going to get stuff done. Nope, they're all retards. And then I'd be like, well, I'm going to become a warrant officer now, and now I get to affect change, and nope. No. And then I'm going to go X, Y, name it. It always was less unimpressive. It was always more unimpressive than it should have been.
Has to be like to a point where you're questioning, like, where am I going here?
Yeah, and the government ad nauseum, the government soup to nuts is an unimpressive institution that's built by people that know pitch terms, have truly never done the job for the most part. The government, not the military, the government.
Right.
Who have not done the job, who are there because they know someone and they know how to satisfy the beast, and they all are going to stay there satisfying the beast, and they will be cool with you until it looks like you might get in their way. The worst thing you can be in a government institution, and I can say this from working in some of the best, some of them are pretty good. And I say pretty good by 10% of the people there know what they're doing. That would have been like DARPA. I worked in DARPA. 10, 20%, or not worked for, I advised in DARPA. 10 or 20% of people were smart. They knew what they were doing. They were building cool stuff. That's a huge number.
That's a big number.
For the rest of the government, it was like 2 or 3%.
Jeez.
And those people, if you're competent and in the government, you are a threat to everyone
I was going to
else.
say, they don't want you there.
And they will move you on, and they want to maintain the status quo. And I'm sorry to sound so negative about it.
No.
But that's my
dude, it's
experience.
That's usually our MO
I mean,
on this podcast.
I mean, as civilians, like, you know, I mean, dude, look at our like political, like our presidential situation right now. It's like I think what's so crazy is to consider how effective, efficient, like some of the tools, like people like you were, like even at a low level, it's like you have these systems, you have these intense technologies and stuff, and it's like you have like Joe Biden is like in charge of all at the highest level, and then obviously people below that, it's like it almost just seems like failing upwards constantly until the state of like total idiocracy.
Promoted out of obscurity.
Yeah.
And now I will say where we were the most effective and we got the most things done, we're inside of SOCOM, inside of special mission units, where there was no oversight.
Right.
So we would get into a place, there might be 7 of us who are in some country where we're either not supposed to be or there aren't a lot of us there. And we had a particular mission.
Yeah, no government intervention.
There was
Basically
nobody
private
stopping
enterprise.
us, slowing
Just
us
let us
down.
live our lives, and we're pretty effective at stuff.
And we would order shit on the internet and we'd put it together in a bottom basement. We weren't using any of the kit that we had to get from Washington. We were building all of our own stuff. Bad guy X was debriefed or bad guy X was killed, and then we got out of Dodge. And that's extremely
efficiency.
Dude, people are smart. I mean, that's like the trap. Is like,
Groups are dumb.
Yeah, well, but eventually
Individuals are smart. When you get a group of 30 people together, now you've got.
Well, it seems like when you're forced into systems that just don't make sense or they're governed from like top down, it's like, why are we doing it this way? It just doesn't work. I mean, exactly like what you're saying. If you just give an individual or a small group of individuals who work well together a task, it's like people are smart.
Well, that's where
Under
we are
20
in politics
people, you
at
can get
this
it done.
point.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, look at politics. If you're, let's say you are a very free-thinking, smart, like you really want to make this country better. Do you really want to go into the political realm with how it's set up now? No. That's why we consistently have to elect people who are worse than people in the past, because nobody good wants to be in that
And I think
spot.
smart people look at that and realize like it's an ineffective institution, and so they start businesses. They do things that they can do to affect change on their own.
Yep.
But they also want their time rewarded.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah.
And again, I'm not necessarily a political actor.
Mm.
Other than their time, they want their efficiency rewarded.
Yes, their efficiency reward and the tax money used.
That's
well.
human nature. For anybody that's actually motivated, we want to be efficient.
Yeah.
Exactly. And when you look at someone like Joe Biden, who shouldn't be in office, he's too old. I'm sorry. And this is not a political left or right thing. This is his family's abusing him. He should be in a nursing home.
Yeah.
He should be enjoying the sun is setting on his life. He should be enjoying time with his family members.
Should be in jail.
His children,
That's where he
or in
should be.
jail.
Yeah.
But certainly he shouldn't be running the most powerful institution in the world, sitting at the desk of power in Washington, D.C. Certainly he shouldn't be doing that. I wouldn't let him run a backhoe.
Right. No.
But
hell no.
he's never held a job.
No.
He got his degree. I think he worked at a lawyer, like at some firm for a few months.
Yep.
Then he was in the Senate.
Straight in
Then he was in the
politics.
Senate for 191 years. And then he became the vice president.
Yep.
And then he was the vice president for 8 excruciating years.
Yep.
And then he became the president. He's never had to earn $1. And somehow he got paid sub $100,000 a year for 20 years. And then
He's worth how many millions at this point?
and his son's worth millions. And that is the government. That's government.
Crazy. That's why
it's-
no smart individual, even if they are like, man, I'm so fed up, I want to go in, they're also smart enough to know they'll lose at that next level.
Yeah. And if you go in there and you're acting competent and you realize all of the fat, the government shutdowns for me highlighted, we would go from 100% manning to 20% manning for a month or two because Ted Cruz or whoever was reading a children's book and stumping, and then the government shut down. We ran the organization with 20% of the people.
Isn't that crazy?
And it was efficient and things got done. And there was no atrophy for the work whatsoever.
I think most companies
everything
realize
kept
that
going.
pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that 80-20 rule that people talk about, it was proven. So,
Never more apparent.
Right, exactly. So that was my experience. So when I was getting out of the military, I was like, I can't do government. I won't be a contractor. I'm not going to go. One thing as a contractor is you have to tell stupid people they're smart, because I watch that happen all the time. They'd be wanting to sell a product or a capability, and they'd be in a room with some guy who's never done the job, who's in charge of the purse strings. They'd sit there and tell him how smart he was and how insightful he was. please sign on this line so we can take, the $11 million of taxpayer money. And I just couldn't do that. I was morally opposed to it. And it's not because I'm better than them. It's just because I hate I hate wasting time. Time's the only thing we can't create more of. So I was super thankful that I got, I started Spartan Forge. There seemed to be something there. People were interested in it. We made some, there's enough initial money that we could hire more people. We actually bootstrapped the first few years. And that's what has me here today with you fine gentlemen.
Crazy, man.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Hoyt Archery.
Oh, dude, it's almost fall. You and I are both going to be in a tree stand with brand new Hoyt bows. We're going to be shooting the RX-7 carbon bow this year. I know Hoyt's also got the Venoms out, both equally smooth shooting, quiet bows.
Heck yeah, man. And we got a convert on our hands this year. We got a lifelong crossbow guy with a vertical bow in his hands for maybe the first time ever, a good friend of mine. And we've got them all decked out with the inline accessories from the QAD integrated Ultra Rest to the quiver. And also he's got the SL sidebar mount with a couple of stabilizers from Hoyt as well. So that's going to be a sick shooting bow.
Yeah, and Hoyt's been cool enough that anyone listening to this can save 20% on any of the soft good apparels online using the code HUNTR, HUNTR, no E. And if you want to look at the latest lineup of Hoyt bows, check out your local Hoyt dealer.
Get serious? Get Hoyt.
It's really, first of all, appreciate you sharing a lot of that because I do think it's of interest to a lot of people listening to this because we dabble into this side a lot, but understanding kind of like that rooted passion for hunting and the way that your mind worked to connect those layers and that dot is just that's what's fascinating to me because it really shows like as you're in obviously like a very serious position in the military and stuff. I talk about it with professional athletes and everybody that passion of hunting and fishing and stuff is always there. And it's amazing how your brain can call to that and be like, I wonder if I applied this over here. It's like what we say, like, hey, we want to stay in shape when we want to go out and hunt. It's just the connection between the two where we're like, well, we know if we do this, it'll make that better.
I've never obviously been in the military, but I can imagine that it's a similar mindset. Like in the same way that you came back from that and got into hunting and said, hey, it's the same target. I can imagine that like if I were to go into the military, like I feel like I'd be good at it. Like I'd be like, man, it's like hunting.
Well,
it's like hunting deer, but I'm hunting people.
I would assume a lot of the guys that you had met in the actual like combative units and stuff probably were backgrounds in hunters and stuff.
Yeah, they all hunt. Not all. I'd say 60% of them do hunting of some sort. In some capacity, they're doing something in the outdoors.
Seems natural.
Yeah. I mean, you have to kind of enjoy it in order to do those things. Some people don't, or they get enough of it while they're in the military, and then they kind of disconnect when they get back. But, I mean, if you're a good hunter, you probably would enjoy certain aspects of the military.
Well, it's those instincts when you're out there in the field or sweeping a house or whatever. Like, you gotta have those. If you don't, you probably don't make it very long.
It probably has something to do with like our instinct to hunt. It's like, dude, it's primal. Like it's in us to want to like succeed, like key on a target. Like you have a mission, you have a purpose essentially.
Yeah, it's like the military or the military industrial complex war. It's war, prostitution, and hunting.
Yeah.
Are like the three oldest trades, right? And there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of feeds into everything we're wired to do. We're wired to be tribal.
Yeah.
We're wired to reproduce. We're wired to eat.
Well, I mean, that's it. Like if you think about the military, like I think about alpha males, right? Which is a limiting factor at this point. We talk about limiting factor. Alpha males are a limiting factor in this country. But if I think about the military, I'm thinking, that a lot of those people, and not to disclude the females in the group, but like I think of that alpha level in their gender of like, they have that instinct. They've got that drive. They've got that thought.
As a civilian, you want the best of the best. You want a beast out there fighting for you.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, people always would joke about, there's rumors in military units, certain guys using steroids or whatever.
I'm for it.
I'm all for it.
I'm for it.
Like, if you're like, I'm not saying the typist.
You think the Taliban's not going to use them? Yeah, they will.
I don't need like a
Shlama, get me here. Get me here.
I don't need a typist using them, but like a guy in an ODA or like an alpha, like an A team, or in a B team, or a SIF team, I want those guys to be able to create as much capacity.
That's it.
I want Brock Lesnar kicking indoors. And
if they can be an eighth of a second quicker.
Dwayne Rock Johnson coming around with an elbow.
Yeah, if they can be an eighth of a second quicker, drawing down and shooting someone.
That's going to save somebody.
Then and it looks to me, and I've never done a steroid in my life, but it looks to me like they've done pretty well with the science behind it, and that if it's administered by a doctor and it's done
Truthfully,
well,
it almost seems negligent that they wouldn't be administering steroids to our fighters.
I think so. I
like
think
as long as it's regulated and can be done like where it's not affecting long-term health, which I think can be done.
I think they are doing that. I mean,
Okay.
Do they still do drug tests and stuff in the military?
I saw Joe's still giving speeches.
every quarter.
Every quarter.
Every quarter, you have to go piss in a cup.
Here, Nick, pee in this for me.
Yeah, and someone has to watch you.
Wow.
It's pretty funny. Meat gazers, we call them. But
Sounds right.
but I think RFK does testosterone.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
running
I'm
for
sure he
president.
does.
Oh yeah.
Um,
well,
he's-
dude, when I'm his age, I
He's
will
in
be
his
too.
70s.
Yeah,
right.
that dude's a beast. Yeah, good for him.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. So again, I don't see a problem with it. I really don't.
I mean, obviously you don't want their hearts exploding at 30 years old.
Right? No.
You know, but I
exactly.
mean, if there's science behind it to figure out like, hey, if we do this, like these guys are going to perform at a higher level. Yeah, that's their job.
Well, yeah, dude, I agree. It's like,
And there is no competition. We just want to win.
you can have
Right.
a conversation
Right.
about sports, exactly like what you're saying. It's like, yeah, it's not fair for people who want
Right.
to compete who are not on it. But when you're talking about war
We
and
just
the
wanna
success
win.
of your country and like life
Win.
and death,
Now it would be fun to have a steroid league,
Holy cow! You
like the
imagine that?
non-steroid league and the steroid.
It was called
league.
WWF growing up.
well,
That was the
they
steroid
have it. It's just like unspoken. Yeah.
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 I just want to see a bunch of jacked like Mark McGuire's
Yeah.
just going nuts. It'd be pretty fun.
Straight like back in the day, Ultimate Warrior and Macho Man. Like those
Yeah.
guys were roided out of their minds.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't have. I mean, I want them to come home.
Yeah.
And if we're doing it safely, responsibly, and ethically, which I think we can do with like TRT and stuff.
Oh, well, that's what I said with the technology side. I think like there's plenty of medical research and technology out there to say, hey, if we do this, these guys are going to perform at a higher level safely.
Dude, you're not that far. Well, neither of you are. I guess 50? Is that when you start considering? Is
I think
TRT is
40 is
testosterone?
I don't know. I
mean,
keep getting
I
served
think about
YouTube
it-
ads like now.
I think
Like,
about it.
as of yesterday.
I'm not nearly as strong as I was when I was like 25 or 30. I imagine it's gone down some, but I mean, if I ever went to like a low level, or I've got friends whose dads are in their 50s and they do
You
it.
guys test? Like,
I
when you
get
blood
blood
work done,
work.
do they test your testosterone?
Yeah.
How's yours looking?
In
I haven't
normal
gotten it.
range.
I haven't gotten mine tested. I don't think.
Yeah.
But
That's normal.
if I start getting older and I start like feeling like I need a pick me up or something,
Energy.
Hey.
I would look at that.
Yeah.
I got served this YouTube ad yesterday, coincidentally, yesterday. And it
Coincidentally.
was something about like for men over 40. And then it also was like making over 150,000 a year. I was like, what's that have to do with anything? And it was like something about like, you know, this nutrition program, a workout program. I was like, why do I have to make over
Wait, I got that
150
ad
grand?
too.
So you can afford the
Did you
program.
really?
Yeah, I got that ad.
I
It
was like, why do I have to make over 150,000?
Was it on Facebook?
So you can afford the
Yeah, it was
program
Facebook or
that they're
YouTube.
selling you.
Yeah, I was like, holy shit, that's crazy.
Huh.
But yeah, it's funny. I mean, because you see that a lot. But yeah, I think the routine blood work that I get now has it in, and it's just like normal range.
Nice.
Oh, we bumped that up a little bit, huh?
Yeah. Bump those numbers up.
Bump those numbers, rookie,
rookie numbers.
Yeah.
That's
So
good.
yeah,
How's
but
that beef jerky? I thought about having some of that.
it's juicy.
Yeah, I liked it.
It's like it's jerky, but not. It's
Our buddy Kevin
It's like a
sent this to us.
meat stick jerky.
Was it beef or turkey? I thought I heard you say
Louisiana
turkey.
Cypress Smokehouse LLC.
Can we just nickname it meat gazers, like Bill said?
The meat. Just call me the meat gazer.
I don't mind. Thank you.
It's pretty good.
This is the spicy one. There's some
it's
mild
like
stuff there, too.
it's like a meat stick, but it's got more of a jerky texture to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I would summarize it. It's got a good smoke flavor though.
Pretty good.
Yeah. That's nice. Okay, so let's kind of go to the beginnings of Spartan Forge, because I think so you're going into this, and I would assume, not judging, but as from an engineering mindset, like your wheels are spinning on this thing, and it's like, man, how do I put this together? Do you have a background in like app programming or software program?
Yeah. So, I have a background in breaking apps and using them for my own needs.
Gotcha.
So understanding the framework of like an entire full stack of from the back end to the client, how an application gets built,
Okay.
and then how would I break that or use it for my own nefarious purposes.
Got it.
So
Okay.
I had that background.
Yeah.
I was better at breaking things.
Then Bill.
But the most efficient way to break a building is to understand architecture.
Sure.
That's the way that you think about it. So
Yep.
I had that understanding. And what I started doing early on, and maybe like 2016 or so, was I started collecting collared deer data. I'm sorry. Before that, and since we said we're not on a time schedule, I'll tell the story.
Yeah, we're not.
I had built my own sensor network out in North Dakota on a farm up there that I had access to, a huge farm, lots of deer. accelerometers, wireless cameras that were on my own like 900 megahertz network. Before cell cameras were big, these were just mesh networked cameras. I put weather vanes up on the property.
Like you built your own network.
I built my own network to monitor these deer. And I'd taken accelerometers, which like sense vibration, and casted them into like fake rocks, and I put them on deer scrapes. Like every deer scrape I saw on the property, cameras everywhere, and just started compiling all of this data. And then I mapped it to the local weather. I had my own weather vanes.
And so every time somebody was in the scrape, you'd get some data about it.
Yeah, there'd be data. If it was
Taliban didn't stand a chance.
Yeah. If there's a community scrape, I'd have a camera plus an accelerometer. Because then I could get, with the accelerometer, what was cool was I could tune it so I could get direction of travel.
And so with a non-cell cam, you were having to match that data after the fact?
Because it was a network.
I networked the cameras, so they were still sending pictures. They were just using terrestrial antennas.
Point to point,
on
basically.
the property. So I wasn't.
You were having non-cell cameras send you cameras before?
Yeah, just through a 900 megahertz. Like you can go on like Adafruit and you can order these point to point.
Right.
Microcontrollers.
It'd be like the Cuddy Link system now, kind of?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
One of my first ideas was to build the Cuddy Link system in about 2012.
That's
I'd built a system like that for deployment in Africa and in Afghanistan in about 2010, and built a similar type of network. So one of my first ideas was that, but I knew I didn't want to go into hardware because hardware is expensive. It requires a lot of money up front.
Evolves quickly.
Whereas software, it almost requires no money up front, and you can build a lot of capacity
and build updates.
And the margins were much better.
Yep.
So I'd built that network. 2012, I think, is the first one that I built. And I had
when did they release the first? I'm sorry, cell cam. When did cell cams come out?
The Spy Point,
2015.
Right?
Was Spy Point the first?
I think they were.
Or Buckeye. Remember Buckeye?
No, but I think Spy Point was the first cell camera.
Do you remember roughly when that would have been?
2015.
Yep, that sounds right.
14,
Really?
15, something like that.
I remember hearing about them. The first one I ever had was a covert.
And you know what? No, it was before that because I killed a buck in Kansas on 2013 with a covert cell cam.
Oh, was it? Okay.
So it's probably 12.
Yeah, actually, it probably was 2012.
Yep.
But these weren't using a cellular network.
Right, just
Sorry, I'm
mesh.
chewing.
No, you're good.
I grabbed some because it's pretty good.
It's fine.
It is
Well, you
good.
guys were talking. Didn't require there was no cell service out there, so I had to build this.
So you were also picking up direction. So as that deer either came in or out of scrape, you knew directionally.
Yeah, and one of the first lessons that I learned there was because I'd also deploy accelerometers around the scrape. So not just on the scrape, but surround the community scrapes with accelerometers.
What does an accelerometer look like?
Like a D battery.
And you just set it on the ground?
No. I would.
You'd mold it.
I'd mold it, attach it to what's called an XB or a Zigbee, to register the event and send it.
Okay. So what does it look like? Like sitting next to the scrape?
A rock. I would cast it. I casted it into a rock.
Oh, okay.
So it looked like a rock. So the deer weren't just like
They're
walking
like,
by.
does that rock look funny?
Tried not to disturb them as much as possible.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then just stuck them in the ground. And then one of the first things I learned was how bucks, especially older classes of bucks, approach scrapes. Like you'd see them on the camera.
Yep.
And they were doing like not only J hooking, but they'd like almost 360
just circle
scrape and then come in.
Versus young bucks just
right straight to it, straight off of it.
We talk about that a
downwind
lot
all the time.
Yeah.
As I get older, their paths really varied. And the other thing I learned was because I'd set up the accelerometers to register a certain amount of hertz. Basically, the harder the ground was hit, had to be correlated to the size of the animal. So I'd correlate. I'd register the events, then measure it, and then it could make an educated guess on how heavy the animal was. And almost always, your 200-pound plus animals, your more mature animals on the property, oftentimes would just pass the scrape and never get on the camera. So I'd get like 7 or 8, especially in like late October. I'd get like 7 or 8 registrations on
readings.
On one of these accelerometers, showing that a mature class animal was in the area, but it was never on
hit
the camera.
the scrape.
And never on the. So that was happening. I was getting between 7 and 10 registrations per one picture.
What's an accelerometer cost?
$4 or something like that. Or
and you just had to wire that to where you were able to receive
to
that
a battery
data.
and a wireless transmitter.
And you were getting that in real time?
Close to real time, yeah.
Wow.
A couple seconds.
What kind of a range is it picking up on?
However you tune it.
Okay.
You can
How did
get
you
it,
have them tuned?
15 feet, 30 feet.
Okay,
wow.
so you're
Somewhere in
thinking,
there.
you're thinking that what people were, or these
Animals.
bigger deer were coming in behind, like,
They were just coming to scent check it. And
Scent
move
check
on.
it and move on.
okay.
And then I could actually predict pretty well how they were going to scent check the scrape after I had data for a while, because I had my own weather vanes all over the property. So I had bought my own weather vanes, again from Adafruit, and just deployed them on the property.
Wow.
I tell you what, that's interesting. That almost makes me wonder if like you should be facing most of your trail cameras like in a downwind
In the
direction.
pro-
Community scrapes for me always have 2 cameras.
Okay.
I have a camera
Really?
on the scrape, and then I'll use Spartan Forge, not to shameless plug, and I'll look at whatever
Do
the
it.
predominant wind is.
Yep.
So the predominant wind in November is a northwest wind.
You'll have that one
I'll look
pointed.
south of that scrape
Yep.
for a faint trail at like 10 to 30 yards. It'll be a faint trail, and then I'll hang a camera on that one.
Dang.
And you'll see bucks checking those on that one
Just
far
scent
more
tracking.
often than they're actually participating in the scrape. Some bucks can't
Far
help
more
it.
active.
Far more active on that.
Really?
Oh, yeah, for mature bucks.
Yeah.
For mature bucks. Yeah, they're more often they're just trying to see and smell the area.
Interesting.
And
What would you say? I mean, you just said it right there. Like 10. You think for every 10 times they come and scent check a scrape, they're
Well, I should issue
participating
the
in?
proviso. This was in North Dakota, and I find among mature bucks almost no similarity in behavior beyond the ones we've just talked about.
Okay.
So mature bucks are individuals.
Yeah,
When
just
you're talking
whatever they're
6+ years old, they've all come up and learned their own way to
Yep.
negotiate
Do their own
terrain
thing.
and do their own thing. There's not a lot of predictability across it. So I almost laugh whenever I see, some deer expert saying
They'll always do
they
this.
all do this.
Yeah, they don't.
Well, then you don't know. That's all I can derive from what you just said. Derive. But yes, they will. But one of the activities they do that's pretty predictable is they will wind
Yep.
and visually check scrapes far more often than they will deposit their own tarsal.
That makes sense.
Or work the scrape itself,
Interesting.
and sometimes up to a factor of 10.
Wow.
So if you can find those community scrapes or doe, like near doe, my favorite scrape to hunt is near doe bedding.
Yep.
Between October 26th in my area to about November 8th,
Sure.
just downwind of a scrape that's near doe bedding. That is for me pretty consistent. And that's also what I saw in the deer data. Either that or on a community scrape, finding that kind of just faint trail that's off that the
Yep.
mature bucks are using to negotiate an area, because at that point they know it's smarter. I think they don't answer the questionnaires, so I don't know exactly why they're doing it.
Sure.
But I think
Bastards.
they see efficiency in just checking the scrape. Was a hot doe here
Absolutely.
or another buck I need to kick out? I don't need to work this scrape right now. The priority is finding a hot doe.
Keep moving.
Well, at a
It's gonna
certain
keep
point,
moving.
Efficiency.
The purpose for hitting it changes from like
Exactly,
establishing
yes.
dominance
Yes.
and setting their own scent to determining which does have been there.
Right. Or if another buck's in
And
on the
honestly,
property.
my success on scrapes, I would say, is even earlier. Like I'll start hunting scrapes like, almost early October. You know what I mean? Frankly, if it's in the right spot. And then for me, they pretty much fizzle out. I don't hunt scrapes in November.
near the peak of beating. Is that
Yeah, earlier. Honestly,
even
like
earlier?
yeah,
I think you see a lot of visitations in that mid October time frame because it's a hierarchy establishment time period.
Yeah.
The closer you get to the end of October, it depends where you're at too, but let's say normal Midwest, Northeast, you start to see more of that scent checking because
I agree.
they've already established hierarchy.
Yeah.
Now it's just who's been in that scrape and what's the status.
that establishing is of hierarchies. That's when you kill them on scrapes.
Yeah, for sure. And so I deployed that network and was learning from that network, and I did it for a couple of years. And I sent it all back to a computer that was on the property, and then I accessed it through AWS. And then started going to academics and people in the whitetail hunting community, and kind of wanted to show them my findings, like what I
Yep.
was figuring out. And then it kind of occurred to me, well, even better than what I've got would be caller GPS data.
Yep.
So I started reaching out to academics that were, for whatever purposes, find recruitment rates or answering.
Like who?
Alabama was one of the first ones I reached out to. A biologist there.
You might
named-
not know. Jeremy is a deer biologist.
I did not know that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So Steve Ditchkoff.
Yeah, I know Ditchkoff at Auburn.
So Ditchkoff, I just texted him the other day. We know each other really well. I did a podcast with him a couple of years ago.
He's got a large fence facility,
Yeah.
collared deer.
And he also has access to.
Yep.
He works with people who own like leases and hunting clubs, and they allow
the
him
paper
to
companies.
Yep, and they allow him to collar deer. So I went to him, and actually, it's pretty funny. And I think I mentioned this in our podcast, but the first time I went to him, he's like, "This is my life's work, dude. Why do you think I'd just share all of this data with you?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "I don't know, because it's cool, and I want to look at your collared deer data." He's like, "No."
Because he's
Do people
looking
swear
at
on
it-
this podcast?
Oh yeah.
He basically was like, "Fuck off."
Yeah. Well, that would sound like Ditchkoff.
Yeah. So
But it's because all of that data is 15 peer published papers coming
Yeah.
out of the same data set. It's just however he analyzes it and then
Yep.
what he's looking at.
Yep. So I went to him a few times, and finally I sent him some of that data and said, "Here's some of the things I'm learning, and here's what I'm doing with machine learning at that time, and like MATLAB, and here's some of the data points I'm grabbing from this, and I've found some publicly available collared deer data, and here's some of the things I'm learning from it." And then he said, "Okay, there's something there," and then we just started. And I think we talked for like a year, or
Wow.
maybe 2 years.
Yep.
Before, I think 2017 was the first time he actually shared data with me and just said, "Hey, I'm trying to figure X out from this data. What can you do with it?" So that took forever to build that relationship. And he's a great guy. I love Steve to death. After we built him the first model based on data that he had provided, because he had enough data to actually educate the model, then the floodgates opened.
Well, it's because, and no offense to our community, most of us are idiots. We're biologists, deer hunters. Like the math side of things and the engineering side of things is very few are strong at. So when it comes to standard analytics, it's like we're running standard statistics and p-values for significance. Like we're not running models and things. There's very few biologist level people who are also smart enough to run models and understand outcomes.
Yeah. And I mean, you mentioned p-values, but statistical inference, and again, I don't want to get into things that are going to bore people. Abstract hypothesis, all of the types of, how do you test a hypothesis? Do you write the code in R? What are you doing with that to get certain p-values like you talked about, statistical inferences, all of that stuff? I was doing that, but I was using machine learning models now to learn everything from that and then project it on a future set of data.
Wow.
So I've ingested all of this weather, and from all of this weather, we build these models, and then the model now looks at future weather conditions, but also looks at all of the weather coming up to that point for the past 7 years, and then says, based on, and what drives it is, it might be that there was not a lot of water or a lot of food,
Sure.
or an acorn crop was bad 2 years ago, and that's driving that data needs to be known by the model, because that's going to drive movement this year, because how deer have relocated, where has there been flooding, what is that going to do to the distribution of food, the amount of food, how that impacted the previous year and the wintering and the buck to doe ratio and the fawn recruitment rate. The network needs all of that information in order to make an accurate inference.
So is that a manual input of variable?
We collect and clean and normalize all of that
Got
data,
it.
and the model gets it.
Okay.
So the model's not the problem with a lot of the deer, and I won't call anybody out by name, but a lot of the problem with the deer prediction stuff, because my entire with Spartan Forge was just to do prediction, ML, machine learning prediction stuff, and I wanted to just focus on that.
Yep.
Because I wanted to get in like with the large language model and the other stuff that I showed you here. That was where I wanted to go. And there's a whole nother story behind that. I was actually assigned to work with another company, and the contract that they wanted to put me under was just way too restrictive.
Yeah.
And I couldn't sign it. So, but the problem with I had access to live deer data by about 2018, where there are military bases, actually places here in PA, that had collared GPS deer data that was reporting it live.
Yep.
So the movement you were getting every like 30 minutes.
Yep.
I could go and look at some of these other prediction models that were out there and available and say, is this reflecting a ground truth? Is there something here? Are they correlating on something that's, no, it was always like between 7 and 7. I think the best I ever saw a model predict that was currently on the market was 17%.
I mean, do you think that those models, and not calling anyone out by name, but like these other ones are actually, I'm trying to think, do do you believe that they actually think that they have relevant factors they're including in the model? They do.
Yeah, I don't believe they're liars.
They're
And
not
they,
just
and
making
they
it
do.
up.
That's the difference. Though. They're built on the variables rather than the specific deer data.
Sure.
And they're also based on observational data, which is the worst.
It's
type
completely
of data.
biased.
What
yeah.
kind of observational data
I saw a deer today.
Yeah.
are they?
I mean,
I would say
think so.
most of them.
Yeah. Well, I share your distaste for the sentiment that deer are doing this, especially when you're talking about mature deer.
Yeah.
And that's the reason that when you talk about these apps that say, oh, it's a good day to hunt or this or that, I'm like, there's nothing there for me. I have no interest in that. I'm like, what do you mean? It's a deer. There's one specific one that I'm after.
I've made no my models that I've currently made don't predict well against a 6+-year-old deer. I think they predict at something like 35 or 40%.
Just because it's so individually
because
varied.
they're so individual. There's so much variance that you can't really predict well on it. But on a deer herd or on a group of deer or on does, it's very good. We're up at like 65% accuracy.
Because do any of these other apps? I mean, I feel like most of these other apps are just like it's a good day to hunt.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
they actually get down to
deer
the
will move
hour.
based on conditions.
Yeah.
But they
down
also
to-
are getting down to the hour, which is insane to me.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that they are effectively identifying variables that affect deer movement in general.
Or they think.
I mean, I call it a
Effective.
Well, observationally, I would agree.
I would call it a proximal heuristic. I'm sticking to statistics right now. The term I'm using is not a statistical term. It's something a statistician would understand. It might work for that area good enough.
Sure.
So if you hunt a field or you're 3,000 acres and you've got tons of deer photos
Yep.
and you've got tons of observation and time on stand, you might actually be able to come up with a heuristic, which is just a heuristic is just a fancy way of saying this will do good enough. And it seems to work.
Right.
Yeah.
You might be able to come up with something.
It's a repetition
on that
of data
property.
enough.
Sure.
Yeah, that it could happen.
Right. And you might be able to build a model, but you can't deploy that model throughout the U.S.
There's no
because
way.
I can tell you from all of the
Right.
color GPS data I have from North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Ohio, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Maine, New Hampshire, South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, Texas, Alabama. I've got data from all of those states. Maybe some more that I'm forgetting. Oh, Manitoba and Saskatchewan. None of those deer overlap
Yeah.
in any way, shape, or form with the other ones.
Yeah.
It's almost the only thing that's consistent across all of them is when there's flooding or low accessibility to food or unseasonable weather events
Sure.
that restrict movement, like flooding.
It stops it.
There's going to
will
be general
change it.
stuff, though. There's going to be
There's
like,
some stuff at the base.
Cold front.
morning, just morning and evening type.
Yeah,
this
crepuscular.
Oh yeah,
Crepuscular
crepuscular
movements and
movement.
stuff.
No, I'm sorry.
So common.
I'm talking
denominators, like-
outside of the
Yeah.
distributions of normal movement, which is you're absolutely right. You're 100% right. They're a crepuscular animal
Yep.
and they move all the time.
Yep.
even mature bucks.
Sunlight, sunset. Exactly.
Yeah.
100%.
That makes sense. But when you get into that individual variance, because like we did the same. So my master's research was around scoring and aging deer from all over the country, and so part of the variance initially.
This ball that you're holding right here. So Jeremy created a company called Buckscore, and you can explain it more after I mess it up here. But basically, that software you can input data, or it's taking like trail camera photos, or even just pictures
photos.
of deer, harvested
I've
deer
seen
and
this.
stuff, and it will generate and tell you the score. So
Yeah.
Jeremy coded that, or created it originally.
Yeah, and so it's all model based, right? I mean,
Yep.
you take whatever thousands of deer, you score them. We use GIS, score them on a micro level in 2 dimension. You form models that project it into a 3-dimensional thing. Add it up, you get a score.
Yep.
The variable is and why. So initially we used the racquetball because whatever way you look at that racquetball, it's the same diameter, right? What we have, but obviously in a wild deer, they're not walking around with balls on their antlers necessarily. So we use facial features, ear, distance between the eye, eyeball, all this stuff.
Yep.
And so we took tens of thousands of measurements from all across the country, Manitoba and other provinces as well. And in the same way, like even though it's small, like maybe an eyeball in Manitoba is 1/10 larger than in Illinois or in Ohio or whatever. But you take that across a 180-inch buck, and that margin of error adds up. So
especially when you consider it requires user input, which the biggest area you're gonna it's user error is like the most common. So it's like
which we do have a version working on more machine learning and AI type of stuff
to eliminate that.
To eliminate the user error, because that's where the variance is, right?
Yeah.
There's still a margin of error in there just because of individual variance.
But you eliminate the
the user error, and it's basically plus or minus 2%.
Yeah.
And so it's the same way though. It's these, and so we've had other people try to replicate this thing. And they're like, "Oh, we can't do it." And it's like, well, listen, unless you go out and measure 50,000 deer, and you generalize that by geography, you're not going to your margin of error is going to be so significant that it's like, well, yeah, anybody can be plus or minus 15 inches.
Yeah.
You know, and so it just doesn't work that way. But what's interesting is you see some, like the one thing we did find on the aging is we use ratios. So we take different measurements on the body of a picture of a broadside deer and we create ratios. Well, even though deer in Kansas were larger than deer in Florida, the ratios of those body features were the same. So there was a uniformity across there where we literally have a model that just varies by time of the year, but even though a deer might be 150 pounds in Florida and 300 pounds in Kansas, the ratios of the things that we're looking at are the same.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to talk. You asked earlier, is there anything we can't talk about on the podcast? And I said no. We should talk about this after the podcast.
Yeah.
I worked on something in like 2019 that does something similar to what you're doing, but it involved hardware. And I wanted to stay away from hardware so adamantly.
Sure.
And I just didn't pursue it. But it does similar to what you're talking about here. So yeah, we should talk about that afterwards because I think it'd be interesting. But anyway, I got the GPS data, and then that kind of opened the floodgates.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And then I started, the academics all know each other, so then he'll make introductions.
Yep.
And then
huge
talk to them.
tight community.
Here's what he built for us. He could do the same for you, or here's what questions.
So you were building models for universities.
Yes.
That's awesome, dude.
And Steve still, I believe, is still using. I mean, we
sure
still have the AWS instance up. I mean, it's there. And they were using it. I know last year for sure they were using it for papers that they were putting out.
Well, think about the fatal flaw in deer research. I would say 99% of the peer-reviewed publications coming out for deer research first don't ever make it to the actual hunting population, so we don't know what's going on. But more than that is it's all data in the past. Right, everything is doing an analysis on past data, not how that's going to affect what's coming down the pipe.
Right.
And so, when people are like, well, here's what we did over these years and here's what we found, it's like, well, how do we now apply that to the next 5 years to ensure that we don't have a huge EHD outbreak or whatever it might be? They don't look at that. Right. It's very much, here's what the past said, here's what we found, here's the results.
Yeah. And we talked about statistics before, and that's one of the biggest problems is always, how do I account and remove as much bias as possible? That's one of the biggest problems. People have been coming up with algorithms and stuff to generate things like p-values.
Yep.
There's many different ways you can do it in R. There are many different ways that you can do it in MATLAB. There are many different ways you can do it with Python, where you're trying to remove as much of that as possible. And GPS data for me was the best way to do it because. And I also don't use data for the first week after the animal's been
just because they might be acting weird.
They might be leave their core area, not acting normal. So all of that, and we had our first model around 2017 that predicted well on a general population where we had data from. We were north of 60%, and what I meant by 60% was we defined and used our kind of another. We basically said deer exist in kind of 3 locations. This isn't, from a biologist standpoint, probably exactly correct, but we were in the realm of correct, and Steve agreed with us that this was a good way to kind of characterize movement. And that was, we defined it as core area, where they're at for most of the daytime hours, where they feel safe, secure. And then the transition, which was they'll have a destination, whether that's a field, a scrape line, where the does are, whatever, that they're moving towards, and whatever's in between that and the destination, where they're laying down rubs, where there might be secondary scrapes, whatever, kind of like that area in between would be your transition area. And then there'll be the full range, which is everywhere on a map that you'll see a deer collar GPS point.
Yep.
If you were to plot them all.
Yep.
And then that full range day, we also kind of defined as if you're driving to work and you go past a field where you normally don't see deer during the day, and there are 30 deer at 2 p.m., they would be in their full range of their distribution.
So it's literally every encapsulated, even like if they're taking some of these journeys. And
the excursions are included.
All in that. Okay.
Yep. So that would be part of that full range. So that was the way that we identified these. And then we looked at every day and said, when are they leaving their core area earlier? When are they getting back to their core area later? And then what are the weather events that surround that peripherally? And then what predicts well on that? What predicts well on that is different from Alabama to North Dakota to Pennsylvania.
Just make sure I understand this here. When you're saying we were more than 60% successful at predicting, what triggered that success? Was it, hey, they got up and moved at all in daylight, or hey, they did a full range of movement? What would qualify them as like, hey, we predicted this successfully?
We have 6 buckets, potential predictions for each day. Okay, so those 3 core area, transition area, or full range, and then under that, are they moving? Is the movement normal? Is it abnormal or very abnormal? And what I mean by that is
the amount of time it took them to cover this?
not amount of time. Spatially, where they were on the ground,
like how, that like
they
larger
pattern themselves. Yes, and throughout the whole distribution of all of the points, there are certain patterns. They don't follow them exactly, but when the wind is from the west, this buck leaves this bedding in this way. But today the wind was from the west, and he left and went straight south for some reason, or he did something out of his normal pattern.
Deviated from the normal.
So there are 6 different buckets that we predict against. Are they going to be core area and normal movement? Are they going to be core area and abnormal movement? Are they going to be full range and normal movement?
Got it.
What are they going to be?
Yep.
And then the machine will look at the next week and say, here's how I think the data is going to be bucketed over the next week. And then you actually observe the GPS movement, and then you can calibrate and say, how accurate were we?
And are you making predictions based off an age class of animals? You're saying, hey, only mature bucks we're going to predict they're doing this.
We use all of the data, but the most unreliable part of our data set is mature bucks.
Right.
Yeah.
They add static to the data almost every time. We're between 30 and 40% accuracy, and it's not
with all deer being just above 60.
I mean, just when we train a model using mature buck data, we're between 30 and 40% accuracy. But then come October 15th, there's almost no predictability. Between October 15th,
which honestly, 30-40% is like not bad.
It's not bad. It's not something I'd ask someone to pay money for.
I mean, if I was in a stand, I felt like there was 30-40% chance. Like that's damn good.
Well, the stand, it's not telling you the stand. It's just telling you.
Well, right.
If you take that deal? Following it.
I'd take a deal. Damn good deal.
If you were following the animal with a tape measure, right?
Yeah.
We would be telling you kind of, is he going to be, the way we're answering the question is do you need to hunt him in his bed? Can you hunt him on that scrape line leaving his bed? Or can you hunt the field?
Right.
And that's kind of the best way to use it. And then when he leaves that bed, is he going to be leaving how he normally leaves that bed? Is he going to be kind of abnormal, or is it going to be crazy?
Is this built into?
It's in
Spartan Forge right now.
Yeah,
okay,
that was the first model we built, and I actually took it through a company and showed us how we showed them how we had built the initial model, and then allowed them to test the model and allowed them to go and get external caller GPS data, and they came up with the same result we did, which was about 66% accuracy.
Wow.
And then, like I said, I had a contract with that company, but they wanted to lock me down for a long time, and I couldn't take that deal.
Yeah.
And so I was having conversations with the CEO or the president of the company, and I said, look, I'll be on for 5 years. I'll do a 5 or 6 year thing, but, I'm not going to do a non-compete for 10 years, which is what they wanted me to do.
That's crazy. That's a software death sentence.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's a software death sentence. It will all change so much, and there'll be so many things that I'll need to be doing. And that if I can't go and compete after they fire me for whatever reason or do whatever, I'm done. Like, that's the end of my career. Yep. So I said, look, the tough part is not building a map. Any Yahoo, I could teach anyone in this room or any guy on the street to build a Mapbox map in an app that you can drop points on in a week. Like, anybody can do it.
Yeah.
That's not the difficult part. The stuff that I was doing with the machine learning stuff was the difficult part. And so I said, got me? I said, if we can't work something out, I'm just going to go build a map.
Yeah.
I'll build the map.
Yeah, there's not like an exclusivity and proprietary information around building the map.
What do you mean? Exactly. What do you mean build a map?
Like build the application.
Actual mapping software.
All of this has to
to map the software.
So what I didn't say was
map.
all of this needs to be presented in the context of hunting, and most hunters understand that battle space through a map, or that area through a map. So this needed the map because the features that we're coming out with now and we're going to be coming out with will be presented on a map. So the map had to be there. So I said, I'll just go do it myself. And I think they kind of were like, yeah, whatever, buddy, go ahead, do it, blah, 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 blah. And,
Here you are.
within 6 months, I think we mentioned this on a podcast. If we didn't, Bo might yell at me.
He'll be fine.
But I actually called Bo up and said, hey, man, I'm going to be building my own map. You should come with me.
Martonic is who you're talking about.
Yeah.
So did you know Bo previously?
I've known Bo for 3 years or so, 4 years or so.
Did you guys meet through this
prior
endeavor?
to, so how did I meet Bo? I met Bo through Johnny, and I met Johnny through
Johnny.
Spreading apple
Probably.
seeds.
I think through Garrett Prawl.
Oh, yeah, Garrett. Yep.
Yeah.
Why does that name sound familiar?
DIY sportsman. He's
Yeah,
out of
yeah.
Minnesota. He's a killer. And
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
also like, Garrett and I actually, I did traditional archery, and Garrett and I actually first started talking, or the first time I spoke with him, he might not even remember it, was about doing like traditional archery builds.
Okay.
I really enjoyed like building my own bows and napping flint and finding flint and like doing all of that type of stuff. And he had done some of the first YouTube videos on that, like way back. And I'd been doing it since I was a kid. So I think that was how we kind of first talked. So outside of one other guy who's dead now, his name was Charles Alsheimer.
I know Charlie.
So Charlie and I became good friends through the deer data thing. And he was like a guiding light for me.
Great
one
guy.
of the first people. I met him at a church function where he came and spoke at our church about deer hunting.
Yeah.
And I just told him the same story I just told you guys about what I was doing. He's like, that's awesome. I'd love to know more about it. Went up to his deer farm, met his son, met his wife.
Up in New York?
Yep. And he introduced me to some other people. It sounded like before you guys do some like property manipulation stuff, he had introduced me to another great guy named Craig Doherty.
Yep. Also passed.
Yeah, who passed while I was in Afghanistan a few years ago. And he was one of the first guys at the National Deer Lines. And he had a bow company called Eagle Archery, which turned into Bear.
Yep.
And those two guys had saw everything I did and was like, you have something here. And kind of helped me and advised me. And then Garrett was the third person I met or started talking to about what I was doing and brought them on. And then Bo was the first podcast I sponsored because I'd listened to Bo's podcasts that he had done with his dad on like scrape hunting, which is how I do all of my hunting.
His dad's a sharp guy.
His dad is as sharp as they come. And when it comes to the deer woods, probably one of the best hunters I've ever met, and hilarious. And so I reached out to Bo, and then I said to him, hey, I know you've got another, he was working with another company, Hunt Center, he's Onyx, I don't remember. He was working with another company. And I said, hey, I'm going to build a map. Because I was working with a company and they thought I needed to be locked down for a long time. So I asked them, like, I always make the comparison with like Jerry Maguire.
Oh, yeah.
Where he gets fired. He's like, who's coming with me?
Who's coming with me?
Who's coming with me? Like he grabs the goldfish.
Pulling the goldfish, yeah.
And
Who's
so
coming
I was
with?
like, who's coming with me? And Bo was like, I'll try.
Yeah.
So that's how Bo and I met and, or not met, but started working together and started building a map and had the map built in 6 months. It wasn't good, but it was a map. And the application actually didn't even get where I wanted it to be. I knew it would take, I thought it would take me 18 months. It ended up taking me 2 years. I thought it'd take about 18 months to build a better mapping solution than what was out there. I think we got there in October of this last year, where that last update where, okay, now it's better than what's out there. And it's going to continue to get better.
What would you say is like better? I mean, me as just like a consumer, a user, it's like, to me, it's just like the user interface. Like how simple is it to use?
Yeah,
like,
that's one of the things.
You mentioned some of them like, HuntStand we've used in the past and stuff. And it's just like, there's too much. It's just like this. It's
not palatable.
Well, I got to go in and out. Like I'm on this map, then I gotta go out, then I gotta go to this one, and if I want property lines, I gotta go back to this one. Like it's not a single user interface.
And I've heard you talk about like on other podcasts we've listened to here recently about like even if it's not the best, people learn a certain way that like a platform is used together. So like we're all, if you want to call it brainwashed, or we understand just how this is how we use deer maps.
Yeah,
this is how they work. And so like it's tough to change, like to take something else in and be like, okay, well I understand this one is better, has more capabilities, will ultimately yield a better result for me, but to relearn it is really tough.
Yeah, it is, and it's probably that is to me the toughest part of running these types of companies is understanding user interface, but also getting a sense of how people have been trained on other products. Because like Onyx was one of the first ones.
Yep.
And because they were the first one, people had to learn.
That was what you adapted to.
Well, I mean, dude, it's what's to learn though, essentially? I mean, and maybe I'm taking for granted that we've used it for a long time. So Jeremy and I have used Onyx in the past, do currently, along with other mapping softwares that we use for real estate and stuff like that.
Yep.
Truthfully, all we do with Onyx is drop pins, track routes, and draw food plots.
We use Onyx as a mapping software, period.
Mapping software. That's it. That's
Like
all it does. And it's easy. There's nothing else getting in the way. And it's simple. It works for that. So that's like that's why we settled there, I think.
Yeah. So I spoke about it earlier, but kind of like that for myself, at least from a planning perspective, kind of planning the hunt, understanding what that variable analysis that you have to do before you kind of understand the patterns of an animal that you've got targeted or an area that you want to hunt. How am I going to get in here? What are all those peripheral pieces of data? So beyond what you just talked about, which I recognize is also probably a large market segment of people that just want to drop a pin, walk to a pin.
Sure.
There's also a scouting aspect.
I want what you have. I just don't trust, and for good reason, that anybody's been able to solve it or apply it in an application. I'd love for Onyx to tell me, or whatever. I'd love for my mapping software to say, hey, this is a good spot to hunt, or here's what you can expect here. I just don't trust any of these apps that are out there to tell me that correctly.
Well, I think that the other thing now with increasing understanding around mapping, because like back in the day when Onyx just released, it was property lines. Like, oh, I now know where my property lines are. That was
revolutionary at the time. You're like, I can tell who my neighbor is.
Now I've watched Joe and Bo use like the Lidar aspect so much, and I've now come full circle into that. Well, there is no option for that in an Onyx standpoint. Right?
And that is huge. That's
so those are the things that all of a sudden, like now that we've come past it was the only mapping software to provide property lines, right, which was Onyx,
dude,
to now where it's like I want to use it to actually scout. I mean, because
can I say this now, because I'll forget it if I don't say it, dude. If you can come out with, and like, forgive me if you're already working on this, if you can figure out how to map what the wind actually does with terrain features, that I think is one of the biggest things that in my mind I've tried to visualize. I can somewhat understand it, like just with observational milkweed and stuff. Dude, if there was a map that could show me what the wind is going to do, taking into account thermals and prevailing winds and terrain features, I'd be on that.
I'll be able to answer that question to about a 60% solution.
Okay.
And I am doing stuff now that will, it will be able to tell you how wind moves around objects and how wind can impact objects. The thermal part is going to be difficult because thermal generation depends on things like cloud cover,
humidity,
the nature of the soil.
I realize it's extremely complex.
The nature of the soil.
As well, foliage. I mean, as you go from September, October to November, like the wind's going to move through there in a different way.
So, but what I'm doing with Cyber Scout is at least enabling people to, Cyber Scout is this large language model. You can think of it as like having a Bo Martonic or a Joe Martonic in your pocket. You'll be able to just ask it questions, or like, how should I get into this area? What should I, what can I do with, throwing, why am I forgetting the name of this right now? I have a pack of it on my binos. Milkweed. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just did a scouting camp last weekend with Bo where we were talking about milkweed.
I get on these 6 years of it stuffed in a bag.
I get on podcasts, I just forget things that I should know.
We'll guide you.
But anyway, how do I get into an area and use milkweed to map an area and to understand an area? And so what Spartan Forge, some of that variable analysis that we put inside of the application is, here's the prevailing wind in November in this area that you hunt. Here's a wind rose that shows you that top 5 winds. And 38% of the time, it's this northwest wind. So in March, when you're going into this rut area that you want to sit come November, you can wait for a northwest wind day in March and then go and climb a tree and with the milkweed, throw it and watch and see what the milkweed does at certain times of the day, and then journal that in the app. And then remember it for when you come back and you're actually doing that sit in November.
Need, just like the universities are giving you deer collar data, you need replication of terrain features. Like you could do it in a control setting, essentially to drop milkweed like in a model here around like a bowl, around a ridge, a saddle, like a ditch or whatever, and just see what it does. Just observe it and take note, and then apply that to like real life terrain features in the app.
Yeah,
and so, I don't know that exists. I don't know that there's been a need for that kind of.
I think the thermal's
study.
What's going to blow that up. Like your wind direction, let's say it's always northwest prevailing. You're in you're on a ridge or you're down in a bottom or whatever, right? Okay, here's what that does. But it's whatever those thermals are doing, time of day, dropping, rising, conditions like that. It's going to change how that wind.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that's the unknown variable.
Well, even just thermals alone, dude, even I struggle with, and I think 99% of hunters don't know when the thermals are going to rise or when they're going to fall.
Right.
Well, I mean, that's what I've been looking at the Lidar stuff more from, not because of the thermals, but looking for those areas that I think deer would likely be bedding, and then trying to
take
visualize
advantage of those thermals.
Sure, applying
thermals.
what we know about thermals.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Because that's the extra layer that, again, going back, we
Can
got
you
past
imagine
the mapping
how
stuff.
often have you thought that would be so useful? Like, because you can look literally.
That's why
while
most people don't kill a deer.
While I'm sitting in the stand dropping milkweed or walking a ridge or whatever, I'm trying to understand with a prevailing wind and taking account what I think the thermals are doing at that time, the outcome of I drop it. I'm like, okay, it drops and for some reason sucks that way, or oh hey, there's a pond here and it seems
Is there
to
a
rise over there.
possibility in the future for, because I did this with the Buck Score app, right? We had certain ranches that are like, we just want to build Buck Score for our ranch. We could do that. We could input the anatomical data from it. Is there a way that we could
for enough money? The answer is probably yes. I got to pee real quick.
Input user generated content into the system, like essentially where Jared's at. You could take a snapshot of what winds this way. Jared puts in drop milkweed. It did this. He draws a line or whatever, and like that captures into a database.
Yeah. So right now you can do that with our journal.
You can.
Yes. So
Okay.
you can get into an area. You can drop a tree stand pin.
Yep.
You can create a journal entry and say,
Here's what it
I've
did.
mapped this on this day at this wind. Here's the velocity or the wind speed.
Okay.
The milkweed does this.
Yep.
Or there's a creek in this area where if there's been a rain recently, the velocity of this creek is good enough that it's going to
pull
suck
it.
that thermal. No matter what the thermals are doing, it's going to
gonna
pull
pull
my
it.
wind out because I'm over top of this. So yeah, we have that. We are going to do stuff with, there's some models that we have found. It's kind of proprietary, so I won't go super deep into
Sure.
it, but that will model 50 to 60% of what wind is doing very well.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if anyone will ever crack the thermal, like where's thermal generation going to happen more
I think
or less.
thermal, ground cover, like all the other variables that come into that side of it.
Someone might say they will, but they'll be a damn liar, I think.
I'll be like most of the apps right now.
Yeah, in a way. So
Well, I think I can't remember. I won't name them because I think I remember. But like they had the original scent cone. Here's your wind. Here's where
your wind's going to be.
And it's like just directly behind you, downwind.
Right.
Which, not true.
Right. Exactly.
You know, partial true, but not true.
There's some truth to it. But
Yeah.
is there enough truth?
Yeah.
Certainly there's not enough truth there that you're fooling a buck.
Yeah, there's a high wall there or whatever. It's going this way, but
Yeah.
there's no deer coming straight up the high wall.
Yeah, exactly. And so I really try to stay away from that type of thing where if I can't test and demonstrate it
Sure.
and
It's
back
not
it
worth
up with
building it
empirical
in.
data, I don't want to charge people for it.
Yep. That makes sense.
And that's kind of the ethic that I work with from a Spartan Forge perspective. But also, he had made the point earlier, and it's worth talking about. Some of the biggest mistakes that I made was I was always trying to design the application so that the user had to interact with it as little as possible. In that, there's a compass on the screen where you can swipe and go through different map settings. They're like pre-configured maps.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can press a gear. Then in the gear, you can configure your map. Like some people will pick that up, but most people will just look at it and think, "Oh, there's only one map I can look at."
Yep.
Meanwhile, there were 5,
Mm-hmm.
and then you could configure a custom map, and that lost a lot of people, or they weren't learning, they weren't getting it.
Right.
So rightfully so, they get in there and be like, "Well, I don't know how to use this," or worse, they advertised something that wasn't real,
Mm-hmm.
and they thought I had sold them some snake oil,
Mm-hmm.
and then they're gone.
Yeah, they're out.
That's a really difficult customer also to get back,
Sure.
like to get them to try.
Yeah, you have
again.
to resell them on something that
Right.
they thought they were getting ripped off to begin with.
Yeah, so we've really, and I can show here versus what you guys have on your apps. If you have the app on your phone, we have really simplified maps, way more than they are already. But we're also keeping that ethic where you won't have to interact with the map as often or as much, and you can pre-configure maps in a really easy to understand way that is very intuitive. And I think that will alleviate most of those people's problems where they get in there and they just don't know how to do it, how to set it up. Because I recognize that was probably something I over-engineered or I made it too difficult for people to understand. So definitely fixed that with this new update that'll be out here in probably a couple of weeks or a month.
I mean, fortunately, there are some excellent resources. Like you got enough guys kind of surrounding you that have become experts at the app that man, if you want to know, jump on. There's hours worth of stuff, guys reviewing the apps, different ways to use it.
Yeah, our
and stuff.
YouTube's full of it.
It's honestly hard to even retain it all because there's so many
Yeah, for sure.
useful features to it. But
Yep. And yeah, that user education piece, that user interface, user experience aspect, and also that programming that you talked about before, where people were trained with different apps. I didn't take that into account enough, because all I was trying to do was design something where there was less time where you actually had to be clicking around and setting things up. So like we had this chip system, which I think is the right way to do it. So instead of going through and looking for layers, or like clicking down through a state, and then you're into the state, and then you click the trees button, and now you're into trees, and it's like, I want to look for oak trees, and then I click the oak layer, and now the oak layer's up. It's like you've got 6 clicks from initial map state to what map state that you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas with us, it's click the maps. Right now on the app, it's click the gear, click the chip, get rid of the bottom sheet.
Yeah,
it's displayed
there.
So you've got 2 clicks. It'll be 2 clicks, but it'll just be click the map button, click the chip, and swipe down. Instead of doing all this one-off state-by-state stuff, we just sell all 50 states of data. Some people are asking for state-by-state, like they only hunt PA, so they only want PA, and like if I can get it cheaper, then I'll do it cheaper. So we might do a 1-state thing just for those types of people who might only want to pay $20 for the app, or $29 instead of $59. But we're also trying to increase value through the offering. Yeah. So doing the large language models, all of the stuff that I talked about with the state-by-state hunting data, with the regulations that are all in that Cyber Scout.
That's huge.
But then learning and autonomy, like my highest value, not as a CEO of Spartan Forge, but as a person, and as my military career also was, and this sounds cliche, but it's the truth, is to empower people to be able to do things on their own.
Yeah.
So instead of being like, there were 2 types of leaders that I dealt with in the military. One type of leader like wanted to hold on to information. Everyone had to come to him or her, or him in my case. Everything started and stopped there. You needed that person around, and they were kind of like, they controlled all of the information flow.
Yep.
And then there was a second type of leader where they'd just tell you what had to be done, and then just go out there and get after it. If you have issues, let me know. I'll come and help you out.
Otherwise, I'm out of your way.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm out of your way. And also, like, if there are problems or you do something wrong, I will address that in private. But if you're doing something great, I'm going to praise you in public. And like, those to me were the best types of leaders. With Spartan Forge, and generally just with people overall, I want to just be able to empower people to learn on their own in a style that suits them. And kind of demystify some of the parts of the outdoors, especially for young people that may not have a male role model that hunts, or you might be in a single mother household where mom works all the time. They see a Joe Rogan video hunting an elk, and they want to go out there and hunt an elk. They'll be able to pick up Cyber Scout, and through tuning your bow, to selecting your bow, to your camo, to your tree stand, to how you set it up, to everything, soup to nuts, everything you do from day one buying your bow or your rifle, to caping it out and getting it ready for the taxidermist, to recipes, to self-reliance, all of those things. The Cyber Scout offering will do all of that. So we're going to produce a video series where we get somebody who's always wanted to learn how to hunt.
Yep.
And we just say, here's a
go.
bow for $300. Here's some old crappy real tree camo. Here's a tree stand.
Go.
20-year-old kid. Here's Cyber Scout. Go and learn, and then film, and we'll send somebody out with him, and we'll just document that learning period. Because a lot of people, I get these guys all the time, and some of them are like truly insane, will message me personally or on the Spartan Forge Instagram and be like, we don't need AI in hunting, or we don't need blah, 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 blah. And if an app has to tell me when or where to hunt or blah, 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 I'm like, good, dude, then don't use it.
Don't use it.
Or if you just need a pin, then pay less than all of the other apps with Spartan Forge. Just use it for pins. It can be used just for pins, and we're cheaper than all of the other apps. Right. So just use it for that. No one's got a gun to your head saying use large language model, use Cyber Scout. But it's there if you want to know how to load a bullet, or if you want to know how many grains you need to take down an elk on a 270 versus a whitetail. Yep. That knowledge is there. If you don't want it, if you want to go ask someone, well, there
are things. I mean, I guess to me, I see a ton of value in the the state regulations portion of that. Like if I find myself in the woods asking real-time questions, it's like, is that legal?
I do that a lot.
Is that in season?
Mine's usually like fall turkey. Like if I'm bow hunting
100%. I'm always Googling like, are they in season? Because here they come. Can I buy my tag right now?
Right.
Yeah. You need some sort of like, you should get a commission if they're buying, buy fall turkey tags through your app.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
a commission.
That knowledge and being able to push it down to the lowest level and make people autonomous and to make people self-reliant and be able to learn and foster that self-innovation, self-reliability. That's the American spirit, the American ethic to me.
Yep.
And so if I get this kid from the south side of Chicago or from Fort Wayne, Indiana, growing up in a single parent household, wants to get into hunting but can't, and through my application, through my large language model, learns self-autonomy and then learns how to shoot a doe and get their license and bring that meat home, like then please, guy telling me that AI shouldn't be in hunting, go and tell that guy's mom, that kid's mom,
sure,
that's got now 60 pounds of venison in the freezer, that this shouldn't exist in hunting.
Right.
How do you see that technology interacting with media that exists? Because I mean, I would argue basically, if there's anything you want to know about hunting, it's there. Like you can go to YouTube and type in a lot of the same questions you'd probably type there, and you'll get media. You know, basically around that. You won't get a quick answer like I think your stuff supplies. We Googled earlier.
Yeah,
like
that's the difference.
How to control grass out of clover, and it's it gives you bulleted points, and one of the answers is herbicide and clethodim. There it is. That's the answer I'm looking for. I guess that's my question. Is how do you see the two? As far as media and versus the app working to, I mean, is it like one points to the other or vice versa? Or
I mean, people still will, there'll always be a market for people to consume traditional media through videos and stuff like that. If you're looking for a quick, down and dirty, peer-reviewed answer that's got no BS, and you just want the answer, maybe you're out getting ready to walk.
Media is not the way to get it, probably.
Yeah, maybe you're out walking into the woods for turkey season, and you're like, crap, how much orange do I need to have on? What percentage of orange?
There you go. There's number two.
Yeah, and you're like, all right, I'm going to go look for the state DNR website, and I got to load a PDF, and okay, the PDF is up. Now I need to search through it and read it. Just ask Cyber Scout and hit that button, and then it'll cite it, and then you can go and know that you're getting the right answer. But then the other thing is, there are a million different, opinions are like buttholes. Everyone's got one. They all stink. So if you Google one or look up one thing, or you're consuming media in a particular way, you'll get a lot of different opinions. I'm not saying mine will always be right, but the ones that are in mine are peer reviewed, and they've either been looked at by a series of, we have armors that go through the data. We have guys that are building guns for a living that go through the data, survival experts that go through the data. It's just, and it can go as deep or it can be as general as you need it to. So I would say that's the difference. Is it's quick, it's down, it's dirty, there's no BS. You don't have to sit there and watch a video. And it's curated and it's expert knowledge, but it's also something that you can interact with. But you can also tell it, and this is where I think it's particularly engaging, is you can say to it, hey, talk to me like I've never done this before. I want to know how to flint.
Talk to me like I'm a bad girl.
Yeah, talk to me like I'm a bad girl. That too, it can do that as well.
Talk dirty to me.
That's a different AI, but like I want to learn I want to know about MOA. So you watch an MOA video, and then he's like, well, I'm talking about, in this MOA video, I'm using I'm doing it with a sniper rifle. Yeah. Okay, well, I need it done with an AR-15. Okay, now I'm looking at one with an AR-15. Whereas you just go to Cyber Scout and say, talk to me about MOA like I've never heard about it. And I know nothing about it. It will do that. Or you can say to it, look, I've been shooting guns for 25 years. I'm a Marine Scout sniper.
Yeah.
Here's my question about MOA.
Specific.
And get specific, and then it can become very verbose and talk to you like an expert. That is another advantage.
Well, there's difference, too, between things you have to know that are literally factual. It's like, what is the law on this? Or versus how should I go about something? Where, maybe you tease more into media. You're like, I want to see different people's styles. There's different ways that people are doing it and stuff. So
the other thing, too, I think is useful is we have all of the Western draw odds data. So it will you'll be able to interact with Cyber Scout and say, hey, I've got $4,000. I want to kill an elk. Tell me where the best places are.
If you listen,
that's in there. We can do that.
You can hire me later. If you could rig this thing up to like automatically enter all the state's draws for you, that if you select,
we'll get there.
The
other thing that we're doing with it is,
you imagine.
So we're putting the Eastern data in now. All of the Western data is going to be in there by the end of the week. You'll be able to pull it and interact with it. It'll tell you. It already can tell you what units you should look into or where you should be scouting. That's the first iteration. The second one, it will go into trail camera analysis. You can feed it trail cameras. You can feed it trail camera data. And then the third iteration will be look at my map. Where should I be scouting on this map and why? Mm-hmm. It's not going to tell you where the deer are going to be. It's not going to tell you need to be in here at 3 p.m. on Tuesday. Sure. It's just going to say, looks like you have some transition over here. Looks like you have a point here. It looks like you have a beaver pond here.
Yeah. So it's analyzing it?
It will do a terrain analysis. Yes.
Wow.
So again, but then the third part, and I think what you guys will really appreciate is, hey, I've just bought 3,000 acres in Upper Michigan. Mm-hmm. It's all woods. Mm-hmm. Here it is.
Yep.
How should I change this terrain? Where should I do my selective cuts? Where should I hinge cut? Where can I create bedding? What should I be planting? What works natively with the soil here? All right, I want to do clovers. You say it won't work here. How much, what's the acidity of the soil? What do I need to add to the soil? Right now, it can do all of that. It can tell you, here's how you plant. This is how much you need to plant. This is what you need for coverage. This is your spread. This is when it germinates. This is what you need in the soil. It can do that now. What it'll be able to do by the third release is, here's where you need a hinge cut. Here's where you should select cut. You've got a river over here. This is an oxbow right here. This is what you can do with that. That will be the third release.
Damn.
Again, it's not about making an easy button. It's about educating people in a way that I think serves them the best. And then my hope is that they use something like this a couple of times. They don't need it anymore. They can figure it out on their own.
Yeah, well, if anything, it's I think it could be a really good way to kind of back up your gut feeling on things.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we do it all the time with each other. It's like, hey, dude, I'm thinking about being here. Here's what the situation is. You're like, yeah, that's where I would be.
Is there a layer for that right now? I mean, in my head, I'm envisioning, I've seen people draw them, like, basically highlighting leeward ridges, like areas that you think would have primary movement and bedding and stuff like that. Is there a layer in Spartan Forge or on any of the mapping softwares that do that?
So in our third release, it will start looking at areas that it thinks you need to scout for those reasons. We're putting out.
I have to imagine that right there would be pretty easy to do. I mean, you could analyze a map and say, we're going to highlight leeward knobs like at the military crest, like here they are.
Yeah, there are elements of that are easy. When it starts coming, subjectivity can ruin what should be easy. Just in that, like, hey, this is in this area, this is a bench that will funnel movement, whereas that same bench will have nothing to do with movement in this area. Mm-hmm. Those are the difficult parts. That kind of regional spice that we get from the collared deer data is the part.
Well, I don't think you have to say it will funnel deer movement or not. I mean, literally, it's just analyzing topography.
Yeah,
leave it to the
in
user.
Wind direction.
Yeah, and wind direction, obviously. Yeah. And I think that would change, obviously, with different...
Two useful layers we're about to drop. The first one will be, I think we're going to call it, we're trying to come up with the right name, but I think we're going to call it like sunspot. It's just going to show you in areas where the sun is for most of the day. Mm-hmm. So if you're hunting like a place with elevation or whatever,
huge for late season.
Yeah, huge for late season, huge for elk hunters.
Yeah.
All of that type of stuff.
Mule deer hunters too.
Yeah. You can just say between these hours,
dude,
which areas will be good for.
If you could drop a layer that has shade.
That's what it is. That's what it is. It'll show you it on the map. I can show you what it looks like on my computer here later. But we're calling it sunspot.
Yeah, I like
that. The difference is other people have tried
Sounds like something you die from.
Yeah. Other people probably get that checked out.
Yeah, the sunspot. Other people have tried doing it, but what they didn't do well was the obfuscation or the impediment of other terrain features.
Yep.
Like they'll say like, oh, this area holds sun all day. And then you get there and it's like, well, there's a huge mountain here.
Yeah, it's blocking.
And it's obfuscating the sun. Mm-hmm. So we, through our Lidar data, are able to get really fine, high grain, high resolution analysis where if we're saying that the sunlight hits this area throughout the day,
it's hitting it.
The sunlight hits that area throughout the day.
Can we talk about Lidar for a little bit?
IP. The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Rack Hub.
Well, dude, sheds are starting to hit the ground.
Yeah, and although we usually don't find many of them, we've done pretty well this season so far.
I would say for just, a handful of walks, we've got a pile of sheds to show for it. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, if shed season would end today, I think it was pretty successful.
So this year we're partnering with Rack Hub. It's an antler mounting system for your sheds.
Yeah, and obviously people have watched our podcast. We've got this massive pile of sheds that are on the table at all times, but you guys took the time to set up Wide Boy's shed on the R1, which is a really cool way to now have that thing right off to my left-hand side during the podcast.
So some of these sheds just call for a little bit more appreciation, I guess. So rather than being on a pile on the table, we're going to mount them on the wall, and they look awesome. So
yeah. And so if anybody wants to try Rack Hub, you can use the code HUNTR10, HUNTR10 at rackhub.com to get 10% off your order.
Use Rack Hub to make the most of your shed season.
So I would say, I feel like I've heard Lidar in the past, but not.
You're thinking
ton.
of gaydars.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, maybe that was it. So where was Lidar originally used, or what was it originally used for in a mapping situation?
I think it exploded when people were mining operations and logging operations. I think were two places that certainly got more prevalent in using it, and then states that wanted, companies coming in and paying the money to, do resource management and resource acquisition, logging, timber, mining. There's a few other real estate development, like what's under the trees before we go and clear this area away. And then archaeology uses it quite a bit. In fact, some of the stuff I'm going to start putting out here is from South America. I
was going to say, I've seen some of that with I don't know if it's Aztecs or whatever, but some of the stuff, in the rainforest, especially to get through tree canopy.
Yeah, so I'm going to highlight some of that stuff, but I have to actually put it in a different part of the country because the archaeologists don't want people going and trying to
find those relics and stuff.
Relics and go to places or hurt themselves getting there. So I'm just going to put it plainly on the map, this is not where you think it is.
It's not. Is it using a satellite device, or is it, how is that?
Airplanes.
It is airplanes.
Yeah, so just
educate us, if you will, on
LiDAR.
LiDAR.
Yeah, just think of it like a radar, like a cop uses to, so actually my first 3 or 4 years, after I was done plucking grass clumps out of the motor pool, my first foray into intelligence was signals intelligence, and I learned all about radars for about 5 years.
Wow.
So I know more about radars than most people should. But essentially, the easiest way to think about it is a radar sends a pulse of energy out, and the amount of time that it takes for that pulse of energy to go out and return is accounted for, and then another pulse of energy is sent out, and that's accounted for. And then the difference in that timing allows, either through Doppler effect or just straight math, for a radar to figure out something's velocity or distance.
Got it.
Or both.
Yep.
The same thing gets done with radar and with LiDAR as in radar, only instead of using a radio wave, it's using a light wave. And the light wave can penetrate canopy and vegetation.
Got it.
Or it can get around, or they just heighten the noise floor, so it's you're only getting return from the ground.
Maybe this is a loaded question. How is it penetrating foliage?
The wavelength is just such that it's the same with the wavelength of an X-ray. The wavelength on an X-ray penetrates skin, but it doesn't penetrate bone. So you get a return on the bone versus the skin. I didn't realize it
was working that way. Okay.
Yeah, so it's all based on the size of the wavelength.
So it's kind of like an X-ray of the Earth.
It is exactly that, or a radar mapping of the Earth. Only it's using light instead of using. It's not visible light. It's using light to map the Earth's surface. So an airplane flies with this array of LiDAR sensors, and the sensors throw beams at the Earth's surface. The beams return, and then they can structure the return so that you're only looking at the ground. Or there's actually ones that look at the height of trees versus the ground. There's many different applications for it. What we use it for is a couple of our competitor apps. I kind of make the joke. To me, it's funny. It's not funny to many other people, but I'll say it anyway because I think it helps illustrate the difference. They'll be like, we have leaf off imagery in this area. So for Spartan Forge, we have leaf off imagery for about 60% of the U.S., where you can look at it over many years. So we already have that, and it's more than our competitors. But we also have tree off imagery. So you can just remove the trees, and I'll show it here on the map here in just a second, where you can actually see the ground. Why this is important is because we get it to a 20 centimeter to 1 meter level, and you can see the tiniest of undulation in the ground. So whether you're talking about looking for a logging trail, a walking path that maybe is 80 years old, a bench on the side of a hill, you won't see that with traditional topo maps. You won't see that with traditional mapping applications. You need LiDAR in order to see that.
Why is that? I mean, just help us understand, like, why is it better than topo map? How are topo maps made?
So, I mean, there's they do use LiDAR now to generate topo maps. Okay. Traditionally, it would be done with cartographers who are going out and actually surveying the land and making observations and then mapping it.
Just by elevation differences and tens.
Yep. And
but not, I mean, surely not every property's been mapped with like actually tools and stuff. Like there's got to be some way that they're extrapolating that data.
Well, back in the day, it was all done by surveying. Like the
original
the United States Forest Service and some other USGS and some other organizations just had the troops of people that would go out and just their full-time job was just cartography. I'm not an expert on this in any way, shape, or form. I do know, like Bo's grandfather actually, I believe, maybe it was great-grandfather, and I might get the story messed up, and if I do, I apologize, joined the forestry service or some type of service that excluded him from having to go to basic training when he joined the Army.
Wow.
So he did this thing where I think he was a cartographer or he did something with the land. Might have been his great-grandfather. And when World War II or maybe it was the Korean War popped off, they were like, oh, you've been through the Forest Service trainings and you know like X, Y, and Z, so you can just join.
You're needed here at home.
Yeah, and now, by the way, so, but those guys were all over the U.S. and that's how it got done back in the day. And now these days, all that data gets generated, but what they show you is these, it's called a contour interval, but the contour interval on like a standard 1 to 50,000 map might be like, I think with competitor apps or other apps that you can use out there, like 20 feet.
Yeah.
And a 20-foot contour tells you some stuff about the ground, but if there's a 7-foot bench,
you're not going to see it.
You're not going to see it between two 20-foot contour lines. It's that simple. So what LiDAR does, and I'll show it up here, is it allows you to see those things that are under the canopy, but also are things that you couldn't see on a traditional topo map. And that those transitions, those areas, those benches, those undulations, those micro points, those micro saddles, all of those things influence deer movement in a profound way.
Clearly.
Where you wouldn't know that unless you went and walked all 30,000 acres of this property.
Right. So why is this hard data to get? I mean, do other mapping softwares have this? How is this like, how I've just heard about this in the past couple of months?
I can only make guesses about how some of these other people have structured. First off, yes, the data you have, we just added North Carolina data yesterday.
I was going to say, how available is LiDAR across the U.S. right now?
You have to generally reach out to mining organizations, state organizations, or the USGS.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them store it as well. So there's a lot of phone calling and talking to people and asking and paying for things. Then you have to send them a hard drive, and then they load it to a hard drive where you have to download it, and it takes forever to download. But then you have to render and generate the tiles on your own.
Oh, wow.
And that can be expensive, to do that.
How are they doing it originally? Is it coming from satellites?
Planes.
It's all planes, as far as I know.
And it's all like private enterprise, like they're hiring and flying planes and doing this
contracting it
type of mapping. Wow.
Yep. And then that's getting done for one, but then it doesn't cost the company, when you think about a mining operation that might generate $100 million, like them paying $3 million to have a plane map all of Alabama so they can figure out where they need to go and start a mining operation.
Just start planning it out.
They'll do that, no problem.
And I would imagine like the U.S. military has all of that on, like Afghanistan's been LiDAR the crap out of it, right?
Yeah, well, everywhere's been LiDAR the crap out of it. I mean, lots of places, not all, but certainly those places have. The U.S. has, Canada has, South America has. But then there's also academics that do it, like we talked about before. The people that are,
archaeology and stuff.
Archaeology. It's an expensive effort to remove all of the trees and do an archaeological dig, whereas you can just fly a LiDAR sensor on an airplane and you know everything you know, and you didn't have to disturb the forest at all. Mm-hmm. So there are multiple contact points for this information. We have all of the U.S. is mapped in LiDAR at least the 3 meter interval, 9 feet.
Wow.
But we have about 75%, 78% of the U.S. mapped at 1 meter. Which is very small. So if there's a 3-foot bench on the side of a hill or a cattle trail, you can see it. And then we have,
You've looked at this, right, Jeremy?
Mhm.
and then we have about,
That's nuts.
I've been looking at it on all mine because I've got more terrain-based properties.
It's like I've never seen a map before. I'm like,
Yeah.
and then we've got 20 centimeter to 40 centimeter data for about 20% of the U.S. And so that data is extremely high resolution where you can see everything that's going on in the ground. So up here I have a map. So the first thing I'll do is, even with, the most high resolution imagery in the world here, which is what this is.
And how often is imagery
This
being
is every
taken?
6 months.
Every 6 months.
Yeah. So like in this imagery here, you can literally see
Yeah, that's
the
pretty
trees.
good. Yeah.
You can pick your tree.
Yeah. That's
And
really
the other
good.
thing you can do with this imagery, which is pretty cool, but even when I do this, I can click this to bird's eye, and I can rotate, and you can see the size of the houses.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Yeah.
So that's, about as good as imagery gets. I can actually measure these trees
Yeah.
and say, that's how high this is. I can go back to the standard imagery. Like that. You see the difference?
Yep.
So even here, really good imagery, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when I go to Lidar, now you can
wow.
see this house was built on a point. You can see where the foundation was improved. You can see the
Wow.
road that they made going in.
it is just like an X-ray. Now that you
Yep.
say that, I'm like, yeah, there it is. There's all the like little fractures.
You
and-
can see everything they've done to the ground. You can actually see down here.
Yeah,
which you
some
couldn't
kind of
see
old
on the
logging
first one.
road or
There's an old
something.
road of some type, maybe an old house or something. Still, this will influence deer movement. But then what I can do on top of this is, if I'm still old school, like Tony Soprano would say, really old school, I can throw 20-foot contours on there.
So there's where you're missing some of that detail from
Yeah,
just a
so
contour
and
standpoint.
now you don't
Wow.
see that right there.
Yeah.
Yep. Or the
That's
one above
there.
it, that landing
Yep,
there.
or there. All of these things influence deer movement. They for sure influence, like, anytime you see where a few logging roads come together.
100%. Dude, look at right there, right above 900 on that
Yeah.
same ridge you were just on. Nope, left, down,
Oh, sorry.
to the
Where do
right,
you want me to go? Like right here?
right there. Look up there, all those come together. Look at just the topo lines. It's like it
Yeah.
doesn't look like anything. It's like,
Yeah,
oh, they
and
just
there'll
kinda,
be a scrape there.
100%.
And there'll be rub lines on these like little roads,
Yeah.
especially when they're really old, or there might be a community scrape. But then you can also go and you can turn on the slope angle so you can see where it's getting really steep.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So then you'll get, if you find like a bench below
yeah,
really
they're,
steep,
They're going to stay right there.
and then on top of that, you can really conceptualize the area well by throwing it into 3D.
Damn.
And now I'm looking at this area,
Yeah, there's for sure a scrape where there's
then I can
intersections are.
emphasize the terrain.
What is this heat off of the steepness called?
This is just the slope angle.
That's
it's
slope
just
angle?
the darker the color up there in
The
the corner.
steeper it is.
There's a gradient.
This is almost exactly the map I was describing as far as like the leeward ridges.
Yep. And so you can really get a good understanding of the land
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
in a way that you have never been able to before, but also really get an idea. And what I really like to do, actually, you're just seeing my points way off in the distance there.
Where is that? Pennsylvania.
These are all testing points. It's not real, but you can turn on you can turn on trails. I can go into administrative. I can turn on county lines. I can go in here and I can turn on water. So now
Pond.
you're seeing little ponds and little seeps
Creeks.
and that type of
Yeah.
thing. I'll leave that on actually. And then you can turn on your public land and you can turn on your private land. So you got your BLM, federal land, state, wildlife, all that stuff. Private land.
So you could have, so there you go. See, this is what I'm saying with some of these other guys where it's like, okay, I go
Click
into
through,
one
click
map
through, click
and
through.
yeah, here's your private lands. Now, if I want to go to this, I got to go back out and do this. Like, you can't just overlay.
Yeah, so you get into these areas, like, off this oxbow here,
It's like our old stomping grounds.
and you can really, well, this looks like places where there are buildings, but then on this other side here, you can really
just
get
steep as
into
hell.
That's Denora.
Yeah.
a good understanding of the land. And,
Yep.
you'll still have to, it's more important to identify where you don't need to scout. Like once you find places that are interesting to you, then you get an understanding of where you need to actually go put boots on the ground. And then that allows you to spend your time efficiently.
Yeah. So, I mean, this gives you a really good opportunity to speed scout a larger area.
Yes, exactly. And then the other thing too is, like, I have counties turned on here. Maybe I'll turn those
Don't
off.
worry. Jared and I cover them. We're fine.
But you can go like you get up into the mountains where you have this coverage.
Damn, big drainages.
And you really see what influences movement.
Yeah, you look at that point with all those big drops around it coming off of some of those.
Yeah, exactly.
That big ass, essentially, ridge coming down and then laying right into that flat.
Yep. And then also like if
there's a buck bedded right off of that thing.
Yeah, and then also like here's trails that aren't demarked. This is not a trail that's been marked. It's not a trails database that we've found anyway.
That's a bitch to hike.
And so you'll see there's a
power
cut
line.
there.
Yeah.
But in some of these other areas, if I go back to the Lidar, there's another one right there.
Wow.
See it? See that right there? You'd never know that's there or that you could use it to get in or out until you just happenstance walk by that place for whatever reason.
I really like how that, especially in these terrain-based areas, which is where a lot of you could see these benches and off of these points and stuff. And clearly, if it's not on that heavy drop, and it's a prime bedding spot for these deer, depending on where wind direction is coming from, obviously.
Yep, and then you can, again, like I said before, you can emphasize this stuff.
Like so that bench in that back corner right there, right above where your cursor was.
Where are you talking?
Just go down to your southeast, I guess, here.
Southeast?
There's that bench, straight east now. That bench right above 1700.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, right there. Like, that's a giant bench.
Yep, but you can see much smaller ones, like even in here.
Yep.
Like these flat areas, does will bed in these areas.
Boy.
And look at all the trails coming through there that you probably would never see.
Or how much time would it take you to
like all of
figure
that
out
trails.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4 trails here, and then a straight trail that goes all the way down.
Wow.
How much walking and how much boot leather
You'd never figure it out.
and how much time would you have to spend?
I mean, because I would assume most of us are using aerial maps and trying to find those trails, like via an aerial map, which is like,
Yeah.
if it's that visible on an aerial map,
they
so
don't
other
exist.
people know it.
Yeah, they're not there.
Yeah.
And then if you're like a new guy who's never done any of this type of thing before, you can say, how do logging trails influence deer movement?
Mm-hmm.
And then if you've never done this type of hunting before and you're sitting here looking
I like that, bro jogging.
give me a minute there, bro jogging. It says some pretty funny stuff. One of them says, it's a little slow. Am I still on my internet or am I on your guys' now? I don't know.
Ours.
It might take a little bit to respond, but it'll say stuff like, hold on, I'm watching a meat eater podcast.
Hold on, I'm meat gazing.
Yeah, meat gazing.
I'll add that one just for you guys. There's all kinds of, the production version of this, by the way, will be much faster. We'll devote more resources to it.
If you're watching a meat eater episode, you definitely do need
There you
Cyber
go.
Scout.
Holy shit.
Yeah, right. So how to logging trails. So you have logging trails. These human-made features slicing through the woods can be significant influence in deer movement. Here's how. Travel corridors, edge habitat, security observations, scouting and hunting strategies.
I like the bullet point strategy a lot.
Yeah, boom, boom, boom,
Yeah,
to the point.
As a for sure dyslexic.
Rut and
that's
seasonal
helpful.
movements. During the rut, bucks are more likely to travel logging trails in search of does. This can be an opportunity for hunters to encounter more deer along these trails. And then you can get this thing to be as in-depth or as general as you want it to be. So you could say, tell me this same answer like I am a second grader. And then the model will dumb the language down.
Bucks have peepees.
And they want to use them. And when a daddy buck and a mommy buck love each other.
Dude, that LiDAR technology is just absurd.
Oh, that's perfect, dude. We just asked the president. He's still talking about potato chips. That's fucking hilarious.
So, all right. Imagine logging trails like the hallways in your school. Just like using the hallways to get from one place to another, deer use these trails in the forest to move around because it's easier than walking through the thick bushes. Paths to walk on,
Peekaboo.
snacks
Very
along the way,
nice.
peekaboo, playing around, thinking like a
Damn.
deer. So again, this is meant to make people autonomous. and to educate them in a clear, concise, consistent, and easy to ingest manner.
And I think, to answer your question earlier, Jared, because I was processing the same thing when you talk about the media exists on YouTube. I could do this. The fact is, if I'm in real time scouting an area and I'm like, man, what's
happening here?
How would deer use this point on a north wind or whatever it is? I know eventually it's going to do that again, but at least initially just understanding winds and thermals.
But also just the app showing you the place to go scout doesn't help you.
No.
So you'll be able to tell Cyber Scout, why am I hunting this place? And then it will explain it to you like this. But the other thing you can do is one of the things I like to do, which I think really illustrates the value of this, is for you guys, because it sounds like you do some Western hunting. Mm-hmm. I could say something like, I can't see what I'm typing. So I normally hunt whitetail. I can't spell right now. Whitetail.
Yep, it's coming.
With a 100 grain broadhead on a arrow with total weight of, let's just say 400 grains. Does that make sense? And an expandable broadhead. That I spelt wrong. Broadhead.
Yep.
I want to hunt doll sheep, or let's just say I want to hunt mountain goat in Idaho. How do I change my arrow and bow setup?
Damn.
So we're getting into
Well, see, and this is one of those areas where it may give you an answer, but there's different answers.
There are different answers.
There isn't one right answer.
There are. Yes, that's right. But consistent. But what you can say is, it's starting you in the right place and giving you the right baseline of things to consider and thought process that might take you 2 hours.
Well, it's really interesting to try to conceive is probably the wrong word, conceptualize, understand where does a tool like Cyber Scout or AI that's explaining everything to you and giving you the answers in real time, where does that end and where does understanding begin?
Yeah, going and
truly to be able to so I can look at Lidar and I understand things about how deer will use those that people who haven't had the hunting experience.
Well, it sounds like that's kind of this third iteration, right? When it's going to analyze the exact area I'm looking at now.
Yeah, and the second iteration, I didn't talk about it, but you'll be able to take pictures of plants and food and or forbs and stuff like that and say,
what is this?
This is what I found. What is it? And then I'll tell you what it is and how and when deer eat it.
Damn.
Sweet.
So here it is. So it's talking about increasing your arrow weight. For mountain goats, you might want to consider an arrow that's a bit heavier than what you use for whitetails. An arrow weight of around 450 to 500 would give you a better balance on penetration and kinetic energy. Consider fixed blade,
but it's dependent on your bow setup.
Yeah, for sure. Consider fixed blade broadheads. While expandable broadheads can be effective for whitetail, the consensus among the experienced mountain goat hunters is that fixed blade broadheads tend to offer better penetration reliability with bigger gain with tougher anatomy.
Depending on the arrow setup and the bow setup.
Yep. Bow draw weight.
Yeah.
If you're comfortable pulling a tougher bow, basically, it's saying more weight. Practice shooting from various angles, tuning and practice. Ethics and regulations. I'll do one more just to show you guys the power of one more thing, and then I'll stop.
I would say that's accurate.
Yeah, it's a good starting point where a lot of guys don't want to go to the bow shop, or they're afraid to ask the questions, or they don't want to look like an idiot.
Yeah, or you
at
have to
least
consume
here
hours
they're
of
learning
media to be oh, okay.
So something really esoteric or something that's really not well understood by people is I am a gear queer and I love rifles. So I could say something like, how do I set up my civilian AR to reflect a SOP mod peculiar build for under $3,000? So now I'm getting into real constraints and real expert knowledge where I'm talking about something that
very specific.
You would go on an ATF watch list, by the way, if you asked this to some of the other competitor chats out there. They'd be like, oh, this guy's
flagged.
Clearly
flagged.
Military
Problem.
Clearly
trying to kill people.
ISIS.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Sorry, a little longer. I'm hungover, it says. We're on the way. So it'll take a second. But you can really get into the meat and potatoes.
It's very intuitive, yeah.
Very detailed. And then at the bottom here, you can see it says never forget. Oh, shoot. At the top, if I go up a little bit, one thing I made sure to throw in here or to remind people, never forget hunting is a privilege, especially when it involves such incredible creatures and landscapes. Preparing thoroughly and respecting the game environment ensure that these adventures remain available and rewarding for all. Happy hunting in Idaho. Can't wait to hear about your mountain goat adventures.
Does that down thumb mean like if I don't
like this
helpful?
answer, and then we can review it and see what happened.
Interesting.
So
here's your build.
Yep. Setting up an AR to mirror a SOP mod, special operations, peculiar modification build is an exciting project. And doing so for under 3K is definitely achievable with some smart choices. Let's break down the components of a SOP mod style build and the best ways to keep it budget friendly. Base rifles start with a quality, affordable AR-15. Brands like Aero Precision, Palmetto, and Smith & Wesson offer solid builds and excellent platforms without breaking the bank. Optics, a SOP mod feature is a versatile optic. The Aimpoint Comp M4 EOTech holographic, perfect, with a 3x magnifier. Rail system. Free floating rail system is crucial. The original SOP mod Block 1 uses night armament, perfect. The RAS system. Twisting Block 2, a Daniel Defense MK18 rail, or all the automatic rails. They can go from $200 to $400. Stock, the SOP mod stock, the suppressor optional, accessories, budgeting, everything you need to know. And you can even go into telling you how to apply for like a suppressor and those types of things.
That's a hell of a specific answer.
Does the technology exist? Like I realize that text is like crawlable by search engines and stuff like that. Does the technology exist to search video format?
So it can tell you what videos to go to watch to learn about this.
It will, based on the text that accompany it.
Based on what's being asked to it, it can suss out videos. It will be able to suss out videos.
It's not actually watching the video, right? It's
no,
probably all the metadata.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so it's grabbing data from these videos and people talking about it. But the one interesting thing, we don't have it yet, but in the next probably 2 years or so, it will be able to just build you a video for yourself that will just show you how to do what it's talking about.
Yep.
It'll be your video.
Interesting.
So, I mean, this we're releasing today for our testing group, where about we call them the 300 Spartan Forge.
Got it.
Our first
Very
users
nice.
Gerard
that have been on since the beginning will be able to use this and tell us what they like and what they don't like, and hopefully make some like user-based content, user-generated content. But also tell us what worked. Sometimes this thing goes crazy, and it just you don't know why, and we need to figure those things out and kind of get it ready for prime time. I'm hoping in about a month or less, it will be available for everyone. And like I said, there'll be iterations going into the season.
Ask it, when does fall turkey start in Ohio?
All right. So,
or just type in, fall turkey season, Ohio.
So it might, if it's Evan, the guy that you were just on the call before, is cleaning and enriching that data. I don't know if it's in here yet, but if it's not, it will be, but we're going to ask it anyway. He might have it in there already. When does turkey season start? Where?
In Ohio.
What's the best podcast out there?
Listening to some Meat Eater
say the wrong
podcasts.
answer.
It says listening to some Meat Eater podcasts. This guy Steve is
gazer.
long-winded and keeps talking over the dude who knows the answer.
Yeah. Classic.
Usually
Steve.
that's us.
Oh yeah. Wait, is that us?
Doesn't extend to provide a specific date, so that it doesn't now.
Dang it. So, hold on a second.
It does reference the ODNR.
Yeah, it's wrong though. I mean, it actually will start telling you the dates here pretty soon.
Okay.
If we were to ask Evan, my guy who's
Because I mean,
working on
that's got to be dynamic, right?
it. No, but I mean, he has scraped all of the DNR websites for all of this information, all the PDFs. So he's probably just enriching it. And I can ask you this question: what units should I look into for a Montana elk hunt? I mean, which are the best units for a guy from out of state? So this data, we have all of it. I just don't know if he's put it all in here yet. The bottom line is, by the time this thing goes public, that question will be answered by the model.
Will it reference things like outside of its environment? Will it give links to YouTube videos and to like the ODNR website?
It will link the ODNR website. It won't link specific YouTube videos.
Okay.
Not yet. We can do it.
Is there a reason for that?
Well, I think it
not
comes
yet.
back to our QA standpoint of like, what's the trusted source on YouTube?
Yeah, and is it information that we want to give people?
Yeah, there
Yeah,
you
so
go.
this thing doesn't, but it's not responding correctly. I can already tell. It's not saying the actual.
It's just giving you the generic
recommended units.
This is a prototype, right? Like the Cyber Scout is not live yet, correct?
No, it's not live. It's going out to the first 300 people to kind of like mess around with it today.
It's been announced?
Their email may have gone out already.
I think I saw the email.
Okay.
Oh, did you?
I think so.
Did you sign up early for us?
Maybe.
Then you probably saw it. So
because I've seen Cyber Scout already.
So there's
Unless
been.
Bo showed it to us.
I heard you talk about it on another podcast.
Yeah, I've talked about it on another podcast, but the email should have went out today for the first 300 people to come.
I didn't
and
get
test
the email,
it.
so I'm not a Spartan.
You're not. Yeah, I mean, I can add you to it right now.
I'll take it.
You could be
All
part
right.
of 300.
I'll put you on there.
I'd like to be in there.
Yeah. I was just like, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, it's got a plethora of data. There's more data here that you could ask all day long, any question, and it can get as simple as crazy as you want it to. And it's just another feature that we're giving to people to help them, learn more and become
That's cool, man.
better hunters.
And I mean, obviously, what that is really cool. The future iterations, like if I'm looking at this, drainage here, and it's like, whatever on a west wind, like where's my best option to, I don't know, find deer sign or whatever. If it like can start to go to that level, holy shit.
Yeah, it will go to that level. Right now, you'll get like historical winds and stuff like that in the area, which can inform like leeward scouting.
Yep.
Which is what yeah.
Who else has this? I mean, is this available?
I don't think anyone else does.
And that's because you guys have done the work to
We
work
started
with these
doing
mining
this-
companies and stuff?
I mean, no. The Lidar data, I don't think is being offered.
That's what I'm talking about, Lidar.
I think there's what's it called? Map Topo or something like that.
Yeah,
Does some of the Cal Topo does this at like 3 meters, but they don't have nearly as much 1 meter.
Like if
data
they
as
wanted
we
to,
do.
could Onyx just be like, well, yeah, we need Lidar.
Yeah, they'd have to go out and collect it.
They would have to go do it themselves.
They'd have to process it and they'd have to generate the
They'd have
files.
they'd have to source
or
it.
buy it from you.
Yeah, they wouldn't buy it.
Yeah.
Something
That
tells me
seemed like
they
the
won't,
the right business model.
Something tells
Well,
me.
because there's not that many competitors out there. Like it's
No.
Onyx and HuntStand are the only two I know off the top of my head.
Wise is the other one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see them being like.
Deercast. I mean, there's more and more coming into this space. I just don't know.
We do mapping, but I don't see us as a mapping company. At least I don't see us as a mapping company for much longer.
Well, see, that's where I think the big
Interesting.
difference is, because I would say that almost every one of those other ones considers themselves a mapping company.
Well, and probably most of your customers consider you as a mapping.
For now. Yeah, for sure. For now, I think in the next couple of years we'll be more of a planning and execution and post planning and execution company, like where you're actually learning everything about the hunt beginning to end. Because the other thing that this thing will be able to do is, Bo is actually helping us on it right now. Is it'll be able to formulate a hunt. What Cyber Scout will do in probably about 6 months is, hey, I'm going on an elk hunt in this county, in this unit. I need you to make me a hunt plan that includes all of the phone numbers for the ambulance services, a taxidermist, all of the places that serve ice and their phone numbers with preloaded directions.
Holy shit.
And then I need you to take my location and send a pin to my wife every 2 days while I'm in this spot in western Montana. And then print all of these things out and email 2 of them to each of these people.
So if you start doing that, there's obviously incentive to take money from people are going to want to advertise. I want to be the first one that shows up on that list.
Yeah, right.
From a gear standpoint, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna curate a list of
location.
taxidermists in the area, I want to show up first.
I may do that
Just as
for-
like Google advertising.
I may do that for our free users. I won't do that for our paid users. It's like if you're a paid user, you're just going to get what
Pure
is.
data.
What is. If the free users, they need to be paid for. And it sucks, but like my free user bill right now is like we're nearing 100,000 free users. That costs a lot of money every year.
Just from your
from
server.
Because we also give them private land data.
Yeah, what you're paying
They're
for.
storing pins. They're getting weather. The resources that the app takes to run. All of that stuff costs money.
Yep.
Lots of money.
Sure.
So we're coming up with cool ways. One of them is like right now, if you download the free app and open it, if you download the paid one, you'll see like a Spartan Forge sign and like a river. If you download the free one, you'll see an advertisement for like camo, but it's just the splash screen. And you can click the splash screen, and you can go, if you like the camo, you can click the splash screen and go to the website.
Right.
If you don't click it, it just loads the app, and the app's running. So
Got
there's
it.
no annoying videos. There's no annoying websites. There's no like you have to watch this video for 30 seconds. It's just instead of the splash screen that is loading your user data and all of your profile data to the phone, that we show you, you're just going to see a camo or a bow or something.
Yeah.
So that's one way we do it. And so you have to see that splash screen because the data has to be loaded. So we just put that in there. And then another thing we'll do is like camo companies can sponsor like certain sleeves.
Yeah.
So that your app has like a sleeve. Like
So just trying to offset
Cryptech
as
or
a
Sitka,
business, offset some of your costs.
those
type of
costs.
stuff
So we can, because again, individual user autonomy and the ability for a kid from a trailer park in Southwest Illinois to go out and get after it.
Yep.
So he can do that with the free app. With the free app, he can see topo data. He can see 3 different satellite imagery data. He can look at it in 3D, and he can see all of the property data, all for free. And
That's
weather.
That's a lot. That's a lot more than I would say most of the other ones are offering.
You basically get the standard offering for Onyx for free. So, and I'm doing that. It costs us money. I'm doing that for 2 reasons. One, so that people who can't afford it can still go out and hunt and provide food for themselves. That's my number 1 reason. Number 2 is if they're on the fence about the app and they just want to check it out, they can see it and then they can be shown what there'll be a Cyber Scout. You see that little Cyber Scout badge that's lit up green in the corner. We'll just have a little orange badge above it that says this is a paid feature.
Yeah.
And then we'll open it up every once in a while and say, if you can come up with the $7 a month or the $59 a year, you can use this. If you can't afford that and you just want to continue to use it to hunt and kill some does,
go for it.
Then go for it. So I see that as a fair trade for the resources that it takes. I don't make money on the free app, I'll tell you that.
Sure.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, dude, it seems like with deer hunting, you can know enough. Like with this data, this technology that exists with experience, like applied experience. And obviously there's an element of like, we always say you can't kill them if they're not there. You still have to find out if the deer is there. But you literally can look at these maps and pick the spots that you will kill them. I find it interesting. I've done like some Zoom calls recently and like these consultants probably do a lot of them, but like, it's funny how similar, guys will look at stuff. It's like, let's look at a map. Ideally the best map possible, Lidar, obviously.
If we say, hey, find the spot where you want to be. And like, I would assume we're all very close.
Very close.
Yeah.
It's like, I did it just the other day. I told you I was reviewing the property and we look at it and it's like, he drops his own pins. I'm like, here's ours. It can be done, which is interesting.
Side by side. That's cool.
Yeah. And yes, you're absolutely right. It can be done and you can find spots that, and if you're just,
but like, look how different that is, even like Lidar to that topography and aerial, like looking like where you have some of these pins set up. I'm like, okay, I could kind of see why he would be there.
These are all fake pins.
Yeah, but again, looking at kind of how the terrain would set up with the Lidar and stuff, it's like, oh, clearly, like there's some small ridges.
I would
there
never look at topo again.
Yeah.
Ever. Why?
Well, you can look
for
at,
what?
I mean, look there.
Yeah, nothing. Like you would have.
It tells me nothing. I look at this. I'm like, you look at the Lidar. It's literally an X-ray of the land.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I like that.
But it also allows you to understand a lot more on the first blush.
Sure.
So if I, I'm looking at this, I'm figuring things out a lot quicker.
Well, on this too, like especially this one, like on the Lidar, I'm seeing access routes as well versus this one. I'm like, oh,
exactly,
kind of coming through here. Like this is where I think I'm going to go just from a wind standpoint. But if I know there's a trail 20 yards to my right, then I'm taking that, or a ditch or whatever it is.
Right. It's just it's about time and saving time. And like if you're married and you don't want to spend time away from mama or the kids or whatever.
Yeah, it's efficiency.
But you've identified some places that you want to go and scout, and you just want to go spend an hour marking some places off and dropping some pins and just optimizing your time so that you are successful come that week off in November. That's what it's all about to me.
What about from I know some of these other apps, not necessarily the mapping apps, but some of these other ones are doing ingestion of trail camera data for specific deer and stuff. You talk about the patterning. Is that something that's on?
Yeah, we're doing that. We're building it right now.
Cool.
I think we're going to do it in a way that a lot of people haven't thought about or even conceptualized that I think is going to blow people's minds. I can't really talk about it right now.
No, but I'm just saying, you
but-
think about how much data is coming in individually from all of us who have cell cams or regular trail cams or
Can
whatever.
you give us a hint? What do you mean?
Well, I can
just
give a
the
little
tip.
hint.
Just the tip.
Just the tip.
Yeah.
See how it feels.
The so the deer network that we have, the collared deer network that we have that projects movement and predicts movement in the future, with that network, at the base of it has to be the collared deer data, because you can't educate a model based on camera data, because more often than not, the bucks that you want to kill are not. First off, is the camera put in a good spot?
Yeah, the camera is biased by
it
observation
deterring
as
natural
well.
Is
movement?
it deterring natural movement?
Yeah.
Are the bucks just winding it?
Yeah.
That area, that scrape,
And
not
moving
going near it?
down. Yeah.
You know, because I heard you say
Cameras are a
p-value
bad
before.
indicator of deer movement.
They are a horrible indicator of deer movement. And I heard you talk about it before. Like you have a null hypothesis and testing null hypotheses. A deer camera does not stand up to that type of statistical analysis for predicting whether a deer is in the area or not. And I can prove that empirically because these areas that Steve had trail camera data from, they had a deer on one of these properties they called the Traveler because they thought he only showed up during the rut. And the only time they saw him was at night. So like, oh, he's over on like a neighboring property.
Which is
blah,
what
blah, blah,
most
blah,
people
blah.
think about a lot of deer.
That buck was bedding on that property on a rock hill, like a side of a rock hill where there was no food or any vegetation or anything. That's where it bedded. And it didn't leave that like 200 acre area until night. And then when it did leave, it would wind cameras, it winded stands, it knew where all of because this was a hunting club.
Yep.
It winded all of the preset stands. It died at 9 on the side of this rock hill. It's where they found it. The collar was on the animal. And they thought it was a Traveler. It lived on their property.
They just never knew it because of all observation
They're like,
data.
there's no food on this 200 acre like rock hillside.
Yeah.
There's no way to put a stand up there. Therefore, there are no deer there.
Dude, people, it's like, it's hard to gauge. Like, I think we're constantly trying to figure out how smart are they? Like, can they look at a tree stand and realize it's a tree stand?
The better question is how trained are they?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, and because think about like if with our intelligence, and that's where I'm saying comparing intelligence, we're trying to figure out how smart they are. If I walk around the woods, it's easy. I'm like, there's trees. I can see them from 50 yards off. And I'm like, once I know it's there, I know it's there. I have a visual map.
Yeah.
They definitely have some of that ability.
Yeah.
I don't know how much. That's what's hard to say.
I mean,
because they'll walk right past the ladder stand, but
yes. But if the ladder stand's never been sat in, and they don't,
then
or they've never been
they're
shot
okay
at
with
one
it.
from it,
They're like, I'll test it.
it's just whatever. That's why I say trained, because it's like training a dog. You can train a dog so well that it will bark words. My dog, I have a German short-haired pointer. He can open locked doors.
Yep.
I have a command for him where if the doors are locked and the kids come to the house, they can go to the back door. There's a command they give him, and he'll unlock the back door.
You can just leave it down. It's fine. We'll put it up later.
That dog will unlock the back door. He's got a command where he can go and find my kids. If my daughter wandered off into the woods when she was little, he's got the command Molly. He'll go find her and hit her in the chest with his
Go for it,
nose.
dude. I'll have some of those.
You want some?
Yeah.
I'll take
They're
some
open.
too.
Yeah.
They're open.
But-
We're past lunchtime here. We're getting hungry.
They are extremely well trained. Bucks can be trained just as well
Yeah.
to react to an area, and then we ascribe intelligence, but it's not really intelligence. It's reaction to stimuli.
Right.
It's every time I smell this scent, danger.
That's what we say. They're good at surviving.
They're good at surviving.
They're not.
right?
They can't
Yeah.
reason.
That's all they have to do. Survive and breed. Survive and breed.
Right,
That's it.
exactly. So
Which really is not that hard. I mean, if they have gotten a lay of the land, which they are constantly traveling the land day and night, they're smelling. They can pretty quickly, like they have like a Lidar type knowledge of the area. They know
Better than
exactly
that.
Yeah.
better. So until you surprise them or catch them in a way that like you've anticipated movement or do something they don't, like a run and gun, like hang and hunt type deal.
Yep.
Those mature bucks, like you're talking about, they will fly under the radar until they die of old.
Well, that's where we talk about, like, from a kill standpoint, even though it's usually not as planned and easy to hunt, is like, man, you get like a squirrely east wind or something, they're
Right.
off their game.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
They're off their game. And you are too, a little bit, but You
don't
know
have
it.
the sets. You don't know what stands you want to sit. You don't know how you're going to
Well,
access
you do
them.
if you've prepared for it.
If you're prepared.
Those east winds, dude,
they're not.
That cat's out of the bag at this point. Like, yeah.
I'm not a douchebag. I'm texting Johnny the address. People might see me on my phone and be like,
You're
God,
fine.
this
No,
Bill
don't
guy's
You're
not
fine.
interested
Jeremy's
in
on
the
his phone
podcast.
all the time.
Yeah.
No, I'm
People
just,
yelling at
Johnny
me.
Stewart's coming. That's when the podcast is going to get good.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just sending him the address.
How does he
Yeah,
not
exactly.
know the address? He's been here like 4
I
times.
texted it to him an hour
But there's
ago.
something to that wind thing because, like, I remember when I was a kid, my grandfather, this sounds ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous to us. I don't think it was ridiculous to them. But my grandfather would be like, there's a southeast wind today. Birds are in the trees. It's not a good day for things. Like, what the hell are you talking about? It's like, well, it's a south wind. There's never a south wind here. So, don't do dangerous things. What? You get that out of a Farmer's Almanac? Like,
Yeah.
where did you get that
The
from?
old wives'
He's
tale.
like,
Like, what does
Actually, yes.
that mean?
Yeah, I know.
So it's this weird thing where when people didn't have all this empirical data and this ability to aggregate things, we talked about it before. They come up with these heuristics, these good enough ways to negotiate
Yep.
danger. And that was one for them. When the
Yeah.
wind's weird things happen. Full moon, weird things happen. And
Well,
it's
yeah,
like,
I mean, they've been talking about it with the eclipse, which is where the day after the eclipse, but they're like, listen, this eclipse hits and you're in the totality area. Like, animals are going to act batshit. It's going to drop 15 degrees quick. Like, all this shit happening is
I mean, of course they do. That's, when weird shit happens, it affects other stuff.
I say this a lot, and I think it makes sense to deer hunters when I say it. Imagine you hunt a property, a 100-acre property with you and your buddy, and you have 2 tree stands. And when you hunt together, say he goes to the south tree stand, you go to the east tree stand, right? And say there's a buck that you don't know about that's bedded on that east tree, near that east tree stand. So you go in with your buddy, and you guys say, we're only going to hunt red moon days. Mm-hmm. That's all we're going to do is hunt red moon days.
I'm Ben Rising, apparently.
Yeah.
Which, for people who don't know, just means that the sun is overhead or underfoot within 2 or 3 hours of
There you go.
sunrise or sunset.
So that is a heuristic they've come up with. Maybe
Sure.
their grandfather taught them that or whatever, and that's
Yep.
what they're going to use.
It's good enough.
Now, what happens is that guy going to that east tree stand
It's cramping. Sorry.
pushes a buck, bumps a buck, that sends him down towards that south tree stand. Mm-hmm. And say it's prime bedding. What I mean by prime bedding is when you kill one buck out of that bed, another buck will go and take
Sure.
that bed because it's such a good
Yep.
area. So now 2 years in a row, you and your buddy have gone in on the red moon, and he's bumped a buck down to you.
Yep.
And you're on tree stand, and you guys waited for that red moon.
Yeah.
And now there's a buck coming down towards you.
Yeah.
And you shoot
with
that
you.
buck 2 years in a row. What
Red moon.
heuristic?
Red moon.
What thoughts?
And that bedding area.
Yeah, dude. Every time I hunt the red moon on a northwest wind,
Well, you only hunt the red moon.
my buddy and I
That's
come
the problem.
in, and you only hunt the red moon. Me and my buddy go in here.
Yeah.
and
It's
then-
observation.
we're gonna
Now
kill
what they
one.
don't know is if your buddy wasn't with you,
It
he would have
wouldn't have
never
bumped
bumped
down.
that buck.
Yeah.
And if you guys didn't have
Yeah,
that
yeah,
heuristic
yeah.
to go on
Yeah.
the red moon, now you've got this self-fulfilling
Yeah, yeah.
prophecy.
Dude, people are.
That's what most
That
like,
is
TV
deer
hunters
hunting.
are.
That
Yeah,
is deer
that's-
hunting.
It's us too, though. We do it in other ways,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
like
Yeah.
What's the word for that? I've always got
self-fulfilling prophecy?
well.
It's always been a superstition for me. Like
Super-
there's
no.
certain things that are like if I don't do them, then immediately I feel at a
Well, here I'm just going to
disadvantage.
use this example.
Tell me.
Not to single my dad out, but this is where I've experienced it most personally.
Dwayne's good before
He is like when he has success with, especially in the deer woods. He's like, "Well, I killed a deer doing this, or I saw a deer doing this." It's Bible to him moving forward. That is what they do. They're rutting,
Yep.
and it's like, no, dude, like it's not
Yeah,
at
it's
all.
October.
Like in my opinion, your calculation of the variables in play here are totally off. Like you have to consider this and this and this and that, and so, and that's, I mean, father-son thing. Of course, we're always going to disagree on it, but like my opinion is like he's not observing these other variables at all. I'm like, no, that's not what deer do. That's just what happened.
That's
that
because most
time.
people only want to
That's
think
one
in
instance.
a simple way
Yeah.
connected directly to success.
It's one instance in what should be a giant data set, which is what you guys are doing. It's like,
Yeah,
let's compile
you
all
killed
the
a
data.
buck on this day, but the other 72 days you hunted, you didn't see shit.
Right. Well, and that's why you see consistency is the indicator of a good deer hunter. They are aware of the variables that actually matter, and
Correct.
they're using them to their advantage.
Yep.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Sever.
Well, one of the biggest things that we always talk about is what our arrow setups are. And this year we're shooting the Sever broadheads. I think we're both shooting the new 2-inch titanium broadhead. And so, we're huge proponents of expandables. And I know we've had this argument back and forth with people, but we're
right and you're wrong, and you just need to accept it.
We just want to have a giant wound that pumps out blood. That's the bottom line.
We build our arrow setups and shoot bows, to maximize penetration, and we shoot broadheads that are going to give us the best blood trails, the most hemorrhage possible. And so part of those setups is we're also shooting the Easton arrows here coming up pretty soon. So we've shot the Victory in the past, and there's all kind of great arrow shafts on the market, but we're looking for a whole system from broadhead to arrow components to the arrow shaft itself. And the more we look at some of these Easton shafts and the components that go with them, that setup's going to be really deadly for us.
Yeah, I'm actually using the Easton traditional axis right now in my traditional setups for both my recurve and my longbow. I've got a 100-grain brass insert on those, and then obviously I'm using a fixed blade broadhead on those specific shafts.
Right on.
So, but yeah, our goal is always to be shooting the best broadhead that we think is going to be the most lethal for our setups. We've done plenty of research. We believe in the Sever broadheads, and we hope you would check them out at Sever broadheads as well.
Johnny, how are you doing?
Where are you coming from, Johnny?
I was actually down, kind of halfway down this way.
Spartan Forge hat. What are you trying to suck up here?
Suck up. He's a partial owner.
Oh yeah.
Are you?
Oh yeah.
He's checking off the deliverables.
We're trying to get rid of OFX.
Have you heard of it?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
Johnny goes straight for the heart.
Yeah.
30 seconds into the conversation, he's calling.
We
got
gotta get serious. You know what I mean? We gotta get serial about the whole.
That's why we're talking about crossbows. I mean, we're getting that out of the way real quick.
We covered a lot of the technology stuff, digging into some of the new cyberscout stuff, just recapping the Lidar and we're
nice.
So we're
up to speed.
That's where we're at. Yeah, we've been here.
I mean, I would assume just because of the way and the style that you hunt, do you use that Lidar aspect for a lot of your speed scouting?
Oh yeah, I mean, last night I was on it for 2 hours and 2 hours this morning. I was looking in West Virginia for.
I thought you were supposed to be working.
No, he got
all this
out.
rain.
He called me yesterday. He's like, he's like, I start working.
I got to start working. Then we got all this rain the last 3 days, and I was in work mode, kind of bidding on some jobs. Then I stopped at my buddy's. He had a big shed on a table like this, and then there went my addiction right down. So last night I was like, man,
you relapsed.
Johnny got a sniff of meth at about 8 p.m. and it hasn't stopped.
It started. I said it's greening up in West Virginia, man. I wanted to get down there. I got to go down there. So I just went straight to Spartan Forge for hours, sitting there in my, needle on my arm, just looking. You know what I mean? Like strung out on it. Like, man, I'm dropping pins but seriously looking at the aerials and satellite imagery, then just clicking over the Lidar, you could see. I mean, you don't even really need the 3D. You could just leave it on 2D, and you could see all the drains, logging roads, this and that.
Yeah.
So, and I would just scroll around on Lidar, But anyways, a couple hours last night, and this morning 2-3 hours on it. I was like, holy mackerel. I said, man, I got a problem, but I was trying to make a trip down there here in the next 2 days, and they're calling for 4 or 5 inches of snow.
In West Virginia?
Yep.
4 to 5 inches of snow.
Yeah, tonight.
Up on higher ridges.
We're supposed to get snow around here.
Towards Dolly Sods and stuff.
Yeah, down.
It was.
Are we supposed to
That's
get?
not what I was just calling out the area.
But
Are we supposed to get snow here?
I don't think we're gonna get anything. Maybe a wet snow, but
couple inches up on the mountain.
Used to hear like a half hour when I was driving up.
Yeah, apparently it's like sleeting at my house up on the mountain right now.
Let's drink a little more.
Yeah.
But another interesting thing, I didn't even know you could do it this way. We actually put an article about it out. I had a guy message me. When are leaks big?
Right now.
No.
Is it right now? Well, he messaged. I was going to say like 2 weeks ago. Does that make sense?
Onion leaks.
Yeah. Him and his kid go look for ramps leaks and
I saw some the other
collect
day.
them all, and they use the Lidar layer.
Really?
They use a Lidar layer because they grow near seeps.
Oh yeah.
And they had identified these seeps, and he's like, "We found more this year than I've ever found
Just
ever."
seeing where those
because you
are.
can see all of those.
Yeah.
There's no other maps that you can use to find those things. And he said they use them for cooking with all their wild venison, all of their wild meat. And I was like, people coming up with like weird ways of using the app.
Wow.
I wonder if that would work. Like when we're in my place in Kentucky, I've got all of the overhangs where we go and sift for arrowheads and stuff underneath.
Yeah.
I bet, we use obviously contour maps to try to find those, but I wonder if that would give a better idea just to see how that would.
I mean,
if you could see how that tapered back.
I'm sure you could. Dude, anything that's like in real life, you're like, well, these tend to happen here in these types of whatever it would be, topographical areas or whatever. Like, when you're talking about we were talking about the sunspot thing earlier, it didn't click at the moment, but I'm like, yeah, it sheds, dude. Like that's, when you talk about, granted, there's other factors, food being the main one, but a close second would be, sun, where sun's hitting those leeward ridges or whatever.
Well, muleys in the Badlands. I mean, we're looking for a small shaded area in a big sunny area.
Yeah, and you can get both out of that. And I think another big thing, Johnny and I, I think I'd shown him, or at least we talked about it like a couple of weeks ago, is I have this, where was that 4 mile buck at? Was that PA or did I tell you that was down in, I remember if that was PA or North Carolina.
A 4 mile
I have
run?
Live data from PA and North Carolina.
I thought it was more of an ag area, though. I didn't say where
PA
it was.
ag area. Maybe it was, I think it was
went
still
to
PA.
some ag, like.
Oh, no, it was North Carolina. Sorry, guys. It was North Carolina. I showed it to Johnny, and I think I showed it to Kurt Martonic the other day. There's this buck that is going 4 miles one way twice a day.
Holy shit.
From his bedding area to where he's eating in a corn egg field.
Like right now?
It's happening. Like I'm watching him all the time.
I think it was more during the season.
It's happening during the season, but it's continued to happen.
Oh,
since
wow.
Then. He's
So
still
he's
in
long line and right
He
now.
abandons that area.
What would Rendell call that?
Long line in.
Yeah.
Long line.
He abandoned it during the rut, that route. He was doing it prior to the rut.
Purely a
now
feed.
he's back to it, and he's going 4 miles. He starts at, I don't remember the times, John. What time
You
was
said
it?
just after, and it was that gray light area. He gets up and starts
he gets
hiking.
up and starts hiking.
Wow.
He gets there in the middle of the night. He
Feeds.
stays there throughout the middle of the night, and then 3 to 4 hours before sunup, he makes his way back.
Holy shit. You would think even with now, like how much green is probably popping up there with vegetation. But I mean, if he's in an ag-based area.
Well, it begs the question, like, why? Well, there's no adequate bedding area between here and there? Like,
but think
or
about
other food
the
source?
trade-off of energy he's burning to get there. Like, it has to be a hell of a return at the end there.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Yeah,
I mean, I
better
have
be.
not physically been to this area, so I would have to go check it out to see what's going on exactly with this buck, or he's just been trained.
I mean,
Like,
it can't
I
be
never
that
get messed
spectacular.
with
Yeah.
in this bedding area,
There's just a big pile of apples
and
at
there's a
that
big
4 mile.
or standing corn or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, that
Something that's
someone's left
unique
out.
in that area.
And he's going all of that. Like I've never. I mentioned this. This is not the rule. This is a outlier.
Exception.
Yeah.
This is a big time
to the rule.
exception. But all I'm saying is they're willing to do that. That's what blows
Yeah.
my mind. And like you said, you can't come up with something a little better. Like this is what you're doing. This is your game.
Well, you know what? There's definitely an aspect too of like, how did I describe it to you one day? It's like you can buy an old guy a new recliner, but if you've been sitting in the same one for a long time,
Right.
you know what I mean? It's like he likes that one. You know what I mean? So they get set in their ways, and they, I'm sure there's adequate bedding areas that he's bypassing or other food sources that he could, but that's just what he does. That's what he likes doing. He's an old man.
and he's never been messed with.
He's never been messed with, and he doesn't want to be.
Yep.
But I mean, he's burning
that-
enough energy. It has to make sense from a return. Otherwise, he'd
Yeah.
die.
It
He
does.
And it's probably like down along, I can't remember.
Well, maybe not. I mean,
along a
dude,
creek or probably like a gradual.
Yeah.
I bet
You know,
when you
not-
talk about independent, like however mature buck is different.
Nobody sent us
It
those.
may not have to, dude. He may just be so like he may be stubborn. You know what I mean? Like that's an attribute that I bet old bucks get.
I'm sure.
You know what I mean? He's just like, that's just what I do. That's where I go. That's where I've always gone. Yeah, I realize there's better stuff, but that's where I'm going.
So let me ask you this then, Bill. And it's going to vary probably by the area. You talk about that being ag, or you look up in like the A&F type areas or that kind of hill country based. I know Mississippi State shows a lot of their radio collared deer, and they'll be like, here's this deer, whatever. It's in fragmented ag country. It's got 33 bedding, spots. I think we've talked about it before, especially in like these mountain areas, whether it's Southern Ohio or West Virginia or Northern PA. A lot of times these bucks, they've got a couple based on the wind direction, but I mean, they're hanging to like, this is their bedding area. They don't have 35 different bedding areas that they're doing.
I would say that is certainly an outlier. In if you were to establish a district, in fact, I could do it. I'll do it. And I'll send it to you. Yeah, I could just plot that and look at the distribution. How many daylight areas are they frequenting?
Yep.
I would say it's more like 7.
Okay.
That would be my, if you were to ask me for
Like
a
average
number,
across the board?
average across, period.
Period.
I would say it's more like.
Is it less, you think, in those like mountainous type areas?
Could be. Yeah, I've seen ones. There's outliers. I don't have all of the data. I'm not going to sit here and talk about hard and fast rules. I can only talk
I'm sure
about,
it varies across
yes, it
the
does.
year.
It certainly does. Actually, the most constricted on bedding that I've seen is in like the Midwest heavy ag country.
Really?
Where I've seen
Most
bucks that
constricted.
have, where bucks have
Meaning
2 to
they
3
choose
areas.
one spot that they like.
2 to 3.
Okay.
And that's where they're at. And they
I'd
are
agree
there.
with that.
And then out in like this area here, I'll see 5 to 7.
We see that. I mean, on the farm in Illinois, like
You're like, he's bedded here, he's
They're
bedded
out
here.
where
he's
they're
bedded
at,
here.
and they do it repetitively.
And if they're not getting messed with, that's where they're going to be.
See, I see that in Southern Ohio too. Like some of these points, especially if it's like consistent, like early season southwest wind. It's like that deer's bedded in the same damn spot every day.
Yeah,
You
and I
do see that?
as well.
Yep. And then
I
as
see that in
things
the data as well.
as things change, maybe more acorns fall or to get closer to pre-rut type. Then maybe they vary a
see,
little
that's
bit.
interesting, and that I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah.
Like in a bigger wood setting, I would guess that they have
I mean, why would he
more
change?
options, less singular things that they're tied to. I mean, the reason in the Midwest, I think, is there's less timber, there's less cover, so they have fewer options, and they're very safe in a few areas.
Yep.
Like in big wood settings, like especially the ANF or areas like that, I would think that they're the hardest to pattern for sure.
Because I think of like some of those points and stuff I come up to in like Southern Ohio, and it's like, I mean, it screams buck bed. There's rubs. There's padded down here, there. Like that buck has to frequent that area a lot to create that much of a disturbance in that spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think terrain helps them. Like I know areas that are flatter that with, and a cover comes into play.
That's a good point too.
They could be areas that we hunt where I shot my deer this year. It's a lot of flat area, a lot of cover to where, and Bo's dad, Joe, he said, everybody talks about buck beds. He said, I'm not really sure where they bed up in this area because there's a lot of cover. But then
it's pretty uniform across.
It's flat, to gradual, and a lot of cover. So they can tend to, be nomadic and lay down. I mean, there's probably general ideas. I call them safe areas that they can kind of, maybe 50 acres, that this is a safe area, and he can mill through them, bed and feed, But, I mean, with the more rugged areas like you are talking Ohio or even parts of PA, when you have terrain, and you got these points and these saddles and stuff like this, I feel like their beds are more consistent
that's
because
interesting.
of the terrain. And then
I would have said literally the
you're
opposite.
wind-based, you know what I mean? And then these areas I'm thinking about are more open areas as far as visual. Maybe you could see 200 yards and this and that. And I feel like then the wind comes into play, and I feel like they're more
so they're visually watching as much as
watching
they are scent play.
The scent's going to come into play. They're going to bet on this point, or they're going to use this, be up above, below or above maybe a saddle or a bench, and they're going to kind of utilize the same areas, I think. But when you get you get a lot more cover, it can really, he could just be nomadic. And even if it's in some type of hill country, maybe a lot like laurel and stuff like that. But then again, it's hard to say, it's situational. You get a laurel patch, he's going to maybe be in the edge, but it could really help him be more nomadic and bed in just anywhere with a lot of cover.
I guess it does come down to options, regardless of the type of habitat. Because I would have said, like with big contiguous wood settings, I would think they'd be harder to pattern, more bedding options. Like one knob is the same as the next, essentially. What is the difference?
I mean, if you have cover, but if it's stagnant, like big forested oaks with not much undergrowth, I feel like, then it comes when they're going to stay in areas based on wind.
Yeah.
They're individuals too.
Sure.
I think that's the biggest thing that people overlook is that they don't have like the deer recipe book.
Yeah, like
this is
here
how
we
you
are
react
trying to
things.
talk about like what's these deer do here, what do these do here, and they're all different.
You can talk generally about, if you couldn't talk generally about deer, then we could never have conversations about deer.
Right.
So there are general things that they do, and there are even general things that mature bucks do. But when I try to, I said this the other day, somebody was commenting on that MSU study.
Yep.
Where they were commenting on that. And when I try to overlay and look at I isolate certain variables and I try to see what's the predictability on those variables across bucks. There's no correlation.
There's
no correlation there. It's very low.
Yeah.
It's like sub 30%. Like I think 0.26.
Wow.
Something like that on what they're doing the same.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I do tell people, and I get a lot of people who will hear me talk about deer GPS data, and then they'll message me on Instagram and be like, hey, I did this X, Y, and Z the other day. I spooked a buck out of an area. how long should I wait to go back? My answer is always right away.
Yeah.
The moment you spook that buck out of an area,
Be there.
I would just set up that day and see if he either tries to scent whatever scared him or if he's just trying to come back to the area. And I think one of the things, there was this thing in the cultural zeitgeist with hunting like a few years ago where it's like, well, if you got a 7-year-old buck and you blow him out of the area, he's never
gone.
coming back. He's gone.
Yeah.
I've never seen that in the data. I've never seen in the data where a buck totally relocates because, and again, I could get data later where that happens. I haven't gotten that data yet.
And if it is, it's an outlier probably.
Yes, and the only data that I have, I'll say this again because I'm trying to be honest, is from the southeast where hunters are wearing GPS devices.
So you can see.
And bucks are wearing GPS devices. And I can see, you can actually look at when a hunter sat in a spot, deer will change their way that they navigate around that spot for a day or two, just having smelt the hunter having been there.
Yeah.
And then it goes back to normal. But when I see hunters blow bucks out of their bedding areas, I'd say 30% of the time the bucks are getting downwind of wherever they heard or saw something come from there to see what happened. And I would say another 30% of the time they're back in that area within 8 hours. And then the other 30%, they're 100, 200, 300 yards away, and they're not back there for a couple of days.
My spot growing up at my deer camp was on the edge of this hillside. Essentially, I'd come in from the east. Normally at the opening day of gun season, we'd have some sort of northerly or west wind type of thing. And almost every year between 9 and 11 o'clock, I would catch a buck coming down through this, essentially this thick grapevine hillside, and I'd kill him. And it was probably the second or third buck I'd killed there. I realized that there were almost every opening day, there were 4 or 5 guys on the other side of the hill that would come in from the west and probably wind bump those deer. And all they were doing was slipping down behind them, and then they were going to come up and wind check them. But when they were coming back up to wind check them, they were coming past my stand. I was killing them. And it was just, every year I was like, man, this is a great spot. Because we would push that hillside, and, 9 times out of 10, it'd be like, nothing was in there. Nothing was bedded in there. All they were doing was using it to get back lower behind those hunters that they basically had gotten wind bump from, and then they were going to come back up, and they were going to scent check and check that out. But I just happened to be in the spot to intercept them.
That goes to that, developing a heuristic before.
Yeah.
The 2 hunters from the south and the east.
Yeah. I never knew. I just thought I was in the great spot that they just cruised
that is that
area.
Story.
Yeah.
But again, that's not... People might hear that and be like, "Oh, we're poo-pooing your story or your experience or whatever." It's like it was successful.
Yeah,
and you killed deer.
Yeah,
like that's the goal, right?
The immediate time that we stopped having a lot of hunters in that area, I stopped killing deer out of that spot.
Right.
What you just said there is interesting. When you said that, to me, I've always thought about people say I'd rather be lucky than good. Mm-hmm. I've never felt that way about deer hunting.
Yeah, well, I get that.
I would rather be good than lucky.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Because there's more satisfaction out of
I get you.
Controlling the environment, understanding the situation, and applying it in a way that
because you can reproduce it.
I would almost rather. I don't know. I don't know where to draw the line because I like being lucky. Don't get me wrong; it's great to be lucky,
but you want the purest.
But it's not as satisfying as being good.
That's what I'm saying.
For you.
For me.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons you really, and most people do, really enjoy hunting private land, unpressured deer, because it's a purist hunt. There isn't as much luck involved in that as you're planning an execution to go in, and it's deer trying to do what deer do, you do what you do.
Yeah, I know what he's going to say. Go for it.
Pure.
I feel like I know what you're going to say.
Probably not.
Oh, go.
I was going to say purity is one way to say it. I don't like that term necessarily. It's just that I'm a control freak, and I could admit it. And that's one thing about deer hunting that I enjoy. It's like, man, if I can manipulate it, whether it was the environment or the hunting situation or just I understood the situation well enough to control it and be in the right spot, I'd rather be good than lucky.
Sure.
In that case.
Yeah. But when you are successful, do you say, man, I got lucky?
It depends.
I think it's always, man,
I'll say this.
Johnny doesn't believe in luck.
I know he doesn't.
I feel like
he's an idiot. There's always listen, because there's always an element of luck.
Yeah, but I don't look
always.
At when you are per se lucky, I feel like that's when you harvested your animal or whatever, and it's not. Yeah. And I guess
Luck
I
favors
guess
the prepared.
guys,
Well, you
like-
have to be. Well, you don't have to be, but like you got to be good to get lucky. Essentially.
Yeah, and I just feel like I don't put the lucky in there.
Well,
just like I'm good.
yeah.
I figured it out.
Yeah.
I think
I
think
get it.
there
We
are
agree. We
certain-
agree.
I think of like, to me, the way we hunt, I feel like we're there for a reason. We put all our time and
yeah.
energy in that, and it happens. It's not luck. But I feel like, I guess there are and that's how I hunt. I guess there are times where like I'm just gonna go sit on the ground and I don't know anything, and that's luck.
Well, that's what
But
I was gonna say. It's like there are deer that I've
Depends
killed.
on how you hunt, I
there are
guess,
deer
you know?
that I've killed where I'm like, that was pure ass luck. Like I just,
Yeah,
I you know,
definitely.
maybe I studied a little bit. It's probably more than just luck because I have read the maps. Like I access the right way, whatever. But the reality of that deer showing up, especially a deer maybe I don't know, and I killed it, is like, okay. But there's most of the deer I have hanging were, I went in and I killed that thing. I was a just straight mercenary.
yeah.
What did you think I was gonna say?
So the control freak thing.
Yeah.
Is what I was. I mean, I'm the same way. I like it to be, and I kind of said it, and then you talk, but I don't like the lucky thing. And I understand what Johnny is saying, and this could go a whole nother way. I don't want it to. I want to stay with deer, but when something happens that I don't like, or something in life or whatever, I don't like that. It would really bother me if it was like, well, that was lucky, or that was luck that happened to you. Or,
Yep.
And to me, it's because it's not reproducible, and it's not something I can bank on. And it's also not something I can pour. You can't pour effort into luck.
Yeah, it's not going to do anything.
You know, Shakespeare, the readiness is all. Like, get ready.
Do you
And
think
then-
that 80-20 rule applies on the hunter side? Like,
Yeah, for sure.
I look at that as from 80% of the hunters who are successful every year is luck. 20% are the ones who are consistent killers.
Yeah, well, and I'll say this, and I don't want to step on people's toes, but I believe this to be true. In my own experience, this is born out of hunting Western Maryland and Pennsylvania, is that if you can kill a buck consistently year over year in Western Maryland, like the Panhandle, or in mountain country in PA, on public or private, really doesn't matter. If you can consistently get it done, you can do it anywhere.
I agree.
Sure.
And to me, that is on my value hierarchy of what constitutes a great hunter, is someone who you can drop them anywhere and give them a few days and they'll get it done. Johnny's one of
Definitely.
those guys. I know other people like that, where it doesn't really matter where you put them. You can put them in the northern part of Michigan. You can put them in PA. You can put them in Florida.
I think the ones who grew up hunting in some of the hardest places are some of your best hunters. And most of the time, maybe their wall doesn't reflect it, but it's purely opportunistic.
Yeah.
Right. It's like if I grew up, I grew up hunting Pennsylvania, right? You look at my wall and my first 10 bucks are in a 5-gallon bucket, you know, but that, if you took me at that same age and put me in Iowa, I would have killed.
Oh, yeah.
I'm confident I would have killed booners.
Dude, here I'll say something that's like maybe it's not controversial.
Well, we don't do that anyway.
It's not controversial. Here you go. Help yourself.
Thank you.
We go for it. We I as time goes on, I feel more and more fortunate to be from here, from Pennsylvania. Like not just from like an admiration of the sport standpoint, that like, you know, hey, we don't live in big buck country necessarily. Like it's not the Midwest. It's not like they're running everywhere. So like from an appreciation standpoint, I just feel, not to take away from anybody in the Midwest, that we appreciate it more than anybody.
I totally agree with you.
You remember last time you were here, I was almost in borderline tears over that statement. Also, from a knowledge standpoint, it's like we are in one of the hardest environments here to kill them. And so, per what you're saying, I feel like we can go anywhere.
You can.
We bought a farm in Illinois last year and hunted like 6 times and killed 3 mature bucks.
Yeah.
Not that that's going to happen again, but just if you want
It
to use
probably
that as
will.
a statistic, like I think we can go anywhere and apply the difficulties we'd have experienced here and kill deer.
Yeah. I mean, I just,
And I feel super fortunate for that. I'm glad that we live here for those reasons.
I've never bragged in a podcast. I might do it a little bit right
Yeah,
now.
go for it.
Hit it,
There-
Bill.
This
there
is the
are
one.
two-
if you're
It's
gonna
the
do it.
bourbon
And Johnny can vouch for this. And then, and I'm not going to say it could be luck. Maybe it is. Maybe I'll get to heaven and the good Lord will be like, hey, Bill, you're on that podcast. Actually, that was luck.
I love Hunter.
I'll be like,
God loves Hunter.
My apologies. Right. So in Southern Maryland, there's a big piece of public where people said there are no big bucks down there. It's hunted out. There are no big bucks. I immediately went there looking for big bucks. I killed 2 really good deer out of that area. And then last year, the guy reached out to me for a veterans hunt and said, hey, I heard you hunt this area, or you've hunted this area. I'm going to take some guys out there just because I never see anyone there. And I'm like, well, go sit this stand. So I guess they sat that stand, and I listened to their podcast, and he killed like a 140 on day 1 out of this place. Mm-hmm. That made me super happy. A little bit of a brag.
Sure.
And then from there are these guys who said, hey, up in the western part of Maryland, and I don't hunt here anymore, although I might start again. I think I might this year. There's this area up there called Green Ridge State Forest in the western part, like the panhandle of Maryland. Tens of thousands, 30,000, 40,000 acres. No big deer up there. Like if you see like an 8-pointer, that's 120. That's like a 180 anywhere else. No big deer there. So I killed myself for 2 years learning that place and like learning how deer, where they're coming from, how they move that area, thermals, the whole, like I really cut my teeth in this area because it was the hardest hunting I'd ever done. Like I would go for 5 days and not see a deer, not even a doe, a fawn, nothing. And I got to the point where for about 4 or 5 years, I was consistently pulling 150 plus deer out of this area. I have a 152 8-pointer and a 155 10-pointer that Johnny's both seen that pulled out of this area in Western Maryland. And I solely went there because people said, it can't be done there.
Yep.
It's not being done there.
Bill, I'm not gotten in, but
you are, but go ahead.
The Rambo, we got to
the analogy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's like.
Well, I mean,
I still think about it. Finish your story, but we got to talk. That's where it come from.
Well, I mean, yeah, it came from that. Which these deer were like to me. I was like, these guys are the special forces. These are the special operators of the deer woods. Mm-hmm. Like these guys,
these 150-inch deer,
exactly what they're doing.
Absolutely.
They're intentional with where they go, and I'm not saying this because they're self-aware and self-conscious, and they're these like
they're survivors.
Einsteins. They're just survivors, and when they smell something that's even a little off, they're gone.
They're gone.
And they have picked their bedding areas out. They're perfect. They can see everything from everywhere. They've figured it out. And those deer, to me, killing those deer, and to speak to your point before where you said, I prefer it to be the preparation and to me, I echo that sentiment, and to me, I'd
rather be good than lucky.
Yeah, I'd rather be good. I echo that sentiment, and the reason why is because I want to be in control of my own destiny, and I want to know that it can be done, and that I'm not wasting my time. Because if this is luck, and it's just time spent on stand or whatever, and you're lucking out, and something or deer will push you or whatever, and it's always luck, then we're insane.
Yeah.
Then we're just we're gamblers.
I would almost argue, though, some of those deer that are those special forces type deer, I would say that there's a good chance that more of them are killed via luck than they are our attack.
Oh, could be for 100%.
Sure. It's still 80-20.
It's just a lot of it. I think we talked about it when you and Bo were here. I think guys just we're analyzing this. We're looking at wind. We're looking at thermals. We're looking at cover, and then Bubba just pushes in as hard as he can on an east wind because he just felt like doing it, and that deer walks out and he kills it, and he's like, man.
And here's where you can override it.
He won't be consistent at that.
You can override a survival intuition by there's tactics, right? Corn piles and crossbows, pushing woodlots, right? I mean, long range rifles. There's things that like deer they just can't compete with.
Sure,
you're gonna kill them.
Yep.
And that's why I think. You call it luck, or it's just we're humans. Like we have.
But I don't think that those people kill them consistently.
They don't. They definitely don't.
No, it's an every 10-year type.
That's why we use that as the indicator of like a good deer hunter is consistency.
And I don't mean that in a bad way,
it's
but
not
a bad
way.
If you look at the handful
that's deer
of bucks,
hunting. That's fine.
Look at the handful of bucks here, even this year, especially from Ohio, but Illinois. Some of these 220 to 240-inch deer getting killed. None of those guys have killed big bucks in the past.
Yeah. To 244. You guys see the scratches all over this table?
Yeah, that's from that C.J. Alexander buck.
Oh, wow.
That ginormous, the deer they confiscated that they've got right now. His case got pushed again.
Did it?
Yep.
It was supposed to be April 1st.
Yep.
April Fools.
To the 14th or 22nd or something like that. But.
Just keep kicking the can. But yeah, I mean, I think that, and I'm not saying anything bad about those guys that kill giant bucks, but like consistently most of those guys are not killing.
Isn't it funny
giant
to
bucks.
acknowledge? I mean, I mean, you're saying you are, but if you guys can relate to that, I'd rather be good than lucky. Like, that's ego talking. It is.
Oh, for sure.
It is. Like,
Yeah, no
that's
question.
that's the ego in deer hunting, where it's like, yeah, it'd be great to kill big bucks, and I want to have it and brag about it. It's like everybody wants to kill a big buck, but more than that, I want to kill him on my terms.
Yeah.
Well, not only big bucks, I want to kill old bucks.
Yep.
Sure.
I want to kill
Rambo.
Whatever the
Rambo.
class of buck. I
Yeah.
don't want to just, if I can choose between the two, and I like to think that you can. If one situation is me wandering into a spot and I'm like, I have no idea. I'm just going to go. And then here he is and I kill him. Or I've
Put it together.
I've studied and I know and I've watched and for years now and I'm going to do this and then he did exactly what I thought and I killed him.
There is a blended line there, though. I mean, because there's plenty of spots I've walked in.
Is where the luck comes in.
Well,
is the blended line.
I think when you walk into some of those areas and then you simply rely on your instincts to be like, okay, here's what the wind's doing, here's what thermal's doing, here's how this
And that's
logging
okay.
road's going up in, and you go up and you do a hanging hunt
That's
and you
okay.
kill them. There is a bit of luck in there, but there's also a lot of freaking skill.
Yeah,
But
skill.
you prepared.
That's
and
condensed.
the preparing.
That's condensed goodness.
Yeah.
When you say luck
I mean,
to
think about
goodness.
how many times we've done that in Kansas. We have certain spots in Kansas.
Every time
pinned
you're
up,
running and gunning.
But
Yeah.
we're just running and gunning. And
But
it's
you're
like,
setting
boom.
up in areas that you know you've had success in.
Not
or you know-
necessarily.
or like
You're
the
reading it in real time.
situations like
Yeah.
like,
Comparable
hey,
situations,
I got
sure.
an east wind, and when I have this going on,
Yep.
I tend to see deer in this area. So you put
How
yourself
satisfying
there.
is that? To
It's
walk into a
reason.
spot for the first time,
Yeah.
Dude.
to know what mature bucks do, and to say, I think if there's one here, he's going to do this.
That's what makes a
and then to
frickin'
kill it.
deadly killer.
That's better to be good than luck.
Yeah.
I will do you one better. I love killing anything in that situation.
Yeah.
I've gotten as good adrenaline dumps off of walking into an area where I just want to kill a doe for
Yeah.
There you go.
meat,
Yeah.
where I'm like, never seen this place, never been there. I'm going to
Yeah.
study some maps. I'm going to get in there at gray light. I'm going to walk the area quickly. I'm going to pick a stand. I'm going to get up, and then you arrow a doe at 9:10. That
Yeah.
pumps. That gets me going like nothing. Like as much as anything else.
Yep.
I mean, this past year, on October 28th, I killed a buck that I'd been chasing for 3 years. On the 28th, it was a 6-pointer, 21 and a half inches inside. And that buck had eluded me.
Yeah.
I saw him on the hoof one other time. And then the morning that I killed him, I only was in the spot that I was in because there were doe I could see with my headlamp, like out in a cut eating where there was like a power line cut. I was like, crap, I can't go there. And so I was like, I know that there's a scrape here. So I'm just going to set up on the ground in this area. And I know there's a scrape there. And if the buck's looking for those does, he might come through and work the scrape. That's exactly what happened. But I wouldn't have done that. I would have been on a different pre-picked stand.
Yeah.
And maybe I would have killed him later. But I was prepared. I had a backup. I had a plan. And I stuck with it. Because what I would have done at 26 or 27 would have been paralysis by analysis.
Sure.
What do I do? Where do I
too.
go?
What do I do?
Oh man,
And
blah, blah, blah,
it's
blah.
gone.
And the old man in me, now that I'm 41, was just like, no, dude, you know there's a scrape here.
Yep.
You know there's a deadfall.
Yep.
Bring up your map, look for that deadfall, go sit in it. And then when those doe leave around 9, this is the rut now. Go move to that stand after then and have your plan and stick to it.
Yep.
That's what I did. I ended up, it was awesome. I arrowed the deer working that scrape the first time, and I didn't even know I arrowed him. Like I shot, and I was like, "Did I hit him? I don't know." He kept working the scrape, and then he
What?
he kept working the scrape, and then moved forward, and I was like, not trying to knock another arrow, and then as he went around the tree, he was like looking right at me, and I shot him again right through the front, over the shoulder, through the heart. I was like, "Well, that's a dead deer," because I watched like the blood come out. When I went and picked him up, he had been shot. The arrow double lunged him. The first
No
shot had double
idea.
What
lunged
was
him
the date?
from the ground, 28th of October.
Oh yeah, he was fired up.
From the ground
Wow.
at like I don't know, 28 yards.
He reacted a little bit, I'm sure.
He had his head in the tree and he was getting his forehead all over the branches.
Yeah, yeah.
And he just kind of shook. And then he looked around and he pawed the ground and walked.
What
He
a
went around the
beast.
tree.
Dude,
I love that.
He went around the tree.
That just gives you their frame of mind
And
that
was
time
looking-
of year, like how fired up they are.
He's looking right at me and I shot him again. both shots, like the first time double lung, the second time sliced the top of his heart. And he still went like 20 yards.
Dude, those deer.
You ever take like pre-workout, go to the gym?
Yeah.
Am I alone here?
No, of course.
You know that feeling where you're just like,
I can move the world.
I just forgot. Yeah, I could shove anybody out of my way. Dude, that's got to be how they feel.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
It was probably
Times 10.
It's probably 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe even longer. We were hunting in Kentucky during opening day of gun season. So it was rut. You know, it was whatever. First weekend in November.
Opening gay is the third week.
Opening gay. Yeah. That was Austin. I'm sorry. Yeah.
We're talking Gator earlier.
And so Emily's down in this bottom. Well, there's this buck we were hunting. She shoots it in the neck with a 308, right? Deer doesn't go down, doesn't like flinch. She ends up having to shoot it again through the shoulders to put it down. It was like a giant hole, 308 hole in the neck of this buck, and like she's like, it didn't even
Got
flinch.
it done in the bottom on opening gay.
Opening gay.
Well, I mean, dude, honestly,
Sorry, I had to say it again.
opening gay.
put it in perspective of like, put yourself in a mindset of like, either you're drunk, you've been drinking,
Right.
or you're just loaded up on pre-workout or something. If you get shot, like, you probably wouldn't feel it. You're just it's through you, and you're like,
I can also accurately quantify this for all of the men at least listening. I don't know what it was like for women, but imagining being like 15 and you're just horned up all the time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like waking every day and you're just like this, and there's nothing you're just praying at this point
bunch of NRBs.
that it will go away.
Yeah.
And yeah, exactly. And then, you're the girl that you're going after or whatever. Some guy gets in between you and her, and now you just want to throw down.
You're just gonna kill him.
And you're full of testosterone or something. Like you're insane.
You're peeing on your
literally
ankles.
insane.
It's
You're
a
literally
mess.
insane.
Do you see that in the military? I know a lot of military guys said like in the heat of battle, like people are it's just full adrenaline and they get
dude.
shot and like they
you don't even
realize
know.
it.
You're just
imagine,
done. You're just
I've
dead.
never had that situation. I mean, I've been in areas where I'm breaking contact, I'm reacting to contact. I've never gone and like an ODA guy and gone and picked a fight and actually been in a room in a fight. I've reacted. I've broke contact.
You ever had like just trauma?
I mean, I've been mortared. That was horrible. No, not like that.
Just trauma?
What's that story?
I'll tell you in a minute. It's a tree stand story actually, but just trauma in general, dude. When you get adrenaline going, when you get like you literally, it's like it's the weirdest thing. It's not that you don't feel pain.
You kind of do. Like I flipped a tractor and I had lacerated my liver.
You know what I'm talking about.
Shit.
I had a 4-inch by 1-inch gash through my liver.
Oh, man.
And I got up and I walked up a hill to a house. There was a giant dog in front of the door, and I pushed him out of the way. I didn't care. And I kicked the door down, and I got the phone out of the house and called 911.
That's a rutting buck right there.
Yeah.
And then
He's not feeling anything.
Then I laid in the yard, and the hospital came and got me, and I had like massive internal bleeding. Wow. But I had at the time like you just.
That has got to be something like what their testosterone is at a point where they are.
It's a fight or flight at that point.
Yeah, and you just
like when they're fighting,
it's literally life or
fight
death.
to the death.
Life or death to breed.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I've had situations like that in the military that are, it's different though, because I'll put it this way. I spent 7 months trying to put like a target together, figure out, where there's a particular bad guy, when is he going to be there, putting everything together. All of this, I talked about all of the multi-ways that I've collected intelligence and done that work before. And then in this particular story that I'm thinking about, this was a large media network in the southeastern part of Afghanistan. We'd spent a ton of time, a ton of resources. I had convinced a ton of people that this was the way it was going to go down. Like the whole planning thing, everything was coming together. And I was just parked on a hill watching the operation go down because I was going to go down after everyone was dead. And this was a media cell where they were producing like bomb building books. They had child porn material.
Jeez.
They had like how to become a terrorist books.
Holy shit.
And had been distributing all of this stuff, and we were putting it all together. It was the largest media take in the history of the war. In other words, there are more computers, more laptops, more of these types of things in this area. And a lot of people didn't think that it was going to be that large. They didn't think there would be that many people there. We overplanned. We overbrought people. And I wouldn't say I was responsible for it, but I certainly played a large part in the intelligence preparation of the battlefield that went into the operation. While that was going down, I was outside of myself. Like I did not participate in the combat operation. I was up on a hill. I was watching it. but I was outside of myself, and I was like, I don't know what to call it.
Like an outer body experience?
Yeah, sort of, but it's also kind of like a when you've done everything you can to prepare for a particular event, and everything is falling into place, and you have this feeling where you've done it correctly, and everything is exactly where it should be, and everything's
bigger
going
than you.
well.
It's almost out of your control.
It's bigger than you. It's out of your hands at this point, and it's all going well. There's this like sense of I don't know. I don't want to become a nerd, but I'll do it. Nietzsche called it Rausch, I think, which is, it's like this buzz where everything is locked into place. You are exactly where you're supposed to be. You've done everything that you can. It's all going well, and it's going to result in the way that you think it can. It might happen to you 2 or 3 times in your life.
Dude.
But it's just this like,
it happens when
your cup is overfilled, and the same thing. And the only place that it happens to me outside of the military
in the deer woods.
is in the deer woods.
Translate that to freaking big buck in front of you,
and
it's just happening.
I've had that same amount of Rausch, whatever you want to call it, that same amount of like.
Yeah.
I mean, it happened to me on another buck, and I've got the video. Like, I can show you the video right after. It was that one you've seen the video. Is this 155-inch deer in southern Maryland, where I put it all together. I'd never seen him on the hoof. I didn't kill a deer that I should have earlier that morning that I still kind of regret. That buck came in, and I shot him, and again, over a scrape, did not know he was shot. I pulled my camera and started recording him, and he just like looks around and just starts to walk just like this, and my whole body's buzzing. Like, I'm on fire. I could have jumped out of that 15-foot tree stand and like hit the ground, PLF, combat rolled, and been fine. Like, I was on fire, and I'm holding it, and the deer's just like walking off. And then I had the split second in my head that I hit this deer. Like, I saw it hit the deer.
Right.
But I had this split second, like, this deer is not reacting like he just took it through the boiler room. And then all of a sudden I saw a big clop of blood come out of his side. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, this guy's going down. And I'm shaking, and the deer's still walking. And then when I hear him fall over and start to cough 20 yards away, I was like, oh, thank God.
Just fall apart.
And I'm just like falling, like shaking, falling apart. You hear it in the video. I just like a 12-year-old schoolgirl. I'm like, oh, thank God.
But see, that's that moment that I think, and I would say the 4 of us at this table, not discluding you, Nick, but you don't experience this right now. Yet. Can keep that, Ralph's or whatever it is together to make that happen. But how many people lose it to buck fever in that moment?
Yeah.
That's again, I think the 80-20 rule.
Dude, what a mental like feat.
It's taxing.
I'll tell you, I experienced something similar, honestly, with target panic, where it can go one of 2 ways. It's either panic or it's extreme confidence and like euphoria. Yeah. Where, it's like the guys who I think have really extreme buck fever, it's like, it's panic, and it's like, nothing can go right. And it's like, it's rushed.
Well, they start thinking about what's going to go wrong before anything has happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I've had that problem with like shooting in the military, like qualifying.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I don't shoot perfect,
I'm screwed.
I'm screwed, or someone's going to look at me like I'm less or whatever. And you're already messing up the shot before you've even fired it. Mm-hmm. And so what I tell people, and I have a very good friend, I won't mention him by name, at least now in this podcast, who deals with that. And he's a prolific hunter. And I told him, like, dude, all I think about is I want to find the hair on the side of that buck that I want to rest my pin on.
Aim small,
and
miss
that's
small.
all I'm going to think about, and nothing else from the moment I see that deer coming in. That helps me.
The opposite of that, the extreme opposite, and I hope everybody gets to experience this, is like, if he's in bow range, like, just to know in your mind, he's done.
This is going to happen.
He's done.
Yeah. That's what I try to think.
When I have a buck inside 30 yards, that's what's in my head.
Yeah.
He's done.
I think that's the way I am, but there's things that happen. Like, there's years that go by, you miss and this and that. And that's what's great about hunting
It'll
these
humble you.
whitetails. Yeah,
Sure.
and then you're like, you're on the other end. Like,
Yeah.
I suck. I can't kill
I'm
nothing.
in the
I've been
complete
there.
dumpster.
Well,
and it's
just
hard
like living here in PA, those are the moments that make
It's
when
hard-
you get back to that so great. You're like,
It's hard to get back
I
to
fought
that.
my way back
Yep,
here,
and
I
you're
figured
there.
out how to
you know
kill
what I
him
mean?
again.
And to me, it's like before I even shoot, I hear that sound, and with that sound that arrow makes, like I already know it's happening.
Yep.
But when you have some misses and things go away, and there's bad years.
There's
I've had.
nothing like that, dude. There's nothing like that confidence in your mind when he's in 20, 30 yards to just know
And-
that he's done.
And there's a lot of hunts, like the hunt we had this year.
That's addicting.
Me and Bill knew we knew we were going to kill a deer. And there's a few hunts that I have in my past. I was hyperventilating in a tree stand the whole day because I knew.
you just knew.
You know.
Well,
which is
I don't
pretty
know
awesome.
if you've heard this story. I apologize, or if your followers or listeners have. I apologize, but I think it's worth telling because I had a banner season this year. I only have one other season that I think was better, but I also ended the season on like probably 145-inch buck that I shot in the leg because I thought I was smarter. Then I said to myself, that deer just saw me. He's gonna jump my arrow. I'm gonna aim low, and I'm the hero of the day. So in this moment, I was like, I've got it all figured out because sometimes you're like,
So
you'll
confident.
watch like a buck jump an arrow that you think of seeing. You're just like, damn it, why didn't you aim lower?
Yeah.
So on this day, I was like, I'm about to have
Got
the best
it.
year of my life. This is about to happen
Best
again.
deer hunter
This is my
alive.
third. This is it right here. And then I got a big, fat serving of humility because I aimed low and that buck didn't jump the arrow at all. I put it right through his leg and I tracked him for 2 days. And didn't. And then someone, my buddy, ended up getting him on camera a few days later, bleeding out of his leg. I had hit exactly where I was aiming because I assumed that he was going to drop and I was going to hit him. I was about to have, but I had a banner year up to that point. I killed that 6.5-year-old that I've been targeting. And then while I was in Pennsylvania, the night before, I killed this 10.5-year-old buck. And after I shot him, he went over a mountain, like literally over a mountain. I didn't care because this deer was so old and so awesome looking. I did not give a shit. I went over the mountain, dressed him out, used my climbing, around the tree, the climbing sticks. I didn't even kill him from the tree stand. I killed him from the ground. I stalked him, pulled him over the mountain. By the time I got to the bottom, my legs were jelly. I couldn't close my hands. I couldn't have been a happier person. I was in my moment. This is where I needed to be. This was everything I wanted out of Pennsylvania. This ancient warrior of a buck. I'll show you pictures. He's so old looking. He's such an awesome buck. And then I got to go back to Johnny's camp. Right, we put him on the buck pole. Johnny had just installed. He's got the hot tub there. We've got a professional chef at the cabin who's pulling the back straps out
Holy balls.
and cooking them for us, Mountain Man Joe Martonic, Bo, his brother Kurt, this other guy Corey, Johnny, and we're in camp. I'm having the best time of my life.
This is it.
Wow.
It was as good as life gets for me. And then the next morning, exactly. That
was it for us.
yeah. And then the next morning, Johnny and I, of course, stayed up late. I think the night ended with Jeremiah Johnson and whiskey.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And at 1:30, Johnny and I look at each other. We did not say a word. We just both said, we're both waking up at 5.
Yeah.
And we're getting you in a tree stand you're going to kill in the morning. That's just a glance.
Yeah.
Woke up the next morning. Johnny's bow's all messed up. He had dropped his
Sights
bow the
all
day before.
fucked up.
Yeah, so he's like, hey, Bill, I'm just going to quick shoot this bow. Long story short, he had to readjust the bow. He had to throw a new sight on. We're getting in at gray light. We get to his stand, and we get up, and I said, Johnny and I looked at each other, and I said, this place is Bucky.
Yeah, we knew it.
You're killing. You have no question. I said, I'm going to do some light calling sequences. As soon as we see a doe, you're killing. You're killing, dude. You're killing.
Yeah, we both felt it. Like we were on the same level, man.
And you can make fun of me all you want. Don't ignore your gut. Like when your gut says it's going to happen, listen, throw all of the knowledge, all of everything out the window. When your inner caveman, your inner lizard says something's up, listen, whether it's security, you're overseas, you're traveling, you're with your family, you're at a park, you're at a show, Jason Aldean concert, doesn't matter what it is. Something's bad, you listen, react to it, do what it says. My stomach was telling me when we got in there, you're killing. We saw the first doe come by, and I said to John, that doe looks like she's been getting bothered all night. She just had that like She was alone. There was no baby.
Just
there were
her
no
ass.
other does. Her hair was all fucked up. She was looking behind her. I'm like, that doe is not a happy doe. And then a smaller, like 2.5-year-old buck came in after the doe and was nose to the ground, going all over the place. I did a just faint sequence. Another buck popped out of the bottom, a different smaller one. And I looked at John. We both were like, it's happening. And then one more sequence, another call a little bit later. This like 140, 135, 140.
And we knew, like we said, 10 to 2, like it's going to happen.
10 to 2,
He
yeah.
looked at me at like 10 o'clock. You ready? I'm like, ready. And 10 minutes later is when he grunted and that one come through.
And then that guy came through, and freaking John, so speaking of a buck diving an arrow, I've got the video again on my phone. It dropped 18 inches.
Jesus.
Like it went down to where its front chest almost hit the ground. John hit it, and we both looked at each other like, I can't believe how much that deer
3
dropped.
inches below the spine. Bill's like, knock another arrow. I was like, yeah.
So he knocked, I said, that buck could come back. If you hit it in the spine and it's on a hot doe and he's rutting, just like that buck that I shot that had no idea, all he knows is that's a rattlesnake or it's a branch or whatever. He runs off and catches a hot doe and he's coming right back. I said, knock another arrow. I'm sitting there on my phone, pretty good, like S23. I'm reviewing the footage, and we are not thinking about this deer being dead. At this point, we're like, shit, that deer dropped so much. And then I'm looking at the video, and I said to John, I'm like, dude, I think you high-lunged him. And he's like, I don't know, Bill. That deer dropped like 18 inches. And I'm like, dude, watch. And we're like just going back and forth. And I'm like, we should at least get down and look at the blood.
Yep.
And like have an arrow knocked. We'll call. We'll walk through. It's the rut. They can come from anywhere. And so we got down, and the first bit of blood that we saw had pink like bubbles in it. And I looked at him. I was like, dude, that deer's dead.
That exit wound's always lower than you think, too.
And I'm still thinking, I'm like, yeah, I've been.
Just because you know it's not nuts, and immediately you're like, it's higher than I think, type of thing.
And he's like, I remember him saying to me, he's like, Bill, I've tracked 1 million bucks that have been hit like this.
Yeah.
Where we're going to be here all day. And I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, let's just follow the blood. That deer wasn't 40 yards away.
Jeez.
Piled up on the ground.
Wow.
And it had come out low, hit high.
It deflected, I think, inside.
And
And
just,
just
It went straight down through everything and
totally dead.
killed.
And I mean, we just went
We were-
nuts. I was
That
on
was great.
the top of the world.
Yeah, that was
Like,
awesome.
there's
it's
something
a hard position to describe to somebody who hasn't.
If you're listening
We
right now
know.
and you haven't seen it or experienced it or even had like a whiff of it, I'm going to sound like an ass. It's as good as hunting gets to me.
Yeah.
Especially when you're watching like John, who I love like a brother, I really do, excel and do his thing, and you're genuinely, how can I say this? You're genuinely happy that someone that you care about has excelled in a way with you present that they'll never forget. And it's all coming together, and we're going to enjoy backstraps.
Yeah, you have that and the camaraderie aspect. You
and
have
the camaraderie.
everything a deer hunting is.
Only good things have happened for like 18 hours.
yeah.
Only good things.
There's
only,
nothing else even in your brain at that point.
Only selfless enjoyment and love, no homo, between a bunch of guys. Well, maybe some homo,
So it's
but
just a little
mostly
bit
no
drunk.
homo.
Just the tip.
Just the tip. but everyone's genuinely like Bo, his dad, Kurt.
Yeah.
We're telling the stories. We're talking about this old buck. Everyone's elevating everyone else. Everyone's genuinely happy. There's not a hint of jealousy. There's not a hint of I had a bad day. It's only my friends and the people around me that I care about have excelled. I was there to watch Johnny excel and to have a great morning. And on top of that, I had to be gone by noon.
Yeah.
And we got it done before noon.
And we're talking about A&F, and I know
Yeah.
Bo didn't shoot a deer, and his dad didn't shoot a deer. They're wonderful hunters, so it's not like it's a
wasn't
drop in a hat.
gimmies,
So
yeah.
he had 5 days to hunt, and we were able to hunt together, and this happened. It was just remarkable. And that morning, when I got it, it was like gray light, and my bow, my sight, I remember the day before, I kind of just dropped my bow from like right here, but then that's when he got his deer, so I'm like, let's go celebrate.
let's go.
And then I was like, oh shit, it's gray light. It's like, Bill, I think I got to better shoot my bow, So I put a 20-yard shot. I put one like a foot high and a foot right.
Good enough. Let's go.
Bill,
Well, I was like Kentucky windage.
Bill's like, and I'm ready to like put 3 arrows in and get a nice group. He's like, adjust it. I'm like, all right, I just adjusted. All right, shoot, we gotta go. So I shot one. It was in there. He's like, all right, let's go. I'm like, that's kind of how it went, But
I mean, you guys. The other, I think, important factor there is that right there solidified that you have surrounded yourself with the right people.
Yes.
Because there are a lot of people that will see that success, but whether they're by themselves and or they aren't surrounded by the right people, like it immediately is just like an anchor drug out of them. Like that happiness, that high, that joy, because they're with somebody, and we've been with people like that where it's like they give a shit less. All they're worried about is themselves. Or, oh, cool, great, I'm going to get back in the same. Like, whereas like the right people have as much success and excitement out of you killing it as if, they killed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And also I said it before and I'll say it again. There's not even a hint of jealousy. It's just celebration.
That's it.
It's just everyone
Just
having a
pure
good
celebration.
time and relishing in the moment. And it's as if they killed the deer.
Mm-hmm.
And also 2 years before we had done the same thing when Joe killed his buck. That what was 19 million inches?
Yeah.
How big was that buck? I don't remember.
170
plus public land PA buck. When he killed that buck that night, it was as if I won the lottery.
Yeah.
Like we all showed up and I'm just like,
That's the right feeling though,
What-
man.
Dude, if you could bottle that feeling
And sell it?
I just can. Johnny, every time you're here, dude, I feel like I go to that place. It's just like that feeling of just like recovering the buck with like your friend that you did it with. It's just like there's just nothing like it.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Muddy and Stealth Cam trail cameras.
Cell cams. What an evolution the industry has seen, and we've experienced personally over the past 5, 10, whenever cameras were invented, right? It's like, man, it's totally changed the way that we inventory deer, pattern deer, and ultimately the decisions that we make when we're going out to hunt. They're a serious piece of the puzzle, and that information is invaluable for us. We trust the Muddy and Stealth cams, together to be able to collect any of that information.
Yeah, I mean, as an admitted trail cam addict, I've definitely been guilty of underhunting places or relying too heavily on that information that's come in. That said, it's an invaluable tool to the overall management plan and strategy that I have for my own properties or even hunting public land. It doesn't matter. We have a finite amount of time in going out and hunting. So when you and I are after a particular class or quality of deer, usually a mature buck, we can't waste time hunting an area where that deer doesn't exist. And those cell cams provide that information that allow us to spend the time in the area with the highest chance to accomplish our goals.
Say it all the time, man. You can't kill them if they're not there.
That's it.
So right now, any of our listeners can use code HUNTR20 to get 20% off either Muddy or Stealth cameras. We're certainly going to be taking advantage of that, and we hope you guys do too.
Yep, check out Stealth Cam and Muddy.
I mean, I think there's very few things like it. And I think it's probably put into us at a very deep level, right? Like, guys had to go out in a group and kill the mastodon 15,000 years ago. And that was the way everyone ate for the winter.
Yeah, and they celebrated right
And
after.
they
I don't think
celebrated,
there was
and
anything different.
Nobody
Going back
said, all right, cool, while
20,000
you're gutting
years.
that, I'm going to go kill mine.
Yeah, well,
no,
like,
you
yeah.
pitched in,
We're
dude.
John
John threw the spear.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well,
Yeah,
we're all
who
here.
cares?
So,
Yeah.
Dude, I had my buddy Corey, who actually probably will come on the podcast next week or two, but I've been like, semi-mentoring him. It's funny because he's older than I am by, 6 or 7 years, but he's been hunting with me for years and years. And we've kind of like off and on, like as I've figured out how to mentor him as a hunter and stuff. And he has killed deer with me in the past. I've sat with him almost always like in the tree stand. And he killed a really nice 3-year-old a couple of years ago, 147 inches, towed, like just mass all the way out the tines and stuff. Awesome. I filmed it. Like I think we had the footage of that and stuff. And it was amazing. Like he had like at that point earned his he was capable, right? He knew what he was doing. He's shooting my old Matthews of all things. He's now shooting my he's got my carbon spider actually.
Yeah.
And dude, last year he on his own he had his Weather Underground app and he was like watching the weather and he's like he married
tuned in.
Married a girl right here in Uniontown.
Oh, nice.
But he's living in Tennessee.
He's from Tennessee, which is just crazy. Yeah, small world. And I love this dude's like my brother, my older brother, and he was watching the weather and he was like texting me and he's like, what do you think? Should I go to this spot? And he like picked the spot on his own and like was watching the weather. He's like, I think this time is right. And I'm like, yeah, dude, like, look, yeah, agreed. And he went out and freaking killed this 4-year-old buck like by himself. Just probably one of the first time ever in a tree stand by himself. I just always have hunted with him for whatever reason. I felt like that was the thing to do because I want to spend time with him and stuff. But when I killed this thing by himself, and dude, I felt like and honestly, that was at the end of, I had just killed 2 mature bucks like 2 days before and like a week before in Illinois. It's like I was coming off a high of my own, and to come back, like literally we were driving back from Illinois, and he's like, I just killed this thing. I'm like, dude, and I just couldn't have been more like proud of him. And like that feeling you're talking about of just like, it's better than if I had killed it. It's like he did it, and I had invested the last 10 years into giving him my bows and my old camo and showing him how to do this and stuff. And like he did it himself on our farm, you know? Right. And I was just like, it just couldn't have been any better, you know?
Yeah, those are the best people. You said it before, and I think it's right, is when people are more interested in elevating others than themselves, they end up elevating themselves and others.
Exactly. Yeah.
For sure.
And when you can find people who are like-minded like that in any domain, like not even hunting, like any domain. We talked about earlier with the leadership in the military.
Yeah.
When you can find people who are, teach a man to fish, they'd rather teach you how to fish than to just be like,
here's the fish.
You need fish from me from now on. Those people are the best, and those are the people I try to surround myself with. And in the hunting world, and I think it's got something to do with our history. When the guys can coalesce around a big dead deer, and we're grilling meat on the grill, and you've got someone like our buddy Gunner, who's an awesome chef. What's his tag on Instagram?
It is Hungry Huntsman.
Hungry Huntsman. Amazing chef.
Yeah.
Was there. We ate both of the backstraps that and the tenderloins that night, and stayed up till all hours.
And this goes
telling
back,
stories.
This happened 20,000 years ago.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Like, you know what I mean? That's what's it's like.
This is the remnant alpha.
Yeah.
Right.
This is how it is.
This is the remnant alpha. Like it's. Yeah. There's fewer of us today than there were 20,000 years ago.
I
right.
mean, that's why it's not like we're just creating this scenario like, oh, this is epic. We did this first time.
No.
It's
you're the same
in you. Oh,
yeah,
dude,
it's
just like I was meant to do.
It's literally religion.
Yeah.
I mean, the word religion is a Latin word, religio, and it means to bind together.
Yep.
And you literally, when you get a group of guys that go out and kill an animal and then enjoy it over a fire or having a beer or standing outside and looking at it in the back of a truck, you're binding yourself together with those people because you'll never forget it.
Well, and that's the weird thing about especially archery hunting, which we love, is that, it's a solo effort. Right, it's you in the stand with against this deer type of thing, and that's I feel most at myself when I'm in the stand by myself, me versus deer. The moment it happens, though, I call somebody. I'm trying to get people with me because
instantly,
if it's just me, then to carry out the rest, part of it is lost because I don't have that companionship and that celebrate. And that's not a brag necessarily as much as it is like the feeling of being together with people who understand the feeling I'm in right now.
Yeah,
it's worthless without other people. Dude.
Yeah,
there's no point, and just killing a deer. It's like we can eat, we can put stuff on the wall, but it's
you get there just with a doe as well.
Yeah,
like if you're just killing for sustenance, and that's fine, and I'm all about that.
Go for it.
Like do it as much as you can. But there's something about the group and getting the group together, and like. And also, it's not something where, you need to meet like Bo and Joe and Kurt and Johnny and I. We don't have to meet every 2 weeks.
No.
Or be texting each other. It can happen next year.
But when it happens,
and we'll fall right back into
right in it.
And we're all as happy for each other as we could be.
Yeah.
And we'll be telling the story. I'll tell that story till I'm 80.
When Jared killed his first buck on our Illinois farm, I wasn't there. I was back home, and he had stayed with guys who were listeners of the podcast that we didn't even meet. We had no idea who they were. In fact, he wasn't even there.
We're just shacking up.
Yeah,
nice.
But that's who he celebrated that hunt with, and it was just immediately everybody was in sync.
Yeah.
I called you immediately.
Yeah.
It's easy to get involved with guys just in the hunting industry, like my fiance's like, wow, I can't believe you talked to that guy. You didn't even know him. You talked to him for about an hour about hunting. Like, yeah, but
we knew.
We're kind of like, it's.
You do know each other.
We know.
We know. Yeah.
You do know each other.
Yeah.
Or at least you know an element of each other. And I think it's when you talk to somebody who hunts and they love it and they are not even successful. What's the word? Diligent in what they're doing. you can make a bunch of assumptions about that person almost right away.
Sure.
And it probably translates to other parts of their life.
Sure. Yeah.
And then just in that moment, in that, in the first time Johnny and I ever talked was like a 7-hour conversation in February about deer. And all of my group of friends that I had been dragging out into the woods and scouting and hunting with and all of that stuff, like come February, they're like, we're on
out.
a turkey. I don't care about deer.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about a scent crusher bag. I don't want to think about a tree stand. I don't want to think about fur dressing a deer. I'm done talking about deer, Bill. Whereas I
Can't stop.
Can't stop.
It doesn't stop.
And when I first talked to Johnny,
Dude.
it was like a 7-hour conversation about deer, and I had never seen the guy face
There
to
are
face.
those people, dude.
And I knew right away that he was,
It's funny.
Spartan Forge has to have John Stewart on the pro staff.
You have to. You have to.
How's that happen?
Yeah. It is funny how you cling. It's honestly like you're an addict almost. Like,
Exactly.
dude, I
You are.
cling. And when you see one, dude, McDoggett and I, like when I called him the other day and I was like, dude, I can't sleep at night. I was like, all I think about is how I'm going to kill these deer.
Yeah.
And like the setup on our farms and stuff. Like it keeps me up at night right now.
Oh, yeah.
The past like 3 weeks, I've been like, I can't sleep.
I think my wife often wonders what I dream about. It's how I'm gonna kill deer.
Yeah.
Like I'll wake up in the middle of the night and I'm like, I'll be like, holy shit, I need to go look at that spot. I haven't looked at that yet. And it'll be like, I won't remember what I'm dreaming about, but it'll be the first thought that comes into my head. I'm like, fuck, I need to get there.
That's all I think about, dude. It's like I'm just fantasizing. Literally, I'm fantasizing at night just about how like these deer are gonna walk in front of me and how I'm gonna slip in there.
Always trying to figure them out, think about them, and then like I said, I found them horns, and it was just like I had a couple spots that I wanted to scout this year. Didn't have a lot, in springtime, and I ended up finding horns, and then it was just like,
yeah, from that point forward,
it was terrible because I was supposed to be going home, and I stayed at camp 2 more days, and just like then I started looking at Spartan Forge and finding areas that maybe I could shed honey here, and it just keeps like snowballing.
How big is that deer that you found that set for?
Probably 40s, low 40s, and he was a deer that I had on camera, and then I stopped at my buddy's yesterday. I sent him to a spot in February to shed hunt, and he found a horn off another deer we were hunting.
That big 6-pointer?
Oh, his bases are big as a snuff, and I held them both together, and I was like, holy shit, there's no match from the, he was just like a baseball bat all the way out, and like, what's weird is I think about being lucky or good, but also think about the deer. Are they lucky or are they good? And 6 of the bucks that I was hunting in PA, I know that 4 of them are still alive.
Yeah.
And probably the 5th one is, and maybe the 6th one, but I feel like 4 out of 6 5-year-old deer make it. And it's like, are they lucky or are they good? And I think they are good. And
They're good.
And I think about all the good hunters that are in Pennsylvania. So you have to, like, these guys, there's good hunters out there, and it's like these deer are still surviving. So it's like, man, I definitely got to do something outside of the box and be different, because they're hunting the same scrapes, watching the scent, watching the wind is like, I need to be better and know more and really like see what's out ahead, like see how I can get these animals when the rest of the group is doing everything, learning, watching, hunting videos, learning from podcasts, and like everybody knows this stuff. This is not like there's a few guys out there doing it. Like this is information to everybody.
Yeah.
And these 5.
Can you devote yourself to it?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Well,
right?
patience, holdouts, there's other good bucks in the woods. I think a lot of those deer, if one of those deer got killed by, and I don't mean this, partially, I mean this discriminative. If one of those bucks got killed by a good hunter, you know about it. Because
You're right,
like, that guy's a good hunter, he killed that deer. If that deer dies, it's because of luck.
Yeah.
I would say the majority of the time.
I find myself checking my ego sometimes because
I think in that situation, you're right, Jeremy, because they're so good.
Yeah.
And then sometimes they're good to the point where they're like, I got this. And they're like, but I've heard stories of people like a guy missed a big one, and he got lucky. He made it through for the most part, and that's how he, if he did get harvested, chances are it was luck because he's so good. It just have to have some
That's what it comes down to.
misfortune, but then for you to do this as a hunter often to harvest these animals, you got to be good.
You got to be great.
You can't worry about the luck, and you need to do just some crazy shit. You're going to be an addict. I
Yeah.
don't know.
We talked about Charlie before.
Yep.
Charlie had helped me kill like my first, not first, but yeah, it was my first big like Western Maryland deer. I'd send him some pictures. I was chasing this other one. I'll show you guys pictures afterwards. Ridiculous, 186-inch behemoth.
Dude.
I had him one time at like 20 yards with my stick bow and missed him. I thought he was much closer because of how big he was.
Holy cow.
And I'll show you a picture. When you see it, you'll crap yourself. And I got cocky. I was younger, maybe 29 or 30 when I first started talking to Charlie. And I always had this assumption, like, because I'd started killing good deer, 140s, 150s, and I started to get kind of full on myself, high in my own supply. And I said, well, no one else is killing that deer. So if I didn't kill him, he's still alive.
He's going to make it.
And then Charlie had said to me, well, you didn't kill him either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's still out there. If he's still, like that, those deer, they're escaping all of us.
They are.
And you should use that to humble yourself because,
Yeah.
we're out there for ego and for meat and for fun and for stories and for gathering together and finding people like I think you guys are, and like Joe and Bo and Lee and Drew and those types of guys are, who are truly obsessed with it. They're out there for their lives.
That's it.
Like,
Yeah.
they're the ones that are going to die.
Yeah.
Right. And so we forget that.
Yeah, we're the ultimate predator.
Yeah. And we forget that. And we are treating it like a game. They are not.
No.
And if you want to be the guy who's consistently killing and getting it done every year, you're wise to keep that in the forefront of your mind.
That's a big thing. Yeah. That like,
you
have to keep in your mind, like their life depends on the next move they make.
That's
and,
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for you to strategically beat them, not like coincidentally beat them, strategically beat them is a giant feat. Giant feat.
Yep.
And it's hard to replicate year after year after year.
We said it before, but I think it's the story of man. I mean, like all of our hero stories is like a guy thinks he knows the world. Something happens. It's apparent he doesn't know the world. He has to go out on like a voyage. He has to learn things about this new place. He has to gather tools. He has to get trained. He has to meet someone who tells him how to do things. Then he goes and re-encounters the world that he didn't know, and he conquers it. He learns some lessons and he brings it home. That's hunting.
That's it.
So like you could think about that. That's Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
Right.
It's how we were all introduced to hunting. It's how we learned hunting.
It's the hero.
It's the evolution.
It's the hero myth.
Yeah.
It's Luke Skywalker. It's The Matrix. It's all of these movies where someone thought they knew things. Turns out they knew nothing. Someone put them under their wing. They brought them somewhere, like you were talking about with your friend. Brought them out there. They showed them things. They got some meat. They got some horns. They took an animal, but then the important part is, or the part that I think most people overlook is, they try to hold the knowledge, or they try to hoard instead of passing it along or distributing it and making it available to people. And that's the most important part of the hero narrative is
that becomes a lonely
they
place.
bring it back.
That's the Ranella conversation we're having earlier.
That was the Ranella conversation we were having earlier. They bring it back and they share it, and then they enable other people to go out and do the same thing. That's and Joseph Campbell, the guy who writes about hero narratives, he called that returning with the elixir.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And returning with the elixir meant you conquered the demon, you conquered the basilisk, you killed the dragon, you slayed the demon. Great. Fine, you did that. But now you have to come home and tell everyone else how you did it so that they can go out and kill their own demons.
There's part of that makes me wonder, if you look at our community and how, we aren't the same community that we were in the 90s and in the 70s and stuff, is, has that changed in our community, and that being led to part of our, decline in the alpha hunter, right? Is that there, a sense of, trying to be a bit selfish and keep that closer and to keep those things tighter to be more successful individually has started to lead to that decline. Because growing up, I'm sure we all had somebody who was our influence in our life. Like, we wouldn't be shit as a hunter if like my dad didn't teach me how to hunt and take me out and do that stuff. Right. So like, obviously my kids aren't going to succeed unless I pass that same thing on to them. So, I think it was that Mike Rex who talked about the erosion of the American family.
Yep.
I think that was a great point.
Yeah.
If you look at what the American family was even in the 90s compared to what it is today, I mean, we have eroded what the American family was. Mom and dad, grandpap, like the family orientation, that has it's gone.
Yeah.
It's not there anymore.
We're allowing other people to erode it.
Yeah.
I think one of the there are two main eroders. Is that a word?
Yeah, we'll go with it.
There are two institutions I think that are really undercutting the family, and it's because they want their own power. It's a school system and it's the government. Those are the two. They want to educate. They want to indoctrinate. They don't
want us to do it.
They don't want families doing it, because if families are doing it, then there's no reliance on school. There's no reliance on government. If you're your own individual autonomous person, like I said, I'm trying to do the Cyber Scout.
Yeah.
We talked about this guy earlier who's famous. I won't say his name right now because we're still kind of talking about things. He runs some stuff where he's trying to educate people autonomously. And I said, hey, dude, I will build you a version of Cyber Scout where if there's a family out in Tennessee can get a school curriculum and they can use Cyber Scout and they can go teach themselves how to scout, how to flint knap, how to skin an animal, how to use a map, how to do all of these things to make them independent and autonomous beings in their own world where they're not dependent on someone else. That is the nature of what being an American is. That is the rugged independent American ethos is, I don't need you, king. I don't need you, government.
Yeah.
I will go and do this for myself and for my family. And that the government institutions and the academic institutions realize when those types of people exist, they don't have
any power.
And they lose their power. And so they're trying to get everyone in line, and they're trying to use the mechanisms of those types of things to get people in line. And I'm not trying to divert the conversation, but what I am trying to say is we, in a sense, and more or less our parents, have allowed for some of that erosion for a few reasons: safety, education, comfort, tolerance. Tolerance has led us to a state where kids used to go out in the 90s and your mom would yell out the front door and say, time to come home.
Yep.
And if you didn't come home, she'd just wait a little bit longer, or she'd call your friend's mom and say, have you seen Johnny? Yeah. And then at some point you came home dirty, fucked up, scun knees, black eye.
Dehydrated to shit.
Get this kid some dinner, get him to bed, tomorrow rinse, repeat.
Yep.
And now that story's not being told.
It's dead.
That story's dead, and it's to our.
Don't go outside. You go outside, and I don't have my eye on you. You get kidnapped.
But also, we're so tolerant of this dude's sexuality, the way this guy looks at things, this person's feelings, that now these people are preying on kids, and it's not safe to leave them out in the middle of the New York City because there are people shitting and using drugs in the city because we're not supposed to judge those people. That's a whole different podcast, a whole different thing. But what I'm trying to do, and I said this from the beginning with Spartan Forge, is I want to make people self-reliant, educate themselves, be autonomous, be able to do this on your own. And I know there's irony there because I'm saying use my app to do it. But my hope is that you use my app for a couple of years and you don't need it anymore. Then you move on. Or that you need it less.
Yeah.
And that we're truly educating people, and I'm trying to do it as cheap as possible. Like I'm looking at the razor's edge of my margins and saying, how much knowledge can I push forth for what minimum amount of money, and inspire people to go out and live their own hero cycle, because people aren't doing it. People aren't going out into the unknown and learning new things and conquering their demons or external demons. Yeah. And bringing it back home. Dude, we're not doing that anymore.
I think your app is honestly like the epitome of like, I'd rather be good than lucky. Because it's like,
I hope so, because there's so much peripheral stuff there.
I do personally feel like, for Jeremy and I, and even the four of us, it's like at some point, it's like I want to think that I can read the deer, or even almost I want to limit myself. Like I want to, for a challenge sake, I want to
make it harder.
Make it harder. And so you tend to leave some of those things behind. We still use mapping softwares. Like you still need to.
We still use cell cams
to survey areas, and you need to still collect information and stuff like that. But at some point, it's like, you kind of move past it, dude. I've been resonant just as you've been talking here. I've been resonating in my mind about, dude, the beauty of like where the ego of the hunter meets the humility of like the death of the animal.
Yeah.
As we were talking about just a couple minutes ago. Dude, that's like the spiritual element of it. Like that is kind of the beauty of hunting, honestly. Certainly. If you think about it. It's like, because even that statement, I'd rather be good than lucky, that's egotistical. I want to control the situation. I want to harvest the animal under my own terms.
But you also want to know that when the chips are down and you need to kill an animal to feed your family,
You can do it.
say the electrical system does fail.
Sure.
Say there's a virus or a nuclear bomb. I don't care what it is. Say there's a flood. North Dakota flooded when I was a kid. We had no power for 3 weeks. The National Guard had to come get us out of the top floor of our house.
Wow.
The whole Red River Valley was underwater.
Wow.
You want to be able to say to yourself, if that happens, I can travel somewhere, go somewhere, and go out. If the chips are down and the bombs fall, I can go out and kill something and feed the people that I love. You can't not rely on that if you're relying on lucky.
Sure.
You can only feel confident about that if you're relying on the system that you've developed to do that.
Yeah, your preparedness.
You're prepared.
Well,
you're ready.
and that's almost different in a sense where, and that's Jeremy and I talk a lot about, like the beauty of hunting also is the diversity of why you do it. It's one is the sport, the chase of like a mature animal that, sport, I guess is the word for it. The other is survival, right? The primitive nature of like, we hunt to eat, to survive, to get meat and stuff. And, but either way, something's dying.
Yes.
And there's,
the animal or our ego.
And that's meaningful.
Yeah.
It's meaningful, right? Like when an animal dies, it's like, it's the complete opposite. What's the word? Like romantically enough, like it's the complete opposite of ego is the death of a mature animal.
Yeah. At your expense.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the humbler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Humbler. Yeah.
It's kind of cool how those roads meet. It's like it's the extreme ego to say I'm gonna kill this deer on my own
And
terms.
that again,
To the mature animal is dead, and I'm completely humbled.
that again happened to me in the military, and it happens to me in hunting. And this is a really weird way to think about things, and I've got a weird way of thinking about some things. But when there's Terrorist X and Bill Thompson, I joined the military, becoming a military policeman. I forgot my driver's license. That's why I became an intel guy. Life is weird. Somewhere on the other side of the world was terrorist so-and-so who, whatever his things were, bubbled up to him becoming someone who wanted to kill Americans.
Mm-hmm.
And there were two roads, right?
Yep.
I forgot my driver's license, became an intel guy.
Yep.
But we met.
They're going to
Right?
intersect.
And now they're dead.
Mm-hmm.
America lives on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to be like America.
Yeah, God bless the USA.
Like, I'm not trying to say that. What I'm saying is there were two tangents
Mm-hmm.
and they met, and there's a strangeness there that I think about all the time.
It's
like
this-
that life ended, this life persists.
Some
what
road
led
came off
there?
of that.
Yep. But I get the same thing. I get the same feeling when I
Wow.
kill a buck, in that when 3 years ago, I was with my kids at an Easter thing. This is so weird to say. I've never said this in a podcast, but I'll say it now. I'll be like, what was that buck doing? Like, what road was that buck on? And then it met, and his life terminated
Mm-hmm.
at this moment in time. I know this is really weird, and I'm hoping at this point, because we've been podcasting for
we're
a while,
good.
that only the hardcore people are
They're
holding
here.
on. But I think about that. What
Yeah.
all led up
I do
to that
too, man,
deer.
and it's really weird you say
It's a
that.
weird thing, but like what led up to that, and what 3 years ago when I was doing so-and-so, he was a 4-year-old buck.
That is the goodness of, as opposed to like the luckiness of it. That's why luck is almost a shame. It's almost just like, boy, he lived so much life before that, and for it to just come down to luck, I'd rather it be a skill.
Yeah,
and if
the-
I'm that
the-
dead animal, I
Yeah.
want the guy that killed me
Yes.
thinking about my life.
The appreciation
Putting
has
me on
to
a
be
wall.
a little bit less. I'm not saying that it's not appreciated, but it has to be a little bit less because of the luck factor, the everything behind it. Just frankly, there was no
It's lack of
sustenance.
understanding.
Yeah.
You don't know. You haven't thought about it.
Yeah.
And I always say that you're only as tough as your opponent. And
Yeah,
the way I look at it is like, if this buck died and he had to say like who killed, like, wow, that was a badass
And
dude
also-
that killed me. You know what I mean? It
And if
wasn't-
I'm him, I don't want to be killed by luck.
yeah,
Well-
Could you imagine living a great life as an animal,
Yep.
7, 8, 9 years,
Yep.
and then, your life ended because of luck?
Well,
Some
and
guy
see,
lucked out.
that guy got,
That
yeah.
sucks.
that circle is why my hunting style, and it has been for 13, 14 years, maybe 15 years at this point, is I hunt a specific deer. When I go out, I'm out there to kill a specific deer. Now, I'm not saying that luck doesn't come in and that I kill a different deer, because it has happened. But I would say that 8 out of 10 bucks that I go in to kill, I kill the deer I'm going in to kill.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that crossroads of history with each other. It's the analysis, it's the preparedness around it that leads me to kill that deer. It may be the only damn deer I see the entire sip, but it doesn't matter, because I'm there to kill him, period. And, inevitably, because of the way deer habitat is, other bucks and good bucks may be in that same space. But the reality is if you're focused on that animal, it's the one that's in your head, and that your analysis of how you're approaching this hunt, where you're sitting, is all to kill that deer. Odds are that is the deer you're killing. Mm-hmm. That's what's going to happen. And that's a weird thing, I think, for a lot of people to think about, because most hunters are opportunistic, and there's no shame in the opportunistic aspect.
It's fine.
But from a consistent success side, I think you have to target a specific animal because of the individual variation.
Yeah. And it's weird. I keep saying it to myself, but like, you'll be driving by like a field in March, or you'll be driving like a mountainside in March, and be like, that dude's up there somewhere, bald.
Well, like when you found those
antlers
sheds,
are off.
That's what
he's
I was
up there.
When you found those sheds, like immediately my head would be spinning of like,
oh yeah,
all right, like what's he doing? Because all I'm worried about at that point is, what is he doing?
Yeah.
Not all the other bucks, not the 3-year-old that's here, not this buck that's there, not the one that's over the next ridge. It's like, what is he doing? And honestly, I think it makes you much more effective as a hunter, because you're targeting that specific animal. I think you're allowed to focus more. I think you're allowed to pay attention to the details more.
Yeah, his tendencies, and you could really you get in tune with that animal, and you could definitely, as we talk about their individual personalities, you get in tune with his tendencies and what he does. And yeah, when I find them horns and like, he's still alive, where is he? Then I start checking my trail cam, but was he here? Where's he at now? How can I find? And it's just like a snowball effect of like trying to learn this individual animal, but
that's it, man.
Yeah, and that's what is awesome about having that individual animal, is just to like dissect his life. In doing that, though, that's when you start being a good hunter as far as mature deer, because his tendencies can relate to another animal. And
Absolutely.
then you got these 5 different animals, maybe you hunted in 6 years, and then it's just you can just mush it all together. Then you can see a new pattern arising when you follow another deer.
But that's what makes your instincts better. That's where,
definitely.
Like if I do that on my home farms or here, and then all of a sudden we drive 18 hours to Kansas, and it's like, okay, I don't know where I'm going to hunt. I'm just going to go here. It's all those instincts that are playing off of how I hunted those individual bucks that then put me on a individual buck there.
And then that's how you said, like, well, I sat up on this hill and this and that. None of that is luck, because it's like all your experience.
That's it.
And that's what experience is. All your things you've done wrong and you learned it created this experience.
Dude, think about Bill's back so he can comment on this. Like, not that they're at all the same, but like think about hunting terrorists in general versus like Osama.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
here's an operation. There are a bunch of bad guys here. We need to kill them all. Versus this is the operation.
Yeah, and not that mission was about the satisfaction or the hunt. Like it was about.
I don't know, man. I bet if you ask some of those guys.
Well, sure, and it should have been. Yeah, I mean, it should be gratifying for those guys.
That's the 200.
I mean, ultimately the goal is freedom, right?
Yep.
This is what they're fighting for. But to the guys who are pursuing actively, like the hunt, the strategists, like it's about him, not just hey, we killed a couple terrorists along the way. Mm-hmm. I think it's comparable thought process to like, hey, there's the one, and that's who I'm after.
I mean, hopefully I'm not a stranger at this table with that, but like there's, whether I'm in an airplane or in a movie theater, in a grocery store, I play out scenarios in my head walking through those places or sitting in those places. I'm like, well, if this guy gets
Well, dude,
I'm gonna figure out how to.
It's in your nature,
right?
too.
Like it's
Have you ever
just
noticed
playing
yourself?
in there.
Yes,
You ever
I do.
catch yourself like at movie theaters or restaurants,
Absolutely.
like sitting with facing
As soon
the
as
table?
I sit down, I'm like, "There's my exit."
There's a protection element. It's built
I've
into
got my
us.
kids and my wife here. We're watching Ghostbusters. It's like, all right, I'm gonna get them to that front row, and then I'll charge the son of a bitch if I have to.
Yeah.
And it's not. There's nobody there that's threatening, but I'm already played the scenario out in my head.
I think a lot of that, when I have situations like that, it's almost instinctual. Like, I think about what I'm going to do, but I already have the answer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's instincts, and like when we're like out in the woods, and I think us following deer, learning, how they maneuver and this and that. I don't know. You just grow in tune with who you are and what you're doing.
Well,
in
that's
life,
why it's hard to
It's how we
explain to
live that
somebody
out.
else, man. Like if you take somebody, Corey's a great, and Corey won't get offended for this, but if we had Corey or whoever with us, and you're out there and you're trying to explain why you're doing something, but you find it hard to put it into words because it is very.
A lot of people get ask me like, why, and sometimes you don't have the answer.
In terms of,
just like,
do you mean strategy or
Well, no, just like why I'm
how-
doing the
how
thing
to.
I'm doing.
Yeah,
out
why
there.
you're doing it.
Well, why'd you go up on this ridge this way and this way?
Exactly.
Well, it's like, the wind's here, thermals are here, and like clearly, like just the way this lays, he's there,
It's
and
a
they're like,
no-brainer. But
why?
they don't have. They're. I mean, in general, some people aren't following you, ain't in tune with their surroundings and. Their
I don't know
life and
how to explain it.
Well, I think the bigger why is like, dude, when I wake up at 3 a.m. to drive to Illinois to hunt that afternoon, it's like that's the why.
That's the why I was thinking about is why do it at all?
It's like,
Why are we spending so much time
Boy,
on
that's
doing
the
this
one
at
I
all?
really don't put any thought into. I'm just up and going, man. I'm in it. The whole way I'm playing scenarios.
It is
out,
worth
though.
considering, though. I mean, that's the why that most people ask. Why do you do that? It's like,
Well, dude, think about like when we drove out to
I have to.
our Illinois farm for the first hunt. The whole way there, we were playing out scenarios, and we called it. I'm gonna go down in the spot. I don't know where I'm gonna sit. But I'm probably gonna have a chance, and I killed one.
Jeremy Flynn.
Oh, first
at Flynn.
That's just how I do it. But it was, we just knew. We're like, yeah, if you can get down there clean, and you can find a tree, there's one's going to come through that gap.
Yeah.
And he did, and I killed him.
And I think why is what I'm just asking myself is the challenge. How good am I?
Well, see,
to me,
that-
this is like hunting these deer and these tough. Like I was looking in West Virginia, it's 1,000 feet top to bottom. I just couldn't wait to go down there, and I just run.
Just
like,
go.
Now, back in the day, I'd be running. Now
Yeah.
I'm just a little
Hopping a
slower.
little bit.
But it's like
yeah.
that. I'm looking for that ultimate challenge to see how good I am and test myself. And
Yeah.
it's just like a life skill, just how good are you in general, and I can relate that into other parts of my life, whether it's work or whatever it is.
But people get
I
mad at
accomplish
that,
stuff.
and I think it's
I challenge myself. This is the ultimate. So I don't ever say I'm good. You know what I
Right.
mean? There's always so much room to learn.
Just lucky.
I'm just lucky.
Johnny wouldn't say that.
but see,
lucky son of a bastard.
people get mad at that, and and I've.
What do you mean? Get mad at what?
So, like, I've even found myself having those discussions of like, okay, well, why do you hold out for that buck, or why do you do this? And it's like, man, it's a lot of it's the challenge to myself. Like, I love that one-on-one
it's a
challenge.
personal goal.
But a lot of hunters get pissed off at that, and they're like, man, you're hunting for the wrong reasons. You should be hunting. Well, I still eat the meat. I still do all of that. But the reason I passed the 2 and 3 year old is because, like, I can kill them any day of the week.
Yeah.
That 5 or 6 year old, I can't, and he's gonna kick my ass.
And that's where I say about being as tough as your opponent, man. Look what I took down. Bill took down a 10-year-old deer.
That's
It's
freaking
like,
insane.
That's not like
Yeah.
you are good.
Yeah,
And
public
like
land in PA, 10-year-old.
10-year-old
For me,
did-
that was
and like with
People
Bill,
don't even think that exists.
like with Bill with Spartan Forge is like there ain't no better person to be a part of starting a mapping app and a deer planning app and stuff like this than a guy that is a very tough opponent to these animals in tough situations. It's like,
I mean,
Yeah.
for me, it's more about like I love making fun of crossbow hunters. I love
We don't. We try to.
I love making fun of. I make fun of
They're an
myself
easy
more than
target.
I make fun of anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Like I will point out ridiculous things about myself and catharsis, whatever you want to call it. Make fun of myself. But for me, it's about like finding what motivates you, finding your bliss. What are the things that you value in life that you want to pursue? So when it comes down to hunting, one of the things, and maybe this will ignite a separate conversation, maybe it won't, I don't know, is I'm tired of watching people judge other people on hunting. Like, just worry about yourself and what your goals are and what you want to do. And as long as they're doing it, I wouldn't even say lawfully, because I don't believe in the law, especially law these days.
Because it will ignite another conversation.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If somebody who works 60 hours a week, has a 30-06, and he's got a bullet, and he wants to feed his family, I'm fine with him.
No problem.
I'm going to lose some people on this, and that's fine. If he wants to go and spotlight a field and kill a doe to put meat in the freezer, because he needs the meat in the freezer, do it.
Fine.
Yeah.
And there are people who are like, no, that's unethical. He should go to jail. He should lose his hunting license. Blah 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 blah.
In fairness, per the law, it is unethical.
It is illegal.
There's a way
that's
to
why
do
I'm
it
saying
that's
there's
perfectly.
But when the
law,
circumstances is you need the feed,
if it's
you need
purely
food.
sustenance,
yes.
And in this world where we're at and where groceries are, that isn't. People will say all the time, well, no, I mean anybody can get meat.
That much meat would cost you a ton of money. But the other thing is, and I went down a long road, and on another podcast we can talk about this. While I was in my second deployment to Iraq, about what our country's made up of, why this country exists, why it's the best country in the world. And essentially, the law boils down to what is the letter, the block and line, black and white of the law, and then what's the spirit of the law? What's the spirit? Why was it written? And then you can take why it was written, and then you can use it in ways that it wasn't meant to be used, right? And the spirit of the law is we're trying to prevent poaching. We're trying to prevent people from doing X, Y, or Z, chasing big bucks.
Abusing the resource.
The resource, overusing the resource. That guy who does not have the time or the vacation, both my brother and my brother-in-law for the first 10 years of their career had no vacation and never got to hunt. And they wanted venison. And they'd be like, dude, if you kill a doe, just bring it by, whatever, I'll pay for your tag, whatever. Those guys, I don't care if they go out and kill a deer with a spotlight.
Sure.
But
I don't think anybody really does, honestly.
Yeah, I would hope
if we knew that it wasn't going to be the door opening that then gets kicked open.
But that's why,
that's why but then those people should be punished harshly.
Yeah.
If somebody's chasing a 170-inch deer and is going out every night and spotlighting,
because you're taking away from both parties.
Or going out to shooting $13 at night because it's just that's the cool thing to do.
They should be punished so harshly.
Yeah, death.
I mean, I don't know about death, but it should be
dismemberment
so,
at least, right?
It should be so bad that it would disincentivize anyone else from doing it. But the reason I say that is because I'll kick it up another level of analysis is the hunting and the why we do it. We follow our bliss. This is what makes us happy. And if someone's doing something that makes them feel fulfilled, it makes them give them purpose. It gives them a reason to get up at 3 a.m. and drive 7 hours or whatever. We ought not judge them in that pursuit. And we'd be way better off on focusing on ourselves and the way that we ourselves as an individual person are falling short of whatever our aspirations are. Because really when you're judging someone else, you're just projecting yourself on them because you can't deal with the fact that you have shortfalls. And I say you as in me. A lot of times when I'm judging someone else, like I'm looking at another hunter or another military guy or someone who's excelled in a domain that I haven't or that I wish I had, and I start judging them or shitting on them or saying this is blah, 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 I'll think about it for 5 minutes and I'll be like, I'm just letting my own steam off. This guy's done stuff that I wish I could have done. And I'm projecting, and for me, that's giving, and for everyone who does that, it's giving them an outlet to kind of verbalize and socialize with themselves and talk to themselves. And you hope that the conclusion that they arrive at is, oh, these are just things I need to fix about myself.
Yeah, you come to the point where it's like I stop talking about them.
Yeah, I'm not going to worry about other people.
I'm not able to do what they've done. So it's like I need to stop.
I think there's two worthy quotes. The first one is, it's easier to govern a city than it is to govern yourself.
Yeah.
And then the second one is Socrates was the Delphi of Oracle, I think, said about Socrates. He was the wisest man in Greece because he said he knew nothing. Like you could use those two statements.
Well, I think
and then just fix yourself. Just work on yourself and don't judge other people. I want to make fun of people.
Yeah.
That's fun. But what I'm saying is if somebody wants to hunt over a pile of corn and kill a deer and that makes them happy and it's legal and they're not hurting anyone, then do it.
Well,
somebody wants to use blah, 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 blah. Like all I'm saying is I have way too much to fix in myself.
Yeah.
and the way that I comport myself and what I do day by day. Like I'll make fun of somebody who's working out way too much. And then I'll be like, well, actually, since you've left the military, you've gained about 25 pounds, and you run about 4 minutes slower. 30. You've run about 4 minutes slower on your 2 mile than you did then. So maybe you making fun of that guy who's doing way too much CrossFit is more about you.
Look in the mirror.
Yeah, look in the mirror and fix yourself. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying that there aren't people that are not worthy of being cut down.
Yeah,
like that's a worthy function
Definitely.
as well. Like people make it up to the top, and the function of the court gesture in the king's court was he could make fun of the king and not get his head lopped off.
Mm-hmm.
That's an important function. We need to make fun of people who are in the top, which is why I make fun of John all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can, John looks at
Clearly
deer.
at the top,
John
yeah.
John looks at deer and they just lay down.
Yeah, they just die.
They just like, don't kill everyone else, just kill me. So I once watched him look at a deer and go, booyah,
and it just dead.
Fell over.
Jesus.
So he's got to be made fun of.
Eyes rolled back in his head.
We have to cut him down. So eyes rolled back in his head. So but that's what I'm saying is, if everyone, including hunters, focus on themselves more and fix themselves and work to genuinely make these relationships that we're talking about, which I recognize as counterpoints in you guys, which is we're just literally concerned with the chase and having fun and being good people and elevating everyone around us.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone focused on that, I think we'd be closer to what you talked about before, which is our forefathers and the people that came before us and the culture that came before us, where they were more concerned with fixing themselves and they were more concerned with building a better society and less about other people.
Can I go first?
Sure.
Yes, tear it apart.
I 100% agree. I wholeheartedly agree. But
Yes.
much like, America, right? There has to be rules.
Of course.
So we've arrived, I feel, in hunting at a point where there is so much technology that the resources easily eradicated, right? Tragedy
Could be
of
or
commons.
is?
Could be.
Could be.
Okay.
Yeah, could be. At least in the sense of quality, as we're, if we're going to say the four of us are looking for or would strive to hunt mature bucks, potentially with some antler
Already few and far between to begin with.
characteristics,
Right.
Right. With, at this point, you could call it old technology, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have, there has to be rules with anything, like in society, right? You can't just say, hey, I support what you're doing, see it through to the fullest, right? If it's harming other people or in the sense of hunting a public resource, there has to be guidelines.
For sure. I hope I wasn't sounding like I was advocating for no rules.
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. I'm just building on your point here.
Yeah.
So, like Jeremy and I advocate pretty strongly for restriction against, or at least to acknowledge technology
Or regulations, liberalized regulations.
or liberalization of the seasons, because we just feel that it's so accessible already. If you want to kill a deer in the United States, you can. There are countless seasons, countless weapons, countless technologies, countless resources, media, things that you can use to learn. It's very doable. Very doable. From a subsistence standpoint, like you got to eat, you need
kill a doe.
whatever.
Indeed.
You can kill a deer. It's very doable. If Nick today, literally, I said, Nick, hey, you're going to run out of food on October 1st. You have to kill a deer. You could do it.
Nick's a saint, by the way.
Yeah, he is.
I know. Listen, and
I meant to say that.
He
He's the
also could probably give just like the blue steel look and kill a deer. I think.
I try to compete with Nick's mustache here.
Yeah.
So
It's a bit of a battle.
so what I'm saying is, we're at that point. It's very doable, and
for sure.
in recent years, we've there with things like, I'm going to say
Daggum Spartan Forge.
especially cell cameras.
No cell cams.
Making it easy.
Cell cameras, definitely mapping software.
Paired with things.
I would say even more so, like in the Western, Western environment, where you have nomadic species and stuff. But here too, you have these modern technologies that have been incorporated into like an ancient tradition and just hunting in general. So it's like we have unlimited tools, and now I've got these muzzle loaders. During the muzzleloader season, I can shoot 500, 600, 700 yards if I wanted to. I've got crossbows during the archery season. I've got every possible means of killing deer, to the point where, people who acknowledge that, and like we're seeking a smaller class, like a mature age class of animals. Like we want that protected. I don't want that as easily accessible as the rest of the deer herd. And so if we continue to allow things like, the things that we harp on all the time, baiting, right? Crossbows during the archery season, cell cameras during, the season in some capacity, all these things in conjunction with one another, mapping softwares, all these things together make that extreme tier, the thing that should be extremely difficult, like of the utmost challenge to achieve. It's gotten to a point where it's pretty doable.
I mean, I'm not advocating for baiting on public land. I hope that wasn't clear either.
No.
I'm going to keep saying things just to make sure my point is.
Fine.
No, you're good.
And I'd agree.
Yeah. I'm not advocating for that.
Could you imagine that? We talked about that the other day.
It'd be ridiculous.
It'd be mass hysteria. Like literally, you would be walking over piles and piles of bait on public.
All I'm saying with my point here, like kind of in rebuttal to yours, is like we have to have rules. Like it's
for sure.
It's a public resource. The tragedy of the commons is very real. You know what I mean? The resource is easily walked over and diminished to a point where nobody cares to manage it anymore or conserve it.
Yeah.
So I think that, and we talked about the rail thing. I don't blame the influencers. I don't blame content. I don't blame the industry. Although, we all have a lot to do with promoting how cool this is. But it's just a reality.
Rules,
cool.
they got to make them black and white, and that's, there. But, you have your day in court to say, hey, man, my family, I just ain't got no money. So then you could be,
so here's where we stand with the rules. It's not that hard. Well, I'll give them some grace. Technology's moving quickly. But it would not be that hard at this point right now to acknowledge that killing a deer is very easy. Especially, even
with
some of these older age class. And this is a state by state basis. So like a lot of my conversation is rooted in Ohio, where baiting is legal and all these things. Pennsylvania, it's not, right? And I think they're doing a little bit better job here, frankly. So I just don't think it would be that hard to regulate the resource to where people who were in need could still easily kill deer, but that the quality and the age court, the age class of deer that we're hunting is still protected.
Yeah,
I think it's very doable.
Yeah, and like I said, for me, it would just be if somebody wants to shoot a deer for meat, they should be able to go get a tag for an antlerless doe deer.
Check this out.
As long as the population can support it.
I agree. 100%.
They can go and get that.
I would take it even a step further. And like I've said this before, as far as like the baiting thing, it's like, I don't want people to be confused. I could care less from an ethical standpoint. A dead deer is a dead deer. I do not give a shit. I don't care if you kill it with a bazooka or a crossbow or with a corn pile I don't care. A dead deer is a dead deer. I care about how those things affect the distribution and the behaviors of hunters and how that influences the resource itself. I want for there to be mature bucks. And when you can shoot mature bucks over corn piles from 100 yards away with, it's just not going to happen. That the resource is going to eliminate.
You need those mature bucks to have a healthy herd. That's
a mismanagement of the resource. And I blame not influencers. I blame the state.
Well, and the state is trying to tack on to that. The state is trying to tack on to those opportunities because they believe opportunities stops the bleeding of loss of hunters. The reality is we continue to lose hunters with more liberalized seasons and opportunities. It's not stopping it.
Because of the lack of quality of the resource. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. So when you tell the state of Ohio that we want to get rid of baiting to retain quality, to retain hunters, they respond and say, we have to keep baiting to keep hunters, even though the quality is less. And I think...
And we're losing hunters.
Yeah, and in the meantime...
And we're talking about baiting on private?
Yeah, baiting on private.
Yeah.
Yep.
And in the meantime, you're losing hunters.
To that point...
And there is no answer for that.
It's about the one thing that public land hunters and most serious private land hunters would agree on is that they don't want baiting. Right? If baiting would be removed from the state of Ohio, public land hunting would be substantially better.
I could ask Cyber Scout this, but I won't. Are the state and federal government the largest landowners in Ohio?
No, it's private.
Is it private?
Yep. Unlike Pennsylvania.
Where
I
the
would,
state
I would
and federal
imagine they're
government-
energy owned.
Energy owns it.
Yeah, oil
Mostly?
and gas.
From surface rights?
Yep.
No, I bet it's private landowners.
That's what I'm saying. Private energy interest individuals.
I bet it's like private individuals.
I guess my thing would
That's
be.
what I'm saying. Private individual. I know a guy that owns 17,000 acres.
Yeah.
In southern Ohio.
Yeah, it's still private. It's not like a company.
It's a company.
Private though.
Private company. Yes, private companies.
My thing would be, and again, this could be contentious, and I hope that you guys are. To me, the most interesting people are not the people with the best answers, it's the people with the best questions.
Absolutely.
So I'm trying to ask the best question. My question is, I'll make a statement and then a question. When it comes to people and how they use their own private land, my only thought would be we need to regulate the amount of deer. The state needs to ensure that there's a healthy amount of deer herd available to propagate the species forward.
It's
So
fair.
outside of that, and again, please disagree with me, and I hope that we can disagree and continue to drink and have a good time. Outside of that, I don't want the state or the federal government to have the amount of power that they would need in order to regulate whether or not Billy Bob or Billy Thompson shot a buck over a corn pile or not. Because that would require on his property, because that would require a government
Have too much.
that is way too much. So in that,
that's a great point. I would say this. I hate the fact that we have to lean on, as people who want to advocate for, as hunters who want to advocate for a mature age class of animals, quality deer to hunt.
Sure.
I hate the fact that we have to lean on a government to enforce rules.
Well, we need to. They have to do that. I mean,
Yeah, but by like total holistic viewpoint, we are for less government. Less government
Absolutely.
for
intervention.
sure. I mean,
in
hunters
all
have
aspects
that
of our life.
And I
And-
acknowledge that we have that paradox.
And for private landowner rights. As landowners ourselves, we do not want those rights stripped away whatsoever.
But you also wouldn't want a government that could get into your property that you own and ascertain and come to a conclusion on how, when,
How we
and
can use it.
by what means.
Which
you're-
is the CWD argument.
killing deer.
However, there's a public resource that is utilizing many of these private lands. They're not our deer, even though they
No,
use
for sure.
our private land.
For sure.
We don't own them, and
Right.
we don't have the sole right to influence
Here,
them.
And
here.
if we
Good.
abuse that, if we go out and say, well, I'm going to shoot $10 on my 230 acres in Ohio this year, that will affect the public land next to me that Johnny hunts.
Yeah,
Case in point, the state knows that. Whoa.
And in that, I'm with you on the numbers. Like, you should not be able, if the DNR says there are so many deer and we need so many to survive, and here are the amount that can be killed, that resource has to be protected, and we have to enforce that. And if somebody's overkilling on their own private
Essentially
property,
poaching.
then it's on the government to prove that that's happening within the within the confines of the Bill of Rights, and then to make their case and to punish that person.
So there's two levels of it too. There's quantity and there's quality. And we acknowledge as hunters and private landowners and deer managers and all that not everybody has deer herd quality has an interest in that. I mean,
Right.
that's a reality.
Sure.
A big thing like what you're saying, Jared, is, public land, because we can't bait on public. Now,
Right.
If you got 50 acres, you got 50 guys, each got corn, everybody had corn, it kind of distributes, the resource evenly. You know what I mean? But maybe if like you had X amount of public, that like if you were a private landowner, you had to be like so many miles from, you know what I mean, like to help distribute that resource
Well, I feel-
evenly through the public and the private.
I feel like corn piles personally are a tool to selectively target, let's just call it an older age class of bucks. Let's call it 3 and older.
I think in conjunction with other things.
Every class of deer will eat at them. Don't get me wrong.
And then a lot of these hunting clubs or whether private lands, I know of one that what they will do is they'll put the corn here and then they'll hunt the adjacent ridges. And
Absolutely.
and just kind of use that as,
That's
knowing
the
that
destination.
The deer are going to like satellite that,
Sure.
And it's just, I mean, it's such a fine line.
Well,
when
here's
you're
what
talking about
it
baiting,
is. I
man.
mean,
There's
dude,
just- There's goods and bad.
Listen, there's a good chance that this year I kill a 190-inch deer off of a corn pile. I'm calling it right now.
That's the last thing I would expect you to say right now.
Okay. Yeah, and this will paint a picture for you because and this I think speaks to the transparency of like our argument here, where ethically I have no issue with it. I've shot deer over corn. I will in the future.
Yeah,
it is what it is, and I don't care if other people do it. I have a problem with how, again, like what I said, how the effect that it has on the behavior of hunters and the distribution of quality deer on the landscape. Guys know that bucks come to those corn piles during specific times of the year. And in Ohio, it happens to overlap with the opening day of gun season, which is towards the end of November, and towards the latter part of the season, whether it's with a crossbow or with a gun. Very doable. My dad killed a 162.5-inch 8-point 2 years ago out of a pop-up blind over a corn pile. It's very doable. It's not every day.
It's also super cool.
But if you know what you're doing, it's very doable. Okay.
Yeah.
160-inch deer at the best.
It's a giant. It's a giant.
Yeah, giant.
It's an absolute giant. And that's not to take anything away from what he did there. I mean, it's cool.
Yeah, you still got to pull the trigger.
I want more. I want more of those on the landscape. And if it weren't for corn piles, I just feel like more people would have more opportunities at those deer. And
another honest question for you, and I just want to, and again, please take this question from the
dude. Just shoot it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have data that suggests that those deer being killed over corn piles is limiting the amount of mature animals that are roaming the landscape? Like, is there data that you can point at or a study?
No, I don't have data.
Because I'm not trying to troubleshoot you, which is why I prefaced the question.
Fine.
I'm just trying to say was some published science that came out
and I wish that it was there.
I think it just puts deer in the air, the mature deer in the area, not on the actual site at certain times. Maybe he's there.
They're on it. They're on the corn piles,
but not all the times. I know
all the time.
It might be.
You think all the time?
Well, I mean, you're talking
all
about
times when they're getting killed.
Yeah, but in different areas, I know some of these bucks, and I know Bill has.
I've seen
data to where they'll satellite corn just because.
Sure, only go there with a rifle. I mean,
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Or a crossbow. I could shoot up to 90 yards. It's fine.
But there are, instances where they're not coming into that corn till night. Or if it's super cold.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But it's like
there's instances, but then 2 weeks later, when it's
cold,
12 degrees, they're there. They're on it.
So here's where I will.
Then pressure comes into play. How hard are they pressured?
Well, and that's where
you know what I mean.
It's funny. I just told you I'm going to shoot this 190-inch deer over this corn pile. That is to me almost like this example of. To me, I'm almost like these guys that think you can't kill a big deer off a corn pile. I'm like, watch me.
I admire your honesty, by the way.
Yeah,
I think there's a few things here that kind of start to, I guess, cloud how this works, right? And it's because of the other factors involved. So, for instance, corn baiting has been legal in Ohio for as long as we can remember.
Took us 4 hours to get to it, but we're finally on the corn piles.
Right, for as long as we can remember. The reality is that people have killed different kinds and qualities and age of bucks on corn piles in Ohio for decades, right? It wasn't really until probably the advent of cellular cameras in conjunction with the corn pile that then allowed the guy to sit on his couch for day in, day out, waiting and saying, okay, now I need to go out and sit in my blind over that corn pile. And when the 3-year-old comes out, he's like, I know that there's a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old coming in that corn pile. He passes it. He kills a 4 or 5-year-old deer.
And in tandem with that, granted, crossbows have been legal forever. They've never not been illegal in Ohio. Mm-hmm. The technology has
evolved greatly.
Yeah, like in the past 10 years,
you could just.
I've gone from being able to shoot the same distance as a horizontal bow.
Crossbows are bonkers.
Forgive me.
Yeah, vertical.
Crossbows are bonkers.
Yeah.
To being able to shoot
100 yards.
I mean, yeah.
No, there are ones that go definitely around. Like there's ones I saw last year.
Even call it 60 yards.
The reality is last year 70% of the archery kill was done by a crossbow in the state of Ohio.
Is that true?
That is true.
So that's something you can point at. I did not know that. And that's
70% of the archery kill was done by crossbow.
Do you see that many crossbows out in Ohio, Johnny?
In the state of Pennsylvania, it's 50-50 right now. So they say.
I don't think that's true. I think it's more than that.
I bet it is.
All of the shoulder
I think in every state that
just
it's
come
legal.
out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
I've seen more guys on Facebook like, I started shooting a crossbow last year because my shoulder hurts.
Well, and everybody that responds to like we bitch about crossbows all the time, and there'll be 100 comments on it right now about it. And
so
they'll say,
crossbows and cornboils
that's our
is
thing.
a thing for you guys.
That's our thing. Yeah.
I'll be honest. I've only listened to 3 podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
It was you had a Drury guy on.
Yeah, Mark.
I listened to the Bo and Johnny one that you guys had. It was like 7 hours or something.
Yeah,
like that. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, with those guys on.
Yeah, and then there was another third one, and I can't remember what it was.
Lee.
No,
So said Drury. Oh no. You said you
was
he's
it
coming on.
Was it Lee
Lee.
Ellis?
It was Lee Ellis.
Oh.
Yeah.
Lee is one of my favorite people in the world. Drew, I'd kill everyone in this room except for John for Drew. I won't kill you soon, but I won't kill you either. But
Soon.
Drew,
Define soon?
we'll get to know each other better here pretty soon. But all I'm saying is Drew is truly one of the best people I've ever met in my life. He married my wife and I. I mean,
Oh wow.
Drew and I are as
Did not know that.
yeah. Drew and I are as close as two guys can get. I talk to him almost every day, or at least every other day.
Damn near tip to tip.
He's as damn near. He's just as good as I've talked about how Johnny and I are close and the
You
things
and
that we're
Johnny
close
are
about.
tip to tip.
Well, no, we're past tip to tip. Have you looked
Balls
at docking?
deep.
Yeah, docking.
Docking.
Yeah,
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So, but Drew's right there.
All
with
right,
me.
I will finish this bourbon.
So the point I'm trying to make is I didn't know that you guys were
Cool.
Thing.
No. I knew you
Yeah,
guys
we're
were
cool.
a thing. In fact, I've been telling people these guys are exploding. I'm driving up to be on their podcast. I think you guys are going to get a lot bigger.
That's cool.
I'll make that prediction.
Oh.
And I said that to Bo.
Wow,
too.
and you're good at predictions.
pretty good at it.
Yeah. It's
Pretty
kind
good
of
at
this
it.
thing.
No, I recognize when people are good quality people,
Yeah.
which is why I drove up here. I believe that you guys are good quality people who are actually trying to do the right thing and peel away and look at things in your own way.
We are.
and you're trying to do it from a genuine perspective, and it's not trite. You're not just creating problems for a podcast. You're actually trying to explore issues.
We're
talk
trying to
about
discuss
it
and
for,
create debate.
like we said, the betterment of
That's
our
it.
community.
Yeah, that's what they're here for. Yeah.
So I didn't know. Geez, this is a long way to get to. I didn't know that
Like what
corn
you're saying.
piles.
Well, keep going.
I didn't know that corn piles and crossbows were problems or some things that you guys are.
It was
perennially-
started in about year 2.
that you guys are visiting constantly.
Well, it's local. I
They
mean,
just keep
we
coming
We
up.
deal with it in Ohio. It's not everybody's dealing with
I
it.
mean, I only hunt Southern Ohio. Johnny and I have spent some time down there. In fact, we were just scouting there like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I love that place.
Yep.
I think there's
It's where
something
my
very
place is.
special about Southern Ohio. If you
love
know, I don't know if Johnny has shared where he hunts, but
No, he'll never share that with me.
it's a very special place, and there are giants there.
Yeah. It's an awesome place.
It's an awesome place, and
Would you buy Higgins' place?
is that for sale still?
no,
I
it's
sold
sold.
Oh, how much? Do you know how much it went for?
3,000 an acre.
Yeah.
So anyway, I didn't know that was a thing for you. I didn't know what we were wandering into when we started talking about these things.
Yeah.
The point where I generally default to, God, that took me a long time to get here.
We're there.
Where
though.
I genuinely default to is, you do your thing, I'll do mine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to leave you alone. You leave me alone. And that is again the nature of this country and the experiment and what we're trying to get towards. And I think that's the best place to be in. And I feel like we were there in the 90s.
Yeah.
And we're getting away from it for some reason. Regardless, I think it's fascinating that you guys are here. And I also think it's fascinating that in the same podcast, you were complaining about deer being killed over corn while you're saying, and by the way, I'm going to kill a massive deer over corn this year.
Absolutely admit that.
But that's admirable.
Yeah.
The point I'm saying is that that's admirable because we're all a conflict to ourselves,
for sure.
and we all say one thing and do another. And people talk about good and evil, and people call other people evil and other people good. Meanwhile, everyone's good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's got it in them. And you're an honest person and a good person, and I think oriented in the right direction if you can say, I do these things, although I'm also recognizing that they seem to be a problem in other places.
Yeah.
I think that's why you're a great podcast.
Freaking dude, look at I'm gonna say it. Look at Donald Trump and how he got elected as a president.
Yeah.
He sat
God,
up there
do it.
and
Let's
said,
go.
"Listen,
Let's go."
Yeah, the tax code is a problem, and I'm taking because here's why, because I'm taking advantage of it.
But I can, and it's legal, so why wouldn't
Yeah.
you?
You're
Yeah.
an idiot if you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the exact same
If there's
argument.
a tax exemption
Yes.
that Hillary made for her crony buddies,
I'm going to
and
take
it's
advantage
there,
of it and run with it.
why wouldn't I?
Corn piles.
The weirdest thing that we have
You
right
love them
now,
but hate them. Am I
right?
You guys need a saying up here, corn piles.
Well,
Make America great again. Make hunting great
well,
again.
so that's what I was gonna say. Is like we've kind of got
We
this
love to hate-
thing.
we
In
love 'em,
fact,
but we hate 'em.
we've got this like literally we've got apparel coming out, which is around a saying of make deer hunting great again. And I think the four of us at this table can agree that most seasons our deer hunting is already great.
Yeah.
Why we do this podcast and why we have difficult discussions is we want every deer hunter in America to have a great experience.
Absolutely.
I don't care if it's killing a 1-year-old on a corn pile with a bazooka or if it's a dude killing a 6-year-old 200-inch buck with a stick bow on public land. Whatever makes your greatness and you have a great experience happen, that's what we want.
Yeah, for sure.
Right now, I don't think our deer hunting and our deer management from a state level is going in that direction. I think it's going away from that.
It's going into what place? Like, where do you think it's going?
I think it's going into opportunistic, which is so easy.
Make it easier.
Here's the thing that I always point out, and we're the same age. We're close to the same age. You're younger, but you get it.
Johnny's 61, by the way.
Yeah. Is that...
How old are you?
64.
Get the hell out of here. When we grew up hunting...
38.
45.
45.
Are you
especially
really?
Especially
look
Johnny
better
and
than
I.
that?
You grew up in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we grew up
Bro,
hunting...
my dad's 55.
Stop.
45.
I know.
45.
I'm just saying 10 years.
I started the podcast with asking him if he was 20 or 40.
Yeah. He's in between.
31.
So when we...
I got a haircut.
When we grew up hunting in this state, we didn't have trail cameras, right?
Yeah.
We hunted with double X75s and wheel bows. We put on
Now
a
you're talking.
shitload of deer drives during opening day of gun season. It was all, we didn't know what deer were out there. It was all surprise. It was just getting out there. It was hunting. It was the group. It was the hunting camp lifestyle. Deer hunting, in my opinion, has never been better than that in my life. In fact, right now, in a weird way, I'm chasing that again.
And that makes
For
you
sure.
a better hunter, being that you could do things with nothing. You know, like
I just went. I just hunted.
you don't need all these new, finagled.
Yeah,
whatever.
you're right.
You just went. You just hunted. And so that experience, and I've carried that. I figured out how to adapt that to today's hunting style, which is honestly, it's bow hunting and it's chasing big bucks. Like that's how I get back to that excitement, unless I'm hunting with my kids, which is just pure whatever we do. I don't think that most hunters, especially in that 20 and even Jared's age, 30-year-old age class coming into hunting right now, have ever been able to experience that feeling.
Yeah, and I think it's us and our fathers that failed them.
I think it is too.
Yeah.
I think it is too.
They've tasted it though.
It's not their fault.
It's not their fault. And what I disagree with, I don't think the states are doing maliciously this, but where it's an issue is when a state says, okay, well, these people want to hunt, so let's give them corn piles, let's give them straight wall cartridges, let's give them all of these things that make hunting
Let's
easier.
incentivize them to hunt.
Let's just get them to be successful. As soon as they're successful, you know what? They're hooked. And that was not the case growing up.
No.
We struggled. We failed. We were terrible at it. And then all of a sudden, boom, I smoke a button buck right between the eyes with a 12-gauge slug. And it was like, holy shit, it happened. Right? These guys don't have that. They're sitting on a trail camera that's taking pictures in real time to their phone. They're
Looking
watching
at the damn Lidar
it's
and
how-
Spartan Forge.
It's how society is, though. It's not just with hunting. Like
They
everything.
just
that's
want
here.
success.
And
It's participation trophies.
Yeah, so like they're parallel with how society is, and if you bring that back to 1990, people weren't going to hunt.
Dude,
so
that is why we're
just how,
losing
like,
hunters. That is why.
I think
it's not
there's another,
hard.
I
It's
think
not
there's
cool.
another layer of abstraction here that we have to explore, which is people don't have as much time as they used to. They don't have the vacation they used to. Things are more expensive. We don't have the free time.
Yeah, but can you? I
it's
mean,
hard to
prioritize.
Well,
What
no,
what else are you
yes.
doing?
No, I know, but I'm just
Well.
saying, like, to get people into the area. One of the things I'm trying to do with Spartan Forge is that you can spend less time doing the digital scouting and optimize the physical scouting.
Yeah.
That is, in a way, a sort of a violation to what you're talking about.
To a point.
Yeah, sure, and I'm fine dealing with that. Like, I don't have a problem dealing with
But
that.
if I can cover
But
more
it-
ground
but-
effectively, then I'm good with that.
But
I'm
it's a
still using
reflection
it.
of we have people working more, earning less with less vacation time right now as a result of the economy and the government and the inflation of our currency and the amount of debt that we carry as a country. We have $33 trillion of immediate debt.
That's true.
And $135 trillion of unfunded liability.
Mm-hmm.
We'll probably never pay this debt off. And we've got children that are essentially indentured servants that are being born into debt.
Correct.
That they didn't vote for.
Correct.
That they won't benefit from. And they're going to have less time to go out into the outdoors because in order to keep the lights on, to keep the bills paid, to keep the car note going, to keep food in the fridge, they're going to sacrifice vacation. They're going to have less time to do things. My immediate thing that I'm trying to do to help with that is you got an hour at lunch to Cyber Scout.
Yeah, it's efficiency.
That you can maximize that. You got 3 days of vacation this year with your brother. Wait for those full range days. What I'm saying is it's a Band-Aid on a bigger problem.
It is.
And I think we are all discussing a death of 1,000 cuts where there's a larger problem, and the larger problem is culture rot. The larger problem is problems with culture.
Yes.
Whether it's fatherlessness, whether it's holding on to
social media,
virtuous
electronics,
things, social media, immediate gratification, immediate like endorphins from the thumbs up, from the likes, from the whatever. And we're not really doing a ton about it. We're just allowing it. We're complaining about it, but we're also allowing it to happen. And we're failing subsequent generations.
Society.
From that perspective, from the monetary perspective, the amount of debt that people are being born into, from a cultural perspective, we're tolerating everything. And we talked about it earlier to a way that it's killing our children's ability to grow up. So, I mean, I'm sorry to sound like a Debbie Downer. I think all of these are downstream of just a general culture rot that we're experiencing. All of these things, everything that we've talked about. And I don't know what the hell we're going to do about it.
Cyber Scout, to me, I look at Cyber Scout as not like 180 to what you said. I feel like the Cyber Scout can help you learn about how hunting is and why things happen, which you learned in the 90s. Now, if there was no Cyber Scout and you're just watching your cell cam and you got a crossbow and you got a pile of corn and you're killing a deer, but you're not learning anything.
You're not hunting at that point.
Yeah, with what he built, to me, I look at it like you can get, and like how Bill said, like people might not be able to learn the things they want to learn or be afraid to ask questions, where you can look on Cyber Scout. If you're 14, you want to learn how, like it was, what deer do and this, like you can just ask it anything, but you're not, you take that away and you take a kid, 15, he goes buys 4 cell cams and puts them out there and gets a crossbow and a pile of corn. He's not, so I feel like
he won't stick with it.
Cyber Scout will never tell you to drop a pile of corn.
But it's not
a cell cam.
It's not. It's even though like
it should. That's
the
the
things that are the crutch that are the things that are the crutches are the cell cams and the corn.
They
and
are
high speed. But I don't think the Cyber Scout is the.
Well,
crutch.
I think Cyber Scout sounds like it will educate and inform to hold you. That's the biggest problem I think I have with corn piles.
It's not a crutch.
It's
educating you.
If you consistently have like instant success, right? It's just like anything. Eventually, you're going to be like, this is stupid. It's so easy, and you're not going to stick with it, right? The reason we all are doing and obsessed with it is because we were grinding our asses off when we were younger. It didn't come easy, and because it didn't come easy, that's why we love it. It's just like anything. And like if things come easy, like you don't stick with it.
Yeah, the deer data and the predictions and the app and the Cyber Scouts just eliminating what we had to do to put a younger person.
It's also supplementing a culture that's failing us. There were grandfathers and fathers that it was important to go out on opening day. It was important to show your kid.
And now it's not.
Like, hey, use a calculator, but first learn how to do math on paper. You know what I mean? Like learn the basics.
But that's
and
where
then,
you're right.
And then take advantage of these things. My hope with Cyber Scout, my hope with Spartan Forge is that someone will use it for 4 years and they won't need it anymore.
Right, because they've gotten the advice that they historically would have got from a father or grandfather or an uncle or whoever.
Yes, but those people aren't around.
Well, and now society
is
afraid to ask questions because you look like an idiot.
And with the Martonics, what I told Bo last year and we started with, and Johnny knows this, is we have sponsored a whole deer camp series that we started recording last year. We're going to continue recording this year into next year. I want to bring deer camp back.
Yes.
I mean, I want to experience that. I want people to experience that because we've gotten away from the Elks lodges. We've gotten away from the men's
That's
clubs.
the missing element,
We've
man.
gotten away from like the guys would kill a mastodon. They'd start a big bonfire. They'd grab the loins and sit around it and eat and tell stories and bullshit and make fun of each other. Kind of like what we're doing right now. My son has missed out on that almost totally to the point where I was just talking to Drew about it a few weeks ago. I want to get him through hunter safety, and then I want Johnny, Drew, myself to take my son out, get him to kill a doe. We all get around the fire.
Back.
We are cooking the meat from the doe that he just harvested. We're talking about the importance of it, and it's a baptism. This is manhood. This is where it starts.
Such a missing
we need
piece
to
in
get
today's
back
society.
to that.
You're right.
We need to get back
Huge.
to that. And if I can do that through technology, the good man, the grounded man, has his left foot in the past and his right foot in the future.
Yep.
Christ understood the Old Testament. He understood the Torah, but he's bringing a new law, right? You look at any hero, they're always border walkers. Thor, comes from Asgard, which was like heaven, but he existed on Earth. Wolverine was the border crosser in the latest movie from the south to the north. Heroes are always crossing borders. They always have one foot in the past and an eye towards the future. Mm-hmm. So for me, Spartan Forge is, I used to write code. I used to do ethical hacking in the military. I use technology to kill bad guys. I can also show you how to find flint in a river crossing, nap the flint, attach it to a bow, and go and get some wood and fashion a bow and kill an animal with it. I can show you how to do a brain tan. I can show you how to. Johnny and I, the last time we were out tracking a deer, I showed him how to make a bow drill and start a fire. Mm-hmm. The people will have the ability. Good people will have the ability to do arithmetic with a pencil and paper, but also quickly hop on a computer and do the abstraction and the hard stuff that builds great societies. We just can't favor one or the other. We can't all be in the past. We can't all be in the future. And so that's what I'm trying to propagate forward with culture is, especially for our youth. Our youth is all in abstraction.
Yeah.
They're all in
Absolutely.
TikTok. They're all in what everyone else is thinking. They're all in technology. They're not getting lost. They're not riding bikes. They're not scraping their knees. They're not getting fist
crazy?
fights are all but getting you in jail.
They're gone. Yeah.
For me, it was 3 or 4 times a year
you're an
when I was a kid.
outcast.
And some of my best friends I got in fist fights with when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And now my son got in a fist fight and he's expelled, or he's kicked out, or wasn't expelled, but he was out of school for the rest of the year, most of the rest of the year, where he was in school suspension because he got in a fist fight. It's like we're programming these kids to act in the exact opposite way and saying, deny every impulse that you have.
How did we get here?
As a young man, I don't know.
How did we get here? It doesn't seem like that long ago. I mean, I'm dating myself.
Early humankind was like this in the last 203.
Like, I mean, I graduated high school in 2003.
I was 01.
2003.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So, and at that point, like, we still got in fist fights. Like, there wasn't, we had Columbine, but there weren't really school shootings. Like, I had my hunting rifle in my truck every freaking day.
But we all know Columbine because it was such an exception.
Yeah.
How many shootings have happened in the past 5 years?
A shitload. I couldn't
Can you name any of them?
A few.
The one in the Northeast,
Parkland in Florida, Sandy Hook. Yeah,
that's it. But there's been
that was a
tons
while ago.
more.
But they're all the time. You're numb to it at this point. Like that's what I keep thinking about. Is like how, like even from a deer camp society. Like I remember clearly the first year. I think I was like 25 or 26. It was the first year since I was 9 years old that I missed Pennsylvania deer camp. I was destroyed as like a 25-year-old guy because I missed it. It was the first time ever. And then since then, it slowly eroded away. There is none now. Like I try to make my own up. We do our own in Kansas, but like my deer camp, as I remember it, not that long ago, 15 years ago, is dead.
We got to bring it back.
Yeah, definitely.
It's on us. Dude. We are now the 40-year-olds.
I know.
At least we are, and you are. You're getting there, and we're gonna be. It's on us to keep the culture going, and it's on our shoulders. And we we can talk about how it's a priority, but if we're not doing it, then it's not an actual priority.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Muddy.
Man, Jared, we probably have been using Muddy products for at least 10 years now.
It's a long time, dude.
It's been a long time. And I can remember when it was simply just safety harnesses and camera arms of all things. And, that's evolved to where you and I both have a bunch of Muddy box blinds as well.
I would say a bunch, but yeah, they've come a long way, and certainly the box blinds are huge. Shot that buck over your shoulder out of a Muddy box blind a couple of years ago. The harness and all of the other safety accessories really are a major component of what Muddy offers for me. We've had some injuries in the past. I've had some tree stand accidents. This is all back before we were using, frankly, harnesses, the lineman's belt while we're hanging stuff, and the safe lines. I have those in every single one of, our fixed tree stands now. And we really have made safety a priority. That's a big deal for us. And, Muddy has everything we need for that.
Yeah, and I think the cool thing about Muddy is anyone listening to the HUNTR Podcast can save 20% using the code HUNTR20. That's HUNTR20. Anything that you can see on the Muddy Outdoors store online, use that code, save yourself 20% for this hunting season.
Go Muddy. I don't know how long this podcast is. It's going to be in 4.5 hours or something.
It's like,
no, dude,
it's like 6 hours.
We're like
in.
6.
Yeah, we got to wrap it up here.
We probably should wrap it up.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. I'll talk till midnight.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's no one listening
Yeah.
right now.
Well,
There will. Funny enough, there will be.
There will be?
Yeah.
Well, for the people listening, please DM me on Instagram because I'd like to know who you are.
Yeah.
Because you have my respect. If you're listening right now, I will give you a free 6-month subscription to Spartan
you'd
Forge.
be surprised how many people
DM me.
You would be surprised.
Bill, Spartan Forge. DM me. I'll give you I'm going to do it right now. If you're listening right now at this point, DM me 6 months free. Send me your email.
Give us a HUNTR.
Don't
give
put
us
that-
a HUNTR promo code.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah.
wanna give
So
something?
when you're dropping this when? The 11th?
Next week.
Okay, so before then, I'll just, what do you want it to be? HUNTR without an E?
HUNTR, whatever percent you want to give off.
Yeah, I'll do 20%.
Yep. 120.
HUNTR20.
Yeah. HUNTR 20. And
20.
then Nick will put it in the comments and stuff.
I'll have it made, and yeah, no problem. But for people who've stuck it out this long,
Yeah. That's a good reward.
6 months. You can have it.
There may be a lot.
If there are, then DM me. Blow me up.
Yep.
Let's
there you
go.
Blow Bill up.
I'm ready because it's insane.
So what I was going to say is, like, dude, if there's anything in this podcast that resonated with people, like if you sit and listen to it, I mean, I think about myself as a 12, 15-year-old kid. Like, dude, you catch on to people that are older and more experienced than you. You're like, those guys are doing something that like it means something to them, and it would mean something to me. And that is, I think, the beginning of the pursuit of hunting. Like that's, there's got to be something to your, like, for me, it was my uncle who maybe we'll have on someday, but you're like,
What's his name?
Dale.
Just
Uncle
want to
Dale.
say his name.
My Uncle
Dale.
Dale. Yeah. And it's like, there's something that you're like, he's chasing something. Like there's something burning in him that I want. And it's, you can't.
Meaning.
Well, he didn't force me to hunt.
Yeah.
He didn't like give me a bow or anything.
It was just an
I
infectious.
saw him and I went spotlighting deer with him, and I was like, there's something in him that I want.
Yeah,
I want to be as hungry as he is right now for those.
You want that meaning.
Chase it. I want that purpose.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I think the best that we can do is like have these conversations and share that with anybody that's listening. And if people want that, they can pursue it.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of means to do that.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah,
and I think that's from the few podcasts I've listened to, interesting questions, good discussion, pushing the culture forward. That's what we should all be striving to do.
That's the recipe for anybody looking to have a successful podcast, is just ask questions, be genuinely interested and passionate about the project, the things that you're talking about,
subject.
and ask questions, because we don't know. We don't
just
know.
putting it out there.
Sometimes alcohol helps.
For sure.
And alcohol adds to the passion element.
It
of
removes
that.
those inhibitions so you can ask the dumb questions.
How do you last 6 hours? Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, in a
Viagra,
podcast.
yeah.
In a podcast.
Well, also there, alcohol.
All right. That's it.
Thanks, guys.
177, Nick? I think so. Bill? Appreciate
Hey,
yourself,
thank you
man.
very much for having
Thank
me
you
on.
guys.
As
Yeah,
always.
appreciate you, buddy.
was
Thanks,
really good.
guys. I
Brother Johnny.
appreciate it. Yep.
And we'll catch you next week.
Later.
Take me